All right, got a real tough one today. Venezuela, Nicaragua. I already did the one today. This is because you know last night I did it at like 1 a.m. So that's the one that's today technically. Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica. Real tough one there. Real tough. Okay. At live stream. Angola to Tanzania. Is Angola's gotta be above Namibia, right? So okay, Tanzania is I didn't need Algeria. Then I guess we needed Libya. And then Chad. And Cameroon is gonna be between them. Yeah. Oh shit! Is it Zambia? No, it's not Zambia. Namibia's under it, right? Yeah, Namibia's under it. It's like, it's not Zimbabwe. It's Zambia, Zimbabwe. I feel like it's, oh, I don't know. Oh no, chat. I'm cooked. Oh no. God, we gotta get better at Africa. I think the DRC technically has coastline here. I didn't need it though. Oh, because of this little part here. Cool. So I think the Central African Republic, it'll work. It'll not be the shortest route. I don't know what that country is. Sudan, Libya. Wait, DRC, Central African Republic, Sudan. Oh, okay. I just watched a video of Hayek saying Keynes is brilliant, and then he knew very little about economics. I know, I've seen that video. Yeah, I know. There was a like funny interaction in the boss's server. He sent this like little stupid Hayek's ignorance of economics. That non-font in shambles. Oh no. Oh no. Throwing it all away right now. Eggman! Welcome back, Eggman. You're not finance got into politics. Who's going to win, Abraham Lincoln or John C. Breckinridge? You know, my professional political analysis, you know. I just don't think Lincoln has it in him, you know. I think Hayek was a big mad that Keynesian influence far exceeded Hayek and even Austrian economics entirety. Yep. Keynes was just a thinker. It's the people who brought practice materialistically that matter. Get fucked. Best president. Can't top. Won't be topped. Yeah, they give him polio because he was too boss. True. Accurate. True. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna do this. Libya, Cameroon, Tanzania. Comoros is this one. Okay, Burkina Faso. Oh shoot. Okay, Uganda is one of these. I think it's that one. Nope, that's Rwanda. Okay, it's that one. Uganda is the big one. Okay. Botswana. Nope, that one. DRC. Chad, the Gambia. Wasn't that, is it? No, it's Zimbabwe. Is that Zimbabwe? Okay, Benin. That's Togo. That's Ghana. Benin. God damn it. Well, I was trying to become people's pseudo intellectuals. You know, who knows? It's like they think they've discovered some radical new stuff. I think markets are always good and self-correcting. Yeah. We got to read that fucking wage setting thing too. Fuck you, little bitch. I saw that thumbnail you made of me on YouTube. You made me look worse with Photoshop, you fuck. So true, political person guy. First time chatter. Wait, is this your... This isn't your... Yeah, account created 3 hours ago. This is not your... You did not get your account back. Is it that bad? I didn't intentionally make you look worse with Photoshop. What do you mean? Do you mean this one or this one? I think even in this one, I like multiple. YouTube lets you like A/B test thumbnails, so I probably have multiple even. Both. You look fine. Well, this one you look defeated, but you're finished. Okay, but listen, it's the YouTube clickbait. No hate. It's just it's what you got to do. Cape Verde is this. Nope. Is that? Nope. Is that? Tanzania, Egypt, easy, Sierra Leone, Circle, South Sudan, Morocco. Hope the 18 views are worth it, brother. Wow, I should have gotten more, but I think they were. I don't know how you're. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna finish me? What does that mean? I'm finished. I'm canceled. You're canceling me. You're the woke mob coming for me. Senegal. Oops, Senegal. That's Angola. I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. Okay, what does that mean? Eswatini. Oh, it's not that. That one. This one. Nigeria. That. Togo. Equatorial Guinea. That's Guinea. Nope, that's just Guinea. This is Guinea-Bissau then. Okay, and then South Africa. Western Sahara, Rwanda. Rwanda is that one. Algeria. That's Guinea. Mozambique. Zimbabwe. That one. Ivory Coast. That's Nigeria. Nope, wait, that's Ivory Coast. This is Ghana. Okay, Lesotho. Somalia. Mali. Nigeria. Kenya. Ghana. Central African Republic. Eritrea. Djibouti. Namibia. And Mauritania. Wait, no. God damn it. It's this little stupid fucking island one. And then Mauritania. And it's one of the islands, I don't know. And then Sicily's. Madagascar. Okay. That's fine. How are non-fawners will mean you always sleep with one eye open. I don't know what he means by he's gonna knock me the fuck out. I don't know. Alright, real quick. You suck at geography? Hey, okay. Most Americans, relative to Americans, most Americans could absolutely not get 81% in Africa. Come on. Half of Americans think Africa is one fucking country, dude. Okay. So we're fine. We're fine. Okay. 81% ain't bad. For an American brain. Most Americans 100 pounds overweight and haven't read a book since middle school. Exactly. Listen, everything's relative. Anyway, epic non-fun short that I made based on what we read yesterday. Huge problem. Let's imagine two people each earn $500,000 a year, both of which are taxed at an effective rate of 20%. Sam takes his remaining $400,000 and saves it by investing in company stocks. Meanwhile, Chase takes his remaining money and consumes it by buying luxury cars and boats. Firstly, there's less an incentive to save under the system because whether you save your money or spend your money, you'll be taxed at the same rate. But take a step back and ask if this is fair. Although they have the same income, consider what the use of their money does to the economy. You see, when a person saves money, they finance investment of capital stock, which in turn increases productivity and long-run growth, benefiting everyone. When a person withdraws resources for their own consumption, the resources are no longer available for other consumers, nor are they available for businesses to invest. The basic proposition of personal consumption taxation is that it is fair to tax a person according to what he takes out of the economic pie, rather than according to what he contributes to it. Since both producing to earn an income and saving that income contribute to the overall growth of the economy, they shouldn't be taxed. Instead, a personal consumption tax ensures each person is taxed according to what resources they take away. It also ensures that billionaires, who are often able to avoid traditional income taxes, are taxed under ludicrous consumption. The best part of the consumption tax is that it can break the rules of taxation. You see, traditionally, if you tax something, you get less of it. But since the consumption tax consumption, average Keynesian talking point, directly increases productivity. Hold on, you just got activity. Consumption per worker is actually higher than it otherwise would have been without the tax. After learning, you had to listen to the last part, since you are indirectly increasing productivity. In the end, in the long run, consumption per worker is actually permanently higher than it otherwise would have been. All that. Do you think the income tax is owned, Keynesian owned, multiplier not real, fake news, in the long run, we're all dead? That's true, accurate. Didn't consider that one. Oh shit, I didn't set up my stream deck. Whoopsie daisy. I don't know why the stream deck is broken. Every single time I have to close it via task manager and then reopen it in order for it to work. Doesn't really make much sense. All right, let me test it. Smash that like button. Make sure to smash that like and stuff button for that one, chat. Make sure to hit the Facebook like button, guys. I actually did upload that reel to Facebook as well. We'll see if it gets any views. I don't know. I don't really understand how Facebook works. Like, there's weird shit with like the pages and shit. Like photo. Oh yeah, see, here it is. But I don't really know. I'm liking it. I don't really know. I don't really know how Facebook works. Because I ain't no boomer. Am I right, fellas? Can't say the long run the economy can reach equilibrium where S equals I, but that is works out for everyone because of poor demand causing investment to fall. Where S equals I, oh, savings equals investment. Is that what that is? That is works out for everyone because poor demand causing investment to fall. Oh, okay. Well, animal spirits. That's why I think even in the thing we mentioned, it said the Federal Reserve should or the thing we read yesterday. It was like, hey, the Federal Reserve's got to fucking act to increase investment. Federal Reserve must induce faster investment growth. Gotta remember Conan hired Keynes as an illiterate economist. Yeah, I didn't consider that one. He did have harder bars in the rap song, so you know, can you really trust him? Can you really trust him if his rap bars went harder? Okay. The three wonks, I was watching their stream earlier, and they had a discussion on IP law and patents and stuff. They give him better bars because it's delivered. Yeah, it is. It's literally called emergent order. Emergent order is literally a libertarian Austrian hierarchian concept. Yeah, it's pretty biased. And it reminded me like fucking a year ago or whatever, almost a year ago, which is insane to me that it's been almost a year for some of the shit. I bought this book that like almost nobody has read. What's good? Welcome, Jax Kevin. I'm doing pretty good. It's Meared, you can't read it. Innovations in its discontent. Are you new to streaming, my man? A little bit. I don't know. I guess. Well, no, I wouldn't say so. No, because technically I've been streaming since I was like fucking 6 years old. I was playing Happy Wheels when I was 11. Can I suggest you something? Is it gonna be to buy your graphic design stuff or listen to your music? Basically, I read half of this book. I never finished it because I got fucking distracted. I think October 7th happened and it led to some arguments, so I needed to research on that instead of. Yeah, cool customer. That's crazy. Instead of reading about patent law. The interesting thing, though, I'm gonna make a short about this too after I go through it. Okay. Ronald Reagan did a lot of bad things, right? Everyone blames Ronald Reagan forever. Never got to read it because of October 7th. Yeah, based. I know. Yeah. By the way, I had to go through hell and back to get these these notes that I took back. Ronald Reagan did also mess up the patent system. So I took like basic notes in it like fucking 2 years ago. Not 2 years ago, 1 year ago. But I didn't it was before I switched over to Notion, and it's not really proper like some of these are just like passages. So I don't know. We'll see how I end up doing this. And also I have the book downloaded. Except I download like 3 different copies. They're all fucked. This is the best copy, and like all the text is like, you can see it's not centered. It's weird. All right, let's learn about sealed crustless sandwiches. Everything economically wrong in this country started by Reagan. Exactly. Okay. The 2 things I remembered that Reagan did. One, he transformed the PTO, the patent. I think he created it. I don't think it existed. I think or maybe it did. I don't know. There was like some reform to the PTO, the patent something office, where it made it easier for companies to get patents. And then they also created like a centralized patent appeals court, and that ended up making patents more broadly protected, and it made companies more likely to win patent lawsuits, and it made it more likely that when they win those lawsuits, they get a lot of money rewarded to them for patent infringement. I think beginning in 1982, the U.S. Congress made 2 adjustments to how the patent system operates. At this time, the changes were described as administrative and procedural rather than substantive. In 1982, the process for judicial appeal of patent cases in the federal courts was changed so that such appeals are now heard by a single specialized appeals court rather than the 12 regional courts of appeal, as had previously been the case. And in the early 90s, Congress changed the structure fees and financing of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. That's what it is. Itself, trying to turn it into a kind of service agency whose cost of operation are covered by its fees and clients, which actually the patent and trademark office, I remember, it's one of like the few profitable branches of the government. It actually gets more money than it's funded every year. It is actually a profitable branch of the U.S. government. So it did work in that respect. What the freak? Hold on. But also, probably had some negative effects. Probably not great overall. Now apparent that these seemingly mundane procedural changes taken together have resulted in the most profound changes In the U.S. patent policy and practice since 1836, the new Courts of Appeal has interpreted patent law to make it easier to get patents, easier to enforce patents against others, and easier to get large financial rewards from such endorsement, and harder for those accused of infringing patents to challenge the patent's validity. At the same time, the new orientation of Patent Office combined with the court's legal interpretations to make it much easier to get patents. However complex the origins and motivations of these two congressional actions, it's clear that no one sat down and decided that what the U.S. economy needed was to transform patents into much more potent legal weapons while simultaneously making them much easier to get. I think that the chart is in here at some point. You can see yeah, how big like the patent application spike was, and it's clearly not because we got a bajillion% more inventive. It's clearly a change to the patent like application process. Okay. 1982. Congress made two changes to the patent system. They were seemingly mundane, but ended up making patents both easier to get. Would you rather go to law school or become an economist? Definitely an economist. Easier to get and more powerful legal weapon. No hate speech, what a nice roll. Welcome, Easy Game 1000. Welcome to the stream. It is a nice roll. Process for judicial appeal of patents. Centralized into a specialized appeals court. Here. These are different years. So in 1982. Congress changed the structure, fees and financing of the Patent and Trademark Office itself, trying to turn it into kind of service agency. Cost of operations are covered by fees paid by the clients. This ended up making a PTO. One of the few profitable branches of the government. The new Court of Appeals. Why are lefties monsters, though? I don't know, man. What do you mean by monsters? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you go like on Twitter, possessed by demon or something, like it seems like Republicans are like, they're like all like posting pictures of Tim Waltz's son and calling him like a retard when he is actually like mentally disabled, or I think it's like a learning, he has like ADHD and some other like learning disability, and they're all just like making fun of, like the pro family party is making fun of him. Yeah, I don't know, like easier to get patents. Easier to enforce patents against others. Easier to get large financial rewards from such enforcement, and harder for those accused of infringement of patents to challenge their patents validity. When I saw that, I didn't know that kid, or that he is a dummy, but free speech is a thing. You can make fun of anything. I'm not disagreeing with the principle that you have the right to make fun of him. I'm just saying, like, if we're thinking about, like, who's more demonic, like, Republicans just consistently making fun of a kid for having a learning disability when he's literally just proud of his dad, I think that's a little more demonic than most of the things the lefties do. How do you know that? I didn't know, because it's all over Twitter. When you go to my likes, there's probably shit making fun of it. Yeah, like, this has 5.6 million views, 2.5k likes. How do you know? Because they said so. They made a they made a statement. He's not. I don't think he's autistic. They just made a statement saying that he fucking has a learning disability or whatever. But also, even if he didn't, would that make it okay? Would that make it any less demonic? I don't really think so. Yes. I feel like it's a pretty bad thing to, like, even if they don't have like any disability at all, calling them retarded then for being proud of his dad. That's just not a very good thing to do. I think he said he has ADHD and some, they said nonverbal learning disability. I don't know exactly what that means, but he has no disability, then of course it's okay. Try it. It's wild. They making fun of the reaction because it's over the top, I assume. When I first saw it, I was like, okay, that's a paid actor. He's literally just a son proud of his dad, and Republicans are like freaking out over it. They're not just making fun of like the overreaction. They're like literally, again, they're making fun of him for having a mental disability. And they make fun of Kamala Harris's daughter for having hairy armpits and tattoos. So, even though, like I said, I didn't know his son, it's his son or had a disability. That doesn't change. What do you think that changes? The point is that I only saw the reaction, thought it was over the top. That's a fine thing to think. There are a lot of people going way beyond that. I like cows based pulling. Oh wait, that I forgot to remove that one. I was trying to set up like a thing that for like Minecraft, where like viewers could redeem channel point rewards and or use bits or donate to like do things in game, but I couldn't figure out. I want to call that demonic at all.
Guys,
what do you? What's something the lefties do that's demonic? You're just gonna say like drag queen shit.
I forgot his name before.
Yes. Okay. Good one, dude.
And yeah,
Letting drags near kids. How could they? Castrating kids. I can't believe they're castrating kids for no reason, dude. That's wild. I can't believe they're just openly castrating kids for no reason at all. Man, I can't believe Democrats would do that. No, they do have a reason. Want children to be LGBTQ educated in kindergarten. True. That's what all the Democrats want. The reason is equally twisted. I'm sure, dude. My guess is that like you don't believe like trans people are real, so like it's kind of hard to explain to you the actual reason behind it because you're not going to accept that like trans people are real. So trans people are real means what? It means like there are some people that are born with like some type of like persistent gender dysphoria that like have a different gender identity than the sex that they're born in. Like, yeah. Yeah, I disagree with that strongly. I thought it was the case too. I doubt it now. Okay. New structure of the PTO. Easier to get patents. Therapy works towards accepting who they are. I mean, for trans kids, you should probably be doing that. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what the CATS report found, is that there are a lot of like mentally ill kids that probably think they're trans, that probably aren't, which is why you should also be doing therapy like that. But it doesn't always work, because it seems like there are some people who are genuinely transgender, and the best thing for them is probably to just transition. And also, you say castrating children. The thing they're actually doing is giving children puberty blockers, which 90% of the time don't have any permanent effects on fertility. The only like consistent permanent effect they've been shown to have is like a small dip in bone density, but that's about it. Usually, they don't end up affecting fertility, or anything else really. Saying is, there nobody that is truly transgender? It might just be a stronger version of this disease. Can get puberty blockers, they should be able to get tattoos. Well, the difference is tattoos aren't like medical treatment. Like the case for puberty blockers is that they essentially have some type of illness or disease where their gender doesn't align with their sex. The solution to that is puberty blockers and potentially medical transition later on. Tattoos are not. That isn't a solution. Well, actually, kids can get tattooed. If you have like cancer or something, you need like radiation treatment. They can actually like give you a tattoo to fucking like line up the radiation treatment, right? That isn't a solution. If there were people who commit less suicide after, but they don't. I'm pretty sure I haven't gone through all the fucking studies on. People make contradictory claims on that. Most of the studies I've seen seem to fucking not align with that. But I don't know. I don't think this is children, but anyways, did you hear about the stabbing in Germany? No. Yeah. Changing their gender reduces that. That's the core. What? That is the core of the argument that these people are suicidal. What's it? That these people is that having persistent gender dysphoria is gonna make you suicidal. Is that a festival diversity? Oh no. Let me guess, Muslim stabber. Nice one, dude. I'll use a truck apiece. Okay. As evidenced, a large increase in the number of patents, patent applications, and patents awarded. What's this called? This doesn't have years in it. This has years in it. But this doesn't. Hold on. Wait, their chart looks a lot nicer. There's another. Oh, here. And this is pretty similar to theirs. People with dysphoria are often suicidal. It's a mental issue, not a medical issue. Why? I don't view those as separate things. What? Mental health is part of. It's a mental health thing, like with health medicine. Nice, I love ads. I love ads. Just doesn't go. I need something before 1982. Vert Gang, what's up, Sergeant? Welcome back. Here. Changing your body will not cure your mind. Well, if you have gender dysphoria, I probably will, right? That's the whole issue. It's that their brain is not aligned with their body. And the goal of medical transition is to make their brain match what the body says. What are your thoughts on farmer planets? I've always known they make things much, or patents, sorry, planets. I always thought they made things much worse, but I don't know much. The issue is, patents are most necessary in things that have a very high research and development cost, a very high upfront capital cost, but a very low marginal cost, which drugs have. That's where they're most necessary, because you can imagine a world if we didn't have patents at all. Why the fuck would I invest millions and millions of dollars, if not billions? I think the average cost to bring a drug to market is over $1 billion. Why the fuck would I, as a company, invest $1 billion to bring a drug to market if it only cost 10 cents per pill to make? So as soon as I make the drug, my competition can just make the pill for 10 cents a pill without experiencing any of the negatives of having to pay the massive upfront cost. But there are the issue is obviously drugs. You don't want firms to have monopoly power over drugs, because that can make drugs artificially expensive, which is not good for people. So there are there are a few different solutions. One, you could have the government basically limit how much money you can make off of it. So you can say you are guaranteed a 20% profit on your R&D, but no more than that. Not all drugs and medicine, I'm aware. Yeah, or the government in some cases could just buy the drug. They could say, you spent $1 billion researching this drug. We're going to pay $1.5 billion to buy the drug and then just license this to everyone. Or you could do some type of like mandatory like licensing agreements where you can mandate that companies are forced to license their drugs to different people to try to keep costs down. Or you can have better healthcare insurance plans that can help negotiate the price of drugs down. My favorite drug is beer. 1 billion trillion beers, please. And then also an issue. I don't know. I don't have like data to back this up or anything. I think we probably find examples though. I know that they're like some drug companies will they're able to slightly change the formula of their drug, and even they make it more effective, but by changing the formula. But then they get a patent on that new drug, so they can essentially keep updating the formula every 20 years and continue securing their monopoly power. I'm pretty sure this was a big deal. John Green TB patent.
Good morning, Hank. It's Tuesday. So a week from today marks a huge moment of progress for human health as the patent. Now, most of the money that went into researching and discovering bedaquiline.
Why is insulin so expensive? Because companies it's only how many companies are allowed to make insulin? I don't remember how many, but there's basically like an oligopoly of companies that can make insulin, and insulin has basically as close to perfectly inelastic demand as you can get, so they can charge as much as they want. It's not expensive in America and inexpensive in other places. Exploitation, true. Yeah. That's perfectly inelastic demand. No matter how much the price of insulin goes up, you're going to buy insulin because you need insulin to live. So companies can basically charge how much they want, and only a few companies make it. I forget.
Came from the public, it came from governments, but Johnson & Johnson did take some risks, did invest some money.
3 companies supply insulin.
And that's why in 2003 they got to file a patent for the drug compound bedaquiline. Then in 2007 they filed a secondary patent for bedaquiline with this added fumarate salt. Now, one expert recently explained this to me as filing a patent for a pen cap that goes with your pen. Like a pen cap makes your pen work better and last longer, but it's not the pen. And indeed, Johnson & Johnson always knew that they were going to have to develop a pen cap for their pen. They waited until 2007 precisely so that they could extend the length of their patent. So bedaquiline becomes available to the public, and it has...
So this is a problem as well. They can update their formula a little bit and then secure a patent on it and keep extending their monopoly power. I think Johnson & Johnson ended up relinquishing the patent or whatever, because a lot of people were upset. Yeah, he went to the UN. We got complacent and lost our country. The corporations, governments, and institutions do not wish to help the citizens anymore. It's basically a big farm now. That's a little extreme, a little harsh. What that mean? The previous patent is then not only protected, only the tweaked one. I forget exactly how it works, but no, it extends to the previous patent, or other companies can't make the drug because you still have a patent on the drug. I don't remember exactly how it works. They probably talk about it in this book actually, but. It was in the base President Poland. He was on PPD show. Oh, are you talking about Poland? You're gonna shoot illegals coming to the border. Okay. U.S. patent system. Haha, what is this? Welcome to the stream, first of all. This is just I'm just taking notes on my old patent notes while I'm arguing with chat. What are the chances Kamala gets the victory royale in November? I think it's basically 50-50. I'll give Kamala a slightly bigger than 50% chance. I didn't even read this, but saw. I forget which mat it was. It was one of the mats. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Harris is winning, but his strategy seems to look complacent. The election is pretty close. Are you gonna go for Kamala or Trumpet? I'm gonna go for Kamala. Does it bother you that Kamala wasn't even voted in by anybody? Hey, do you think Biden was mentally competent to serve as president? I'm just super curious if you think that. I'm cited in gambling figures because I think most people intuitively place a lot of weight on momentum. The news has been almost uniformly good for Harris over several weeks, and Trump's campaign is floundering. If you assume 12 more weeks of this, he's going to get crushed. On an emotional level, I don't think it's possible. Nobody, people voted for him. Oh, so it's good he stepped down then, right? It's good he stepped down. On an emotional level, I don't think it's possible to not feel that kind of directionality to events. Also, like, nobody voted for him. That's true, but like, he endorsed Kamala, and then all his delegates voted for Kamala. Like, I feel like that's fair. Shouldn't have been president in the first place, but that's not excuse just appointing somebody. I mean, like, this is how the process works. For A, parties have no obligation to be democratic. There's no legal obligation for parties to be democratic. No, it's not. That never happened. What? That Biden dropped out and then endorsed Kamala, and then the delegates that were going to go for Biden voted for Kamala. What Harris has achieved thus far, it's mostly been consolidating the votes of people who don't really like Trump. The Democratic nominee was appointed. I mean, I don't know if you understand how the DNC works, but I mean, like, there are a bunch of delegates. It's sort of like the Electoral College. Like, you don't directly vote for the person for president. You vote for electors who then choose the president. It's kind of like that. You don't directly vote for who becomes the. Sure, you aren't demonic. Yeah, absolutely, I'm demonic. You vote for the delegates who then choose the nominee. People voted for Biden in the primary. Then Biden dropped out because he's fucking an old man. And the delegates voted for Kamala because Biden endorsed Kamala. I feel like if I voted for Biden in the primary, and then Biden can't run again for whatever reason, or he chooses to step down, I probably want my delegates' vote to go for who he endorses, and it went to the person he endorsed. It went to Kamala. Like, he's in a press. Sadly, he's a member. Oh, he is both. He's both what? What? You're talking to each other, aren't you? On an emotional level, I don't think it's even possible not to feel that kind of directionality to events, but neither modelers nor gamblers think that's how politics works, and I think they've been pretty correct. For all that Harris has achieved thus far, it's mostly been consolidating the votes of people who don't really like Trump. The great news for her is that campaign that Trump is an unpopular figure and always has been, though he's actually become less unpopular over time, but there's a neutral cap on the moment. Biden's age was generating a non-policy drag on a ticket, and in retrospect, I think it was also generating a psychological drag on key surrogates. Now, all kinds of talented Democrats and Democratic-aligned public figures are comfortable making the case for Harris, even if Harris says something they disagree with or take position that they don't like. They're comfortable saying, well, we disagree about that, but we agree about A, B, and C, and D. So I'm enthusiastically voting for her. That's normal politics. No one gets universal assent on everything. Every candidate needs a diverse coalition of support. People don't really want to defend Biden against the charges of being old, especially post-debate, so he did not have as wide or deep of stable, enthusiastic surrogates. To the extent that vibes mean anything, I think it's this, except scaled in a world where social media means there are thousands of micro surrogates on Twitter and TikTok. The sheer quantity of people willing to make the case for you in public matters more than ever. What's up, Bubby? Not much. I'm just trying to take some notes while I argue with chat, like always, like every good non-fun stream. So why did you vote in a demented man? I mean, I didn't vote in anything because I wasn't old enough to. I turned 18 like last year, so I have not voted before. Not my fault, but I think I probably would have. I don't know who exactly I would have supported in the 2020 primary. I don't know, but I feel like Biden was a relatively moderate candidate, so I am demented as well. That's why I wanted a fellow person like me in office. I feel I'm not far enough left to vote for Bernie or Warren, so I probably would have gone with one of the more moderate candidates. Biden was that guy. I feel like I'm more closely aligned on policy with Biden compared to Trump, and I feel like Biden does not pose as substantial of a threat to democracy as Donald Trump did. Bernie or Romney? Isn't I don't know. I probably Bernie. Status quo Joe. I mean, he was like, I think he passed a fair amount of like pretty substantial legislation, but yes, you sure use democracy for Kamala. This is like literally like one of the dumbest talking points ever. Again, parties have no obligation to be democratic at all. They have no obligation to do that. And again, we voted in Biden. Biden dropped out. The delegates went to Kamala because he endorsed Kamala. Yes, thanks for saying it. Okay. What? I'm pretty sure I said that before. What? The parties have no obligation to be democratic? You have no obligation to be democratic. Private political parties have no obligation to be democratic. If you're the president and you're swearing an oath to the Constitution, then you do have an obligation to be democratic. And you weren't. That's why you appointed Kamala. But Trump is a threat to democracy law. I mean, he definitely tried to thrust test it his first term. It seems like it's what he tried to do, buddy. Yeah, when? Where, buddy? On January 6th and in the events leading up to January 6th when he organized fake electors and he repeatedly tried to pressure Bill Barr into sending out like fake letters trying to get great argument of Jan 6. And when did he implement? I think he implemented schedule of appointees like pretty close after the election. Yeah, they're like all of his actions leading up to and on Jan 6. Eastman member was crazy. True. Jan 6 an insurrection. Whether or not it was an insurrection does not really change whether or not it stress tested democracy. I think it very clearly did that. I would lean towards yes, it was an insurrection, but I haven't done a ton of reading on what legally constitutes an insurrection, so I don't have like a super strong opinion on it. But I think regardless of whether or not it was an insurrection, I think it makes him morally unfit for office. So don't really care if it was. So regardless if it was or not, it was anti-democratic. Yeah, you can do something anti-democratic without being an insurrection. Yeah. Did Jan 6 show that democracy is stronger than we think? I don't know. I don't know. It showed that there were more good faith people than I thought they were. How did Trump have anything to do with Jan 6? He started calling people to go to the Capitol starting December 19th. He repeatedly pressured his attorney generals to try to send out fake letters claiming that there were election fraud to try to get states to not certify the election. yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. He gave the lip speech right before people marched out to the Capitol and told people. He did say 20 minutes into the speech one single time to go protest peacefully. Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I know. So that clearly was just a coincidence that crowd then happened to march over to the Capitol. But I guess none of the things he said about Mike Pence matter at all. You know, that Mike Pence had had the courage to go through with his plan. He also wanted to have more police there. You don't know that? Oh, I know. Nancy Pelosi didn't approve it. Yet the thing is, Trump doesn't know how any part of the government works, so he never sent in like a formal request because he's a dumbass. He just like said it. He just like said it and expected it to happen. But yeah, I don't know. Why didn't Nancy Pelosi send him? I don't know. It's not really relevant. Assuming everything I say through. Assuming everything I say through, it's not at all relevant to anything. Riot isn't really a threat to democracy. The electoral scheme was the riot part. But yeah, I mean, like, the riot itself is not like the big deal there. But why do it be important so Nancy sees the riots? She has the power to send police. I don't think she had the power. I don't think she had the power to send the police in Jan 6. Doesn't, I mean, the ultimate decision to send the National Guard in, I think, comes down to Trump, right? I think Nancy Pelosi doesn't. I don't think she has anything to do with that. But again, it's not really. I don't think it's not really that relevant. She does. LOL. I don't think that ultimate decision comes down there. But okay, the U.S. patent system. Also has large effects. Other parts of the world. Doesn't. Why would she say in that video then that she will take responsibility for not sending police if she has no power to do it? I don't think she. What video? I don't know. Video timeout. I don't care. Again, it's not really that relevant. Nancy Pelosi didn't send police. Fact check. Oops. President Trump falsely claimed then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi turned down his offer to send 10,000 soldiers to the National Guard on the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection. Pelosi does not direct the National Guard. As the Capitol came under attack, she, then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, called for military assistance, including the National Guard. The Capitol Board decides on whether to call the National Guard troops to the Capitol. It is made up in a House Sergeant at Arms at the Senate Sergeant at Arms and the architect of the Capitol. The board decided not to call the Guard ahead of the insurrection, but did eventually request assistance after the rioting had already begun, and the troops arrived several hours later. There's no evidence either Pelosi or McConnell directed security officials to not call the Guard beforehand. Former President Trump said that during his debate with President Joe Biden last week, the January 6th Capitol, a relatively small group of people who were in many cases ushered in by police. Okay, this is not to do with that claim. Where's the... Okay, claim. Trump said he offered 10,000 National Guard troops to Pelosi, and she now admits that she turned it down, referring to video Pelosi's daughter took that day. Trump claimed that Pelosi said, "I take full responsibility for January 6th. The facts. Trump has repeatedly and falsely claimed that he offered National Guard troops to the Capitol, and that offer was rejected. He's previously said that he signed an order for 20,000 troops to go to the Capitol. Well, Trump was involved in discussions in the day prior to Jan 6 about whether the National Guard would be called ahead of the joint session. He issued no such order or formal request before or during the rioting, and the Guard's arrival was delayed for several hours as Pentagon officials deliberated over how to proceed. In 2022, interview with the Democratic-led House committee that investigated the attack, Christopher Miller, the acting defense secretary at the time, confirmed that there is no order from the president. The Capitol Police board members make the decision on whether to call the National Guard troops to the Capitol, and two members of the board, the House Sergeant at Arms and the Senate Sergeant at Arms, decided through informal discussions not to call the Guard ahead of the joint session. That was eventually interrupted by Trump's supporters, despite a request from the Capitol Police. The House Sergeant at Arms reports to the Speaker of the House, who was Pelosi, and the Senate Sergeant at Arms reports to this then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. But Pelosi's office, she said that she was never informed of the request. The board eventually requested the guards assistance after the rioting was underway, and Pelosi and Mitch McConnell called the Pentagon and begged for military assistance. Pence, who was in a secure location inside the building, also called the Pentagon to demand reinforcements. In a video released by House Republicans, Pelosi was seen in the back of a car on January 6 talking to an aide. In the raw video recorded by Dollar, Pelosi is angrily asking why the National Guard wasn't at the Capitol when the rioting began. Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with, she asked. We did not have any accountability for what's going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous, Pelosi said. Well, her aide responds that security officials thought that they had sufficient resources. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them be prepared more, Pelosi says in the video. There's no mention of a formal request from Trump, and Pelosi never said that she took full responsibility for Jan 6. In a statement, Pelosi spokesman Ian Krager said that Trump's repeated comments about Pelosi are revisionist history. Numerous independent fact checkers have confirmed again and again that Speaker Pelosi did not plan her own assassination on January 6th, Krager said. The Speaker of the House is not in charge of the security of the Capitol complex on January 6th or another day. Wait, wow, that's wild. Did you watch the interview with Tucker and the head of the federal police? I don't care about anything Tucker Carlson says. He lost a defamation lawsuit, which is a insane standard to in the US. You have to prove actual malice. So I'm not going to trust anything Tucker Carlson says, considering he knowingly lied about the Dominion voting machines repeatedly. Yeah. If there's any disagreement regarding the slates of electors under the Electoral Count Act certified by executive of state to be continued, regardless of the evidence that exists regarding the election, regardless of whether there was ever a fair review of what happened in the election. Yeah. By Joe Zander, state legislators. Yeah. I don't know, like... I don't know why we would, even if the riot didn't happen, he still tried to get Bill Barr and Rosen to send out letters to state legislators saying that there was election fraud. He still tried to call the Georgia Secretary of State and asked them to find election fraud where they had already proven that there was no election fraud. He repeated like 10 false claims of election fraud in that phone call. There were still calls to that Trump himself didn't make, but the aides around him made to various state legislators, like in Arizona. Like, I think Giuliani called the Speaker of the House in Arizona and asked the Speaker of the House not to certify the election results there. Like, there are so many cases. Yeah. And also, we have the memo. Where's Greg Jacob, like Pence's own. We have the memo from Pence's own legal counsel saying, "Hey, you can't do what Trump is asking you to do." Or, well, Trump and Eastman can't do that. It's not legal. Don't do it. Don't do it, buddy. Can't do it. Professor John Eastman is there. Blah 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 blah. Eastman proposes that while presiding over the electoral votes at the joint session of Congress on January 6th, the vice president could skip opening and reading the electoral certificates for any state in which an alternate but uncertified slate of electors have been submitted. This is why they all directed fake electors to meet in the swing states December 14th. Eastman himself, by the way, in email said that this was at bare minimum legally sketchy in in a multitude of states. Save the opening reading the electoral certificates for such states until the end of joint session. At the end of the joint session, direct that the electoral certificates for these states will not be counted until each state legislator certifies which of the competing slates of electors for the state is true and correct. Wild. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, guys? Just a week away. Christmas. Just in a week. I'm really happy about this information. Any only claim for the fake electors that it shows something bad because it didn't get approved through Congress. The fake electors were fraudulent electors. They were organized without the consent of the state legislators, not Congress, the state legislators, in an attempt to overturn the election. Like, that's what I'm mad about, though. Some of the fake electors are literally being criminally charged. Yeah, some of them. Janice Ellis already pleaded guilty. There are people who already, or I don't think Janice Ellis was herself a fake elector. Is it? Not that. Isn't it, Jenna Ellis. Already pleaded guilty, along with some other Trump co-defendants. Trump's own current legal defense for the electoral plot is... I know, yeah. They don't deny anything. Giuliani doesn't deny that he lied about election fraud. He just said, I have a First Amendment right to lie. Trump doesn't deny like any of this. He just says, I need criminal immunity. They don't, yeah. Tucker Carlson's argument is that no reasonable person would believe him. Has Giuliani been disbarred yet? I think he's been disbarred, right? Yeah, he's been disbarred. Has Eastman been disbarred? I would assume. Judge rejects Eastman bid to retain law practice while fighting disbarment. What about Chesbro? I don't remember Chesbro's first name, Kenneth. Oh, he pleads guilty. In Georgia election subversion case implicates Trump in fake electoral conspiracy. Pleaded guilty on Friday to the Georgia election subversion case, being part of a conspiracy a long time for Trump and others. The guilty plea is another. Does he have jail time or anything? It's 5 years probation and pay $5,000 restitution. Chesbro admitted that he conspired to put forward fake GOP electors in Georgia with Trump and former Trump lawyers, Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman. Giuliani and Eastman have both pleaded not guilty to the Georgia case and now face the prospect of Chesbro taking a witness and a stand against him. Also, remember, most of the time, a lot of individual parts of a criminal conspiracy are not strictly illegal, but all of them put together make an illegal conspiracy, make an illegal criminal conspiracy. That's why I think Trump's Jack Smith federal cases. I think conspiracy to defraud the United States. Yeah, why can't I type? I think is what Trump's being charged with federally. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct official proceeding, obstruction and attempt to obstruct official proceeding, conspiracy against rights. I think technically, even if nothing else was illegal, at the very least, although Trump himself, I don't think would be directly implicated in this, they submitted the fake elector documents to the National Archives. I'm pretty sure that part alone is illegal because you're submitting fraudulent documents to the federal government. Submitting fraudulent documents to. All right. I think that part alone is illegal, but I don't know. Okay, and I don't even know if they've been charged for that though, because that's such a minor crime compared to everything else. But I should probably add the music going. And my music as well. Okay. Sealed crustless sandwiches. Let's go. If you guys don't know, the Uncrustables, these were patented. Not the process for making them or anything. The idea itself. A sealed crustless sandwich was patented in the US. It eventually did get overturned because it's a fucking insane thing to have patented, especially because we know people were making sealed crustless sandwiches before Smuckers did. They were not the originators of this idea. We have fucking cookbooks from the 1950s making these. What the fuck? Yeah. Homemade rice, typically square, blah, blah, blah. Where's the trademark infringement? Smuckers, with $7.8 billion, issued a cease and desist to companies marketing crustless sandwiches in a round shape, including small businesses. Only one good thing can come from Trump's presidency, and that's more Iranians' targets get smacked. Other than that, it's a wash. I don't even know. I don't know if I like the way that he... The issue is, I don't... From everything I read, it seems like we probably just should have stayed in the Iran nuclear deal. And I don't think we would have had to deal with Iran as much. I've heard some people say it was ineffective, but other things I read said it was effective. So I don't know. I haven't done a deep dive into it. Since the 1980s, the original hurdle for patents has been significantly lowered in the US. In their important book on the current state of the US patent system, Professors Adam Jaff and Josh Lenner put out that patents have been granted to some very obvious things, like Amazon.com's one-click internet shopping and Smucker's Food Company sealed crustless sandwiches. It mean things like a bread refreshing method, essentially toasting distilled bread, or a method of swinging on a swing, apparently invented by a 5-year-old. In the first two cases, the patent holders even used our new rights to take their competitors to court. BarnesandNoble.com in a former case, and small Michigan catering company called Albi's Food in the latter. The ease of getting patents. Increased ease. Do patents being granted to obvious things such as Amazon's one-click internet shopping, Smucker's Food Company sealed crustless sandwiches. Why? It just goes to Amazon.com. I disagree. I think the nuclear deal was done on arrival, but even more macro level, I think the way that Dems presented and handled Iran is highly naive. What's so bad about the nuclear deal? From most of the stuff I've read, I think it was being enforced pretty well, right? What is a nuclear deal? We just made a deal with Iran that said, like, hey, we're going to not sanction you so hard if you don't make nuclear bombs, and you let, like, UN inspectors into your nuclear facilities to make sure that you're not building nuclear shit. Also, okay, no one gives Obama credit for Stuxnet. Obama made that fucking... I think it was started under Bush, but Obama, like, authorized and continued making that like, fucking cyber weapon that broke all of Iran's nuclear reactors. No one gives Obama credit for that. I think is Stuxnet the fake? No, Stuxnet is the real one. Is it Skynet is the fake one? The Terminator one or whatever? No one gives Obama credit for it. Obama should get at least some credit for that. But nobody cares. Most of the uranium was enriched before the deal started implementation. Okay. But did they have to get rid of it at all or something? Was that part of the deal? Sucking into space, exactly. That was, I mean, it was Obama and Bush, but...
7, 8.
Yeah.
5, 6, 5, 6, 7.
Does that look like me or something? I don't know why. I don't know why I was sent that. Okay. Obama Biden missions Shankston unfroze assets. That was usually in exchange for like prisoner shit though, wasn't it? Yes, but it's telling it sends the wrong message. Okay. True, we don't negotiate with terrorists. All right. Both these cases, patents were even used. Lawsuits against petition. We do know because you're a terrorist, just not a terrorist mothership. That makes sense. Well, we might end up getting a ceasefire. I haven't been following. I know the negotiations are ongoing. I don't know if there's any more news. The Hamas delegation is not going to participate directly in talks, but they are briefed the negotiators by Egypt and Qatar. Israel and Hamas were sending senior level delegations to Cairo this weekend as U.S., Qatari, Egyptian mediators prepared for a high-stakes summit. I hope they will break the deadlock for negotiations in a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Hamas officials arrived in the Egyptian capital Sunday. Blah, blah, blah. Even if ceasefire is agreed, Israel has made it clear it reserves the right to resume war with Hamas. I'm ready to do a partial deal. There's no secret that it will bring back some of the people. We'll see. What are cases in Iraq you're going to inspect them to reflect a general trend that the test of novelty and non-obviousness, which is supposed to ensure that patent monopolies granted to truly original ideas have become largely non-operative. The result of this has been what Jaffer and Leonard call a patent explosion. They document how the number of patents in garage grew by 1% per year. In between 1930 and 1982, the universal patent system was loosened and grew by 5.7% a year from 1983 to 2002, when patents were generally more granted. This increase is definitely not due to some sudden explosion in America's creativity. Then presidents seem to think that the future relationship can be mended with Iran under this regime, but that is simply not the case. Iran is now pragmatically and ideologically opposed to the West, and any deal between the two will be cyclical in nature on the Iranian side. I don't know. Would we negotiate with Iran? Or maybe it was during Trump's term. Iran does have their, well, we'll call them elections. I mean, they're elections. They're just not very free and open elections. There are more moderate segments in Iran's government, right? I mean, we're allies with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is not exactly. I guess they don't do as much. They don't since we're allies with them. They obviously don't really do. They don't really do the same type of like terrorism funding that Iran does. Well, they did have their adventure in Yemen, but yeah. People will criticize that. I don't have any opinion on the Yemen war. I don't have any. I don't know. Never look into it. Don't attack me. These were, of course, these are, of course, extreme cases, but they reflect that the non-obviousness in what test? The test for novelty and non-obviousness. I don't know what they're quoting. I think they're quoting that. Non-fun casually forming a new U.S. Constitution. Exactly what I'm doing. Welcome back, Gamer Boy. First Amendment. Mandatory girlfriend. Second Amendment. You must goon at least once per day. Saudi Arabia is a barbaric place, but compared to the intent of Iran, it's like a cakewalk. Even the methods of Saudi Arabia are much softer than Iran. Okay. Right to Bear Goon Cave. I'm non-functional. Put up there. Why should the rest of the world care for Americans that are issuing sale patents? They should care because the new American system has encouraged the theft of ideas that are well known in other countries, especially developing countries, but are not legally protected precisely because they have been well known for such a long time. This is known as the theft of traditional knowledge. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, Omoteov. Thank you. Best example of this regard is a patent granted in 1995 to 2 Indian researchers at the University of Mississippi for the medical use of a tourniquet, whose wound healing properties have been known in India for thousands of years. The patent was only cancelled thanks to challenges mounted in American courts by a New Delhi-based Council for Agricultural Research. This patent might still be there if the wrong country had become small and very poor in developing nations and developing nations that lacked India's human and financial resources to fight such battles. Patents have also...
What are you doing? Why are you still peeing?
been increasing.
Back up!
Oh, I don't know if you guys were here earlier. I think Bubby might have been. PPG got mad.
Oh,
PPG said
God.
that he saw the thumbnail I made of him, and he didn't like it. So he is going to... He's going to end me. He didn't like these thumbnails that I made. Oh yeah, the debate. I love that stream. Yeah, he said earlier, I don't know if I can scroll up far enough in Twitch chat. I don't know if it... Yeah, I can't. Twitch chat doesn't go back far enough. But he, like he said, he's gonna like blow me the fuck out or something. I think is what he said. So we'll see. We'll see what he means by that. Be honest, server, he was schizo ranting. Wait, really? Not if I'm still getting roughly 10x views. You did. I don't know. I don't know. YouTube people, 18 views in 2 weeks. That's kind of rough. Damn. Oh. It hurts. It hurts. Only the reaction content gets views. Wait, isn't it? That's an original video. Human Ford debated Boston stream and Potato were telling Nafon it's a generic Democrat. It would be Trump easily. Biden actually. Oh, he's talking about. Can't believe I'm literally the nerd emoji. LOL, this thumbnail. This thumbnail is not. This isn't even a bad thumbnail. The other thumbnail like shows his bald head. This is not even the bad thumbnail. This is a really old picture of Bimmy. Yeah, it's kind of gay. You're right. Not gonna lie. Look at non-fun's facial expression. Iran's goal right now is to dominate the Middle East through their economic and geographic strength, and through their rabid militant groups as Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. It's not only their goal, but they also have the capability to do it. If not opposed, they have only semi-strong international power and a sea of failed Arab states. And the Persians have no love for the Arabs, and they have no problem keeping them weak and using them as a cannon fodder in the name of extreme jihad. I added. If you want to check it out, I'm done posting. You get 2 hits at 18. Yeah. Doesn't even though. Does political person? Does he even have a YouTube channel? I don't know if he has one. I don't think he does. Oh, thanks for the sub, Thomas Dolan. I think you subbed the why the YouTube thing is slow. I don't even know if he's watching, but thanks for the sub. He has one? Really? What is it? Link me it. When you look up political person guide, the stuff that comes up is my videos. Or not. Oh. Well, he just live streams here. He doesn't even have videos. Go from praising him mid-debate to getting gaslit by his insane chatter threatening your life in like 12 minutes. Yeah. It's wild, wild. See what happens. Apparently it's gonna end. I do seem to get more views than him though. Although, like, this is being inflated right now by shorts. I'm not streaming the shorts right now. I probably should be, but I just don't like that. I just don't like that people come in and they don't stick around because it's fucking dumb. PPG's chat is like a complicated relationship with PPG. I would imagine. Well, the issue with our little small Twitch politics bubble is that like we all share the same community. Like all of you guys go to Gorp's chat and PPG's chat as well. So like, two things that are professional knowledge. Clearest case being patent. We all named off the same 10 creators so that we all know. Yeah, exactly. Mr. K, when PPG ushers in a communist revolution in America, we won't have to listen to him anymore because he will technically be in a gulag for being a landlord. It will be like, and it will be liquidated. Oh, thank God. The medicinal use of tourniquet whose wound healing properties have been known in India for thousands of years. I used that in a steroid. Interlocking patents. Problem is inherent to the patent system. Ideas are the most important input for producing new ideas, but if other people own the ideas you need in order to develop your own new ideas, you cannot use them without paying for them. This can make producing new ideas expensive. Worse, you can run into the danger for being sued for patent infringement by your competition, who may own patents closely related to yours. Such a lawsuit would not only waste your money, but also keep you from further developing the technology in dispute. In this sense, patents can become an obstacle rather than a spur to technological development. Indeed, patent infringement suits have been a major obstacle to technological progress in the US industries like sewing machines since the mid-19th century, aeroplanes, 20th century, and semiconductors, mid-20th century. Sewing machine industry, Singer and a few other companies came up with a brilliant solution to a particular problem, a patent pool. Roller company. Oh, hold on. He's talking about that patent pool, so I'll mention that next pool. Okay. I think here's what the most important. Input for producing. Do a stocks man not fun? No, not really. What? It was a little bit ago now. It's like at 5 about. It might have been before that. Okay, thank you. Best viewers on character cost. No, I'm the best viewer. True. For producing new ideas. Or I guess patents complicate this. Patented ideas are needed for your new idea. I was mentioning stocks because this Wednesday is going to be big. NVIDIA earnings report comes out. Oh. Is NVIDIA still down? I saw they were down for a little bit. Getting going to be a big boost or small dip. How's Intel doing? Ooh. Not they have not. Oh. Down a little a month ago. Intel is yeah. Well, I'm assuming you meant NVIDIA. It was down a little. Intel is just Intel's a little fucked. I bought Intel dip XD. My shares at 22.25. Hopefully to bounce back. I'm assuming eventually they will. Like Intel is gonna have chip fabs in the U.S., so like that's gonna be a valuable thing. It's just gonna take a little bit to get there. They need to go through a bit of a painful restructuring period. I saw No Opinion was talking about it a little bit ago. I think it's in my Dark Brandon thing because people don't like that we gave subsidies to Intel and then they like laid people off, but like stock revenue huge no side of the day, losing over a quarter's value. That's not that's only a top of a big term decline since 2021. The company's worth less than a third of what it was in peak 2021. The trigger for today's decline was Intel's announcement that it was going to cut 15% of its workforce and suspend dividend payments to its shareholders. The longer term drop is related to Intel's falling revenue, which has plummeted since 2021. The long-term story Intel's woes as well is it's by now well known. The company grew fat and complacent from relying on its old line of business, supplying the ever better CPUs to server farms, and kept missing new markets and new business models as a result. TSMC's foundry business proved more efficient than Intel, pushing the boundaries of chip manufacturing using EUV lithography tools that Intel itself paved to invent, and then ended up not using. NVIDIA became the master designing GPUs for AI, while a bunch of other companies like ARM and Samsung mastered low-power smartphone processors. Intel suffered from a classic case of the Clay Christenstein-style disruption. On top of that, several short-term factors are weighing at Intel. The post-pandemic chip shortage turned into a glut, slamming Intel's sales and profits. U.S. export controls in China also cut off Intel sales to Huawei. Some commentators seeing Intel's woes are rushing to declare the failure of the industrial policy. For example, here's the Wall Street Journal editorial board. Another bad industrial policy news to Bloomberg. Bloomberg reported this week that Intel's planning to cut thousands of additional jobs. The everybody chip manufacturer third large work reduction since Congress passed a $280 billion subsidy bill that CEO Patrick Glausinger lobbied for. Intel has been awarded $8.5 billion in grants and up to $11 billion in loans to expand U.S. manufacturing production. While chasing subsidies, Intel missed out on the AI boom, which it has cost dearly as competitors search ahead. Now it's playing catch-up when government steers capital and companies. More cheap viewers. Companies sometimes get distracted and drive into a cul-de-sac. It's a memo I read of a guy who spent $700K in his inheritance at the grandma Intel stock the day before the different crash. Oh no. Oh no. At the New York Post, Stephen Moore and Phil Kerpen declared that Biden and Harris wasted $8.5 billion of taxpayer money to lose 15,000 jobs at Intel. Now, spending in Intel might indeed turn out to be a waste someday, but it's pretty ludicrous to say that Intel's cost-cutting moves and stock price reflects the failure of the CHIPS Act subsidies. The $8.5 billion in subsidies to Intel were announced in March 2024 in a non-binding preliminary memorandum. It's now August 2024, less than 5 months after that announcement. That means it's very possible that $0 have actually been disturbed to Intel so far. Dispersed. Certainly, the majority of the subsidy money remains unspent. It's a little silly to criticize the result of a policy that hasn't even been implemented yet. Meanwhile, Intel's turnaround plans, including a foundry business like TSMC's investment in AI chips, are still in their early stages. One reason profits have fallen is that Intel's investing heavily. Bloomberg reports. Company reports revenue. What's up, Grumple? Revenue is divided between product groups and manufacturing operations, with factories undergoing a massive upgrade in a built-out program that's weighing heavily in profits. Revenue is improving what Intel calls its founder unit, gaining 4% a year earlier, from a year earlier to 4.32 billion. I'm gonna not AFK-ish lurking based. I'm telling you, man, buying the dip in hills is gonna pay out exactly. Furthermore, Intel's suspension of a dividend signals that it's planning to invest in earnings in its own business rather than returning cash to shareholders. Paying dividends is what companies do when they don't have ways to profitably reinvest the money. This is why growth stocks don't tend to pay dividends. This is just corporate finance 101. And Intel's job cuts, as painful they are for the workers affected, are a cost-cutting move that will free up more cash to invest in a company's recovery plan. Whether the plan will succeed isn't clear yet, but if you're going to turn into a company like Intel around, this is probably how you're going to start. Steve Gilner, a previous No Opinion guest contributor, has a good thread where he acknowledges Intel missteps and challenges, but expresses frustration with the short-termism implicit in the current round of doomsaying. Yeah. Treasury policy takes time. If you think that just announcing some subsidies without even writing the check should be enough to boost a company like Intel to world domination within 5 months, you're living in a fantasy world of your own creation. I don't know whether or not Intel will turn itself around, but if the doomsaying of the Wall Street Journal's editorial board represents all the patience American can muster, we might as well resign ourselves to living in the Chinese century. Intel, CrowdStrike are 2 dips that are hot right now. Yeah. Basically, is CrowdStrike up at all since the since its crash? I saw Destiny bought CrowdStrike and it went down after he bought it. It went down more after he bought it even. It's a little up. Okay. It's a slow rally for sure. I mean, I can't. CrowdStrike is big enough to. I don't really care as a crash. Hold on. Is there actually any risk of CrowdStrike going bankrupt or anything from this? It's up from the lowest. Not really. Maybe merged at worst. Okay. came up with a solution. They're interlocking patents, forming a patent pool. Another solution to the drug. I don't even know if the person who asked about the drug thing earlier is here. Another solution, I think I might even mention this, is like mandatory licensing, where like you force the companies to eventually license the drug out to other people as well. So they get money from licensing it. So the competition doesn't just get to, you know, leech off their R&D for completely free. But yeah. You still introduce competition. It's the airplanes, the Wright brothers versus Glenn Curtis, and the semiconductors, Texas Instruments versus Fairchild. The firms concerned could not reach a compromise. The U.S. government stepped in to impose patent pools. Like the, like in airplanes. The Wright brothers be Glenn, whoever. And in semiconductors, Texas Instruments, Fairchild. Parties could not reach agreement. The U.S. government mandated patent pool. Without these government-imposed patent pools, these industries could not have progressed as they have done. Unfortunately, the problem of interlocking patents has recently become worse. More and more minute pieces of knowledge have become patentable down to the level of individual genes, thereby increasing the risk that patents become an obstacle to technological progress. The recent debate surrounding so-called golden rights illustrates as well. Fortunately, the problem of interlocking patents is recently become worse. More and more. Oh, that's crazy. Wow. In 2000, a group of scientists led by Ingo Porticus and Peter Bayer announced a new technology to genetically engineer rice with extra and beta whatever, which turns into vitamin A when digested. Because of the natural color of beta carotene, the rice has a golden hue, which gives it its name. 2000. Science, I don't care. Engineered, I guess genetically engineered rice. Which turns into vitamin A when digesting. Rice is also considered a golden by some because it could potentially bring important nutritional benefits to millions of poor people in countries where rice is the basic staple. Rice is nutritionally very effective and able to sustain more people than wheat, given the same area of land, but lacks the critical nutrient vitamin A. Poor people from rice-eating countries tend to have tend to eat a little less than other than rice, and therefore suffer from vitamin A deficiency. A lot of poor countries rely on rice farming to feed people as it is more nutritionally efficient. Here do other crops like wheat. But it lacks vitamin A. This means a lot of people, this means, what, an estimated 124 million, said, estimated 124 million. 124 million, 118 countries in Africa are affected by vitamin A deficiency. It's beginning of the 21st century, it's estimated, okay, blah, blah, blah. VAD is responsible for 1 in 2 million deaths, 500,000 cases of irreversible blindness, and 1 million cases of debilitating eye disease, xerophthalmia, something like that, every year. In 2001, the scientists caused controversy by selling the technology to multinational pharmaceutical/biotechnology firm Syngenta, AstraZeneca at the time. Inventors of the rice. Sold the patent to multinational firm. You're gonna do in debates in the future? Yeah, obviously. Is this really okay? One of PPG was nice. I actually learned stuff. Oh, good. Two scientists, to their credit, negotiated hard with Syngenta to allow farmers. I'm sorry, I skipped a line. Syngenta already had a legitimate partial claim to the technology thanks to indirect funding from the research through the European Union. And the two scientists, to their credit, negotiated hard with Syngenta to allow farmers making less than $10,000 a year out of golden rice to use the technology for free. Even so, people found that such a viable public good technology to a profit-making firm was unacceptable. They did allow farmers making under 10K a year to use golden rice for free. But still many found that's unacceptable. Also, the criticism they set up technology is Syngenta because of the difficulty involved in negotiating a license for the other patented technologies they needed to operationalize the technology. They argued that as scientists, they simply did not have necessary resources or skills to negotiate the 70 relevant patents belonging to 32 different companies and universities. Critics countered that they were exaggerating difficulties. They pointed out there were already dozens or so patents that were truly relevant for countries with golden rice, bringing about the largest benefits. But the point remains, days are over where technology can be advanced in laboratories by individual scientists alone. Now you need an army of lawyers to negotiate the hazardous terrain and interlocking patents. Unless we find a solution to the problem of interlocking patents, the patent system may actually impede the very innovation it was designed to encourage. The team who developed the rice claimed they did not have all the resources to navigate litigating the uh, 70 relevant patent belonging to 30 different companies and universities associated with the rice. remain these. Okay. Plus problems with interlocking patents. Means individuals, small teams are restricted. Innovating. Steel crusted sandwiches from a different book. Oh, these like really quick bullet points. Okay. A great example of patent cross-licensing to suppress competition was the patent pooling agreement made by Summit Technology and the pioneers of development of equivalent for photo. I don't know what this is about. I think the document messed up a little bit because this document, like, I had this on my school account, which I can no longer access. They shut it down, but I'm still logged into my school account on my phone. And in order to access this document, I had to go to my phone, and you can't actually click on the document because like it'll make you log in, and then when I log in, it just says, "Hey, the school shut down your account. You're fucked, buddy." So what I had to do was quickly before the screen telling me to log in showed up, I had to make the document available offline, and then I could open the document and I could view it and copy it. I couldn't like make an actual Google Docs copy. I could just copy all the text, and then I just pasted it in this document. So that's probably part of the reason it's fucked up. But also, I never finished the notes for these, so like these are bullet points which I meant to like take more in-depth notes on later, but I never did because I got distracted by stuff that is not by more relevant stuff than niche patent issues. Here's an example of using patent cross-licensing to suppress competition was the patent pooling agreement made by Summit Technology and VISX, pioneers in the development of equipment for the LASIK laser eye surgery. Summit and VISX each have patents on this technology and believed that each was in danger of being accused by infringing the other patents, but rather than enter a simple cross-licensing agreement of the sort directed above, they instead created a jointly owned partnership. Each firm gave control of most of its patents to the partnership. Furthermore, they agreed that only the partnership can license the technology to third parties and that both parent companies would approve any such license. In effect, this gave each company a veto over any attempt by the other to license technology to third parties, effectively limiting competition between them to offer such licenses. Finally, each company had to make a minimum payment to the partnership, $250 for each surgery using its equipment, thereby effectively placing a price floor under the royalty agreement that might either negotiate with doctors wanting to use your equipment. Yeah, hold on. What else saying? Cross-licensing agreements for patents can also be used by companies to restrict competition take the example of the VISX and who else? Summit Technology and VISX. Each owned patents relating Two technology. Laser eye surgery. Bro. What's up, Orton? Welcome back. I'm so messed up right now, bro. Are you on LSD? Is that what is this what we're getting at here? Can I play spooky videos and you'll think that there are spiders coming out of your skin or something? Just kidding, I would never do it to my face. By the way, hold on, why is my Wi-Fi fucking up? I'm getting like 5. It says 3% drop frames. I'm on something. And it says, did that just happen or has that been happening this whole stream? Why is that happening? God damn it. What the fuck? Shouldn't be happening. Maybe my brother is doing something with the Wi-Fi. Like downloading the game. Speed is a little slower than normal. Usually it's closer to 2. Usually it's like 190. Upload speed is pretty slow. I'm going to be here. God damn this Wi-Fi. There's nothing I can do about it. Fucking sucks. I don't know why he's doing it. We can't fucking do it. I love acid so much I want to marry it. Based. Both firms were worried being accused of infringing each other's patents. They created it jointly owned. Oh, here. Yeah, this document is messed up. Also, this really shouldn't say. Companies can also avoid entering cross-licensing agreements to restrict competition. What are you doing? We're just taking notes of my old notes. Gave it ownership of their patents. My vape spawned in. Both companies would have veto power over the licensing of the patents to other companies. To others, and each company to make minimum payment of partnership of $250 for each service reunion agreement, thereby effectively placing a priced floor. FTC challenges this arrangement in 1998 as being anti-competitive, therefore in violation of Section 5 of the Federal Trade Commission Act. The company settled the commission by dissolving the patent partnership, placing a simple cross-licensing agreement. FTC eventually challenged this arrangement. And they settled by grid, the partnership, favor of a more simple cross-licensing. Why is the Wi-Fi doing that? I don't get it. I don't get. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. Maybe they moved the thing. All right, my only guess is that my brother's doing something Wi-Fi intensive, and I can't really do shit about that. So hopefully it'll be good. Oh wait, did I actually just? The bitrate went up. The drop frames did not go down though. I don't know. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm not even streaming this shorts. I'm not even stressing OES too much. What the hell? What the freak? I'm not doing that, bro. Diodes and triodes. I remember this a little bit. I don't know. Earliest radio, the British inventor Macaroni is granted a patent on radio transmission, as well as a patent on a 2-element vacuum tube or diode. The diode was improved upon by a 3-element tube by inventor Lee De Forest, with the AT&T holding a patent. Courts ruled that the triode was an improvement on the diode, which meant that AT&T could not produce a triode without a license from Macaroni. Macaroni refused to grant the patent from AT&T, but Macaroni could also not make a triode without any license from AT&T. As a result, the triode, which was seen as a major improvement in diode, was simply not used for some time. Okay, earliest radio. British inventor Macaroni is granted a patent on a 2-element vacuum tube or diode. French inventor Lee De Forest They're improved upon. The diode. By making a 3-element tube. Which, you know. Diode. Court ruled the triode was an improvement of the diode. With AT and T. Meaning macaroni are meeting AT&T. Gonna make triodes. Without a license from macaroni, which he refused to grant. Macaroni also couldn't make triodes without a license from AT&T. Say likewise. Refused to grant. As a result, the triode was a big improvement on a diode. Simply could not be used for some time. Wild. Okay, well that's my old notes that I fixed. I don't even know. I have the book. There's definitely like parts of the book that like I highlighted. I should probably write down, but I don't. I just don't remember. Like I went through a lot of this book and like highlighted shit, but I don't know. I don't remember. I don't write enough down to remember what the super important parts are or anything. Oops. I need to scan in my book that has the highlights. I think I could do it really shittily with like and I wouldn't be able to copy the text from it, so it's not worth it. God, I used 3 different highlight colors for this. I remember running out of my stupid fucking highlighters and having to switch. Oh, like I wrote a note there. Did I write enough? I don't think I wrote enough notes at the ends of the chapters in order to reconstruct everything. I don't remember. We'd have to just read a lot of the book. Oh, didn't leave any notes at the end of chapter 2. Or didn't leave any at the end of chapter 1. Or chapter 2. What is C? I don't know what CS stands for. I wrote down CS. I bracketed this part and wrote down CS, but I have no clue what CS means. Didn't write any notes at the end of that chapter. I did not get to the end. I did not get to the end of chapter 4, so definitely no notes there. Are there notes at the beginning? Sometimes I write notes at the beginning and end. Aha! Oh god, I can't read my own handwriting. There are notes at the beginning. Past Jared did take notes a little bit. Patented research tools, page 65. Research called lawsuit. Duke versus. I don't know what that says. Whatever it is on page 65. Well, I have the fucking book here. Oh fuck! But this doesn't have page numbers in it, and it's not gonna. These aren't gonna be accurate. How many pages of nonsense are there before? What is actually page 1 in this book? Okay, page 1. Is okay, so 65 plus 18. 83. Non-secular characterized by cumulative and overlapping innovations in biotechnology. Many of the patents in this area are for extracting and manipulating genetic material. This means that the development and commercialization of new genetically engineered product may utilize a number of patented techniques. In principle, licenses can be negotiated to secure all the needed rights, but the number of needed licenses gets large, and this becomes problematic both in terms of time and money. In some cases, the owners of the patent on tools for genetic manipulation insist upon a reach through licensing, whereby someone using the tool would not need to pay a fee, but also royalties derived from the not only need to pay a fee, but royalties derived from the revenues of any product developed using the tool. Damn. Concealed crustal sandwiches are on page 32. Page 11 through 20, breast cancer genetic test. Page 107, the centralized appellate's court, cross licensing, page 60. Okay, so it looks like I did take notes on some of the important things. Page 40, or page 74, Amazon Biofog Click. Specialized court example, page 1 or 2. All right. We'll finish watching that ManQ video from yesterday. We left off chapter 2. What is this boring ass stuff? What's up, Coffin? Okay. We were just reading about. I had a bunch of old notes and patents that I didn't convert over to Notion because I took them like a year ago. I still need to take more because these are like just my old notes converted, and my old notes are not as in depth as that one. We were just taking notes on patent stuff because 3 wonks talked about patents, so I copied them. I didn't copy them. I just remembered. Well, I kind of did copy them, but the intention was not like to copy them. The intention was just, dumb streaming reminded me that I have these old notes, and I should probably convert these notes to new shit.
And taking a step towards central planning. And I think, again, if you'll go back to sort of North versus South Korea, I think we know that central planning really works badly. Now, my guess is...
Oh, and comments. Or we stop adding taxes to the already long list. So what you're saying is that people that have spent their money should be taxed higher than people that consider it. Sounds like keep the rich rich and the poor poor. True. We're describing something called sales tax, and most states have this. It's not worth replying to these people, but I don't think I mentioned that. You can do this progressively in the video. Don't care about how many of these I got. They're on 14 views. So based. Awesome. And counting. Plus 1 subscriber. Okay, but I also need to find a fucking... Bro, this pisses me off so much when the only copies are... Hold on, I'll show you. You can see, like, this fucking book. This is like the scanned in archive.org copy, and it just fucking sucks. It's like, it's yellow. This is real laggy for some reason. At least you can still, like, copy it stuff. Like, these pages are different colors. The text is not crisp. And I downloaded, like, 3 different copies, and, like, they're all fucked up in some way. This is the one we were using where the text is all, like, way too far to the left for some reason. I don't know, whatever. That'll be the really interesting stream, is reading the 200-page book on patents that I've already read half of, but didn't take in-depth notes on.
Donald Trump's going to only do a little bit of this. It's mainly for show, and it is because he's really going to expect to micromanage every company in the United States. But it's certainly a step in a very bad direction.
And how much do you worry about the flip side of it, which I'm sure I don't know the right terms for this, but the companies start to behave in a different way because they expect or fear rewards, I guess, sort of rent-seeking versus, market-driven investment or something like that.
Well, I think that's exactly right. It's not because I presume that's the implication of Trump. He doesn't want to. He's trying to threaten some companies, so other companies will make decisions that he likes.
Right.
I think ultimately they should be making decisions that are in the interest of their shareholders. That's their fiduciary obligation, not decisions that will please happen to be like the Oval Office at this moment. So I think that is.
And you have real economic costs if you start making decisions the other way, right? I mean, you just
absolutely
lose.
Because I mean, to the extent you're not moving to the right place, not only your shareholders are losing out, your customers are losing out because they're paying higher prices, and therefore that's reducing living standards not only for shareholders but for all Americans.
Yes, let's just talk a little more broadly about the whole question of sort of economics and the truth of economics. Markets, what's sometimes derided as the Washington consensus, neoliberal consensus. I'd say, in my experience, I'm very curious what you think about this. It's become almost unfashionable just to have the conventional orthodox view that markets really do work better than central planning, that you really don't want to politicize everything, that a rising tide may not lift all boats, but it lifts more boats than not, and that it's a heck of a lot better than a non-rising tide. Right. I mean, all these things, now everyone begins with the opposite, right? Well, we have to stipulate that there are losers from trade and the rising tide isn't enough, and that you need government interventions. And I'm just curious, how worried are you that a sort of kind of hard-won, over 70 years, pretty reasonable consensus that really you could argue has served the world pretty well in terms of economic policy is at risk?
No, I am worried. I think that consensus among economists hasn't changed among economists. I don't think economists have changed their view of how the world works, and that sort of neoliberalism that you refer to is still very much the consensus among mainstream economists. Certainly what I teach in introductory economics at Harvard. And I think
they're all brainwashed.
Schools,
it wouldn't be that different.
It wouldn't be that different if you went anywhere else.
The behavioral economics and all that stuff is...
Well, I think behavioral economics has become part of the canon.
But it's a modification,
exactly.
Really, right? It's not a fundamental...
Exactly. That's right. But I don't think the public at large is as convinced, in part because of the disturbing trends of lower growth and rising inequality. There are disturbing trends, but they somehow think that therefore they need to rethink sort of the basics of economics. And most economists disagree with that, even though they agree with the trends. Now, part of the answer is that most people haven't studied economics. Most high school students have never seen an economics course, and therefore they sort of read the paper and they make assumptions based on everyday experience, which is not necessarily the best way to learn. Now, I'm actually a big believer that we should be teaching introductory economics in high schools more. We require every 11th grader roughly to take a year of American history because we think a year of American history is required to be a good citizen. And I think that makes perfect sense. I also think a year of economics is sort of useful to become a good citizen. And there's nothing in introductory economics as I teach it that couldn't be taught to 11th, 12th graders. It doesn't really use any more advanced math than we
literally read his we read his textbook in my class. Although it was an AP class, it was an advanced placement class. It was like it's supposed to be like a college level course. Word neoliberal has been so reclaimed. I don't know what it means anymore. It doesn't. Yeah, it's not a. Who knows? Nobody knows. I don't have any food. I need to get food.
So it really could be taught at the high school level, but it's not done nearly enough.
And people take the innovations for granted. It's great that we have the iPhone and all that, but how exactly did that happen, right?
Yes, I mean, if you look at the production chain of something like the iPhone or most complicated products, they're being produced all over the world.
Right.
And we really are better off than
my
we
game
were
is lagging
years ago.
so much.
Even though we're maybe not growing as fast as our aspirations were set when we were children.
And produce, because innovation's very highly rewarded, even if it increases inequality. And,
That's right.
you know, and a lot of people fail. A lot of companies were close on the iPhone and didn't quite have the right one, or just got unlucky, frankly. And, you know, and those guys lost money, and people really don't, I think, appreciate.
Yeah, and we live in a economy where superstars do dominate a little bit more than in the past.
Right.
The example I used to use is Robert Downey Jr., who for the movie The Avengers made $50 million. It's just an astonishing sum of money.
And now he's made
typical
$80
Americans
million.
work for more than 1,000 years to make $50 million. So how did Robert Downey Jr. make $50
From
million?
the, I think he's making $80 million from the new Avengers movie where he's playing fucking Doctor Doom. So that's fire, dude.
Making a really good movie that got seen by roughly 200 million people worldwide, and each person who bought a ticket basically paid 25 cents to go watch Robert Downey Jr. I guess they didn't really mind paying the 25 cents, but he managed to sort of sell to 200 million, his service to 200 million people, and even if for only a quarter, that adds up pretty fast. Similarly, there's a lot of parts of the economy where technology has allowed people to reach wide audiences and therefore reap tremendous rewards. You know, whether you're Taylor Swift, you're a famous baseball player, you're Steve Jobs selling your iPhone around the world, technology has allowed people to reach very, very large markets.
But, yeah, so...
But it's a good thing. I mean, those people pay 25 cents to Robert Downey.
I did not mean to make 15 fucking buckets. I meant to make 2 buckets. God damn it.
Jr. were probably happy. If you ask them when they left the movie theater, did you mind paying 25 cents for that performance? They say, no, those guys are great. I love that movie. It's a great movie. So even though Robert Downey Jr. gets rich, it doesn't mean other people are necessarily getting poor. It's creating value. And similarly with iPhone and Taylor Swift's music and all sorts of other sort of superstars.
President
why we
Biden
take
proposal
more
for
tax
cap
rates and
rent increase
reduce
by corporate landowners
inequality.
5%. I mean, it's not. It's cringe. The actual policy itself. It's not like. I mean, it's cringe, but like, it's not like. It's not super horrible just because it's like not full on like rent control. It's capping the amount you can increase it for landlords who own more than 50 buildings, which I think it's like that's like half of all units in the country, to be fair. And it's not even like strictly mandatory. I think it was just like that you just get like tax incentives to do it. I don't know. It was just a deal he made to cuck out to progressives because he wanted them to endorse his re-election, and hopefully it won't end up. I don't think it'll end up happening now that he's not being re-elected, and we have the Yimby Democratic Party now. Seems like so.
Bit, right? I mean,
You could to some degree. It's not going to be huge. I mean, and then we get back to this classic trade-off in economics, which is between equality and efficiency. There's this famous Arthur Oaken book, Equality and Efficiency: The Big Trade-Off,
Right.
which maybe we think of as equality versus growth. So we could either use the tax code to promote economic growth, or we use the tax code to produce more equality. But you probably can't do both. And so we have these two problems of slow growth and rising inequality, and the tax system by itself is the imperfect instrument because you can't really address both simultaneously. Which gets us back to education, which is probably one of the few tools we have that can promote both simultaneously. More educated workforce can both have us grow more quickly.
Literally every time I watch Greg Mankiw speak, I realize my teacher, whenever is just quoting Mankiw for a lot of this stuff. Which I mean makes sense, but like my old teacher, former teacher.
And produce more equality.
how much of that, I'm going to ask about that and come back in a way to the neoliberal economics.
I should text him that. The Democrats
on
becoming
education- is
Yimby
it
really prove the
education,
powerful
or is it
ideas
how much
are
of it
over
is
the vested
from the
interest
Charles
in
Murray, Bob
everybody.
Putnam, family.
Dude, Kelvin, were you here for the fucking debate? Or like people were telling me that Yimby is a corporate narrative, which it's interesting.
Breakup, community breakup. I mean, is it really literally that people don't know skill A, B, and C? Read quickly enough, or don't know math at a 12th grade level instead of a 9th grade level? Or is it that their lives are sort of chaotic because of things, beyond their control when they're young, but unfortunately they don't turn out quite the way, kids brought up in a hardworking 2-parent family that's stable and so forth, in a community that rewards hard work, et cetera. I mean, how worried are you about that? That's beyond.
Well, I know I'm worried about that.
it, but
I think that the Putnam, Charles Murray stuff is extremely well taken. I love their stuff. It's particularly hard to figure out its cause and effect. What's the causal thing? What's the effect? It's probably true that being brought up in a single-parent family is more difficult and doesn't lead you to good economic outcomes. On the other hand, it could be that the reduced economic opportunities for people at the bottom has caused the breakup. One economist, David Otter, was once described as saying, "Look, if you're a woman, a less educated woman now, so you have a couple kids out of wedlock, and you're raising them." Do you really want to get married? That's just another mouth to feed. If your husband doesn't really have good job opportunities, he's not really contributing. He's just just one more person you need to take care of. So it's unclear sort of which way causation runs in that. I certainly think it's not a good thing that we have.
I mean, Yimby is good for developers, bad for landlords, homeowners, financial institutions, housing market.
Yeah, that is the problem. Is the right answer.
I don't know, but it was just like so. He was like, we should, if we build more apartment buildings, and the price of single family homes goes up, and we gotta build more single family homes. We gotta keep being fucking car dependent forever and build. It was so I wanted to shoot myself, dude.
sort of this is the old Charles Murray argument back in the 80s of the kind of, what's it called, the wage trap or the wedge. I mean,
the poverty trap.
Poverty trap, rather. Yeah, sort of that this benefits make it not worth your while to take a lower paid job, even though 15 years from now, if you start with a lower paid job, you'll have a moderately paid job. If you never start, you never get the moderately paid job.
I think that remains a concern. I'm a big believer that marginal tax rates do matter, and that's marginal tax rates for both rich and the poor.
Right.
And for the poor, the marginal tax rates take the form of benefits that phase out very quickly, and therefore you have very little incentive to earn more. So I think when we design social welfare programs, I think that makes a lot of sense. I actually like Charles Murray's more recent work on sort of basic living income, and then saying we should sort of replace a lot of our social safety net programs with like sort of guaranteed income that phases out at a plausible rate, so people aren't disincentivized to advance their own living standard.
Yeah, it comes to be more friendlier to that too. I just think because it does seem like the complex of programs now, partly because of the phase outs, partly just because maybe of the once you're on them, you're sort of worried about losing something if you step off, and it's complex, and
yes,
that probably traps people a little more than disability, food, all these different programs somehow. One has the sense. I haven't seen much. I haven't studied it, so that there's less mobility out of that than there should be somehow.
Yes, I agree, and I think rethinking that is an important priority.
Maybe that'll happen somehow in Congress and the like. Getting back to the broader question of the sort of the neoliberal consensus, I guess I am struck just what Orwell said of the restatement. And sometimes the restatement of the truth is of the obvious is the most important thing you can do. And I kind of feel that way. That somehow you feel a little silly making the case for markets. It's like really, this is made so much more powerfully and eloquently by much smarter people over decades and centuries. But it does seem like people just don't get the most basic arguments for why you want to have a society which is somewhat impersonal in its rule of law, and which markets, for all their deficiencies, drive things instead of individuals. Making decisions about what they like and don't like in terms of political preference.
What's wrong with
just kind of pretty commonsensical things. I don't know. What do you take on that?
I agree. I always think of the basic idea being that decentralized decision making is usually the best decision making when you don't have one person trying to make decisions for lots of other people because they don't have full information. People make decisions for their own lives, their own communities, are most likely to make the best decisions. And what the central government can do, the federal government, is basically establish the rule of law, establish parameters under which people are making these decisions. But the specific decisions they're making are something they leave to individuals. And the more we decentralize that from the federal government to the state government to the local government, the better the decisions are likelier to be.
The localist party here, he's saying subsidiarity.
The opposite of moving more and more decisions to the federal level, thinking that people in Washington thinking that they're smarter than the people in the localities, and therefore they'll make better decisions. Even if they are smarter, that could make worse decisions. We just don't have the information. And what's good for one community is going to be different from another community. So
you're a first-time chatter.
I'm a big believer in the decentralized market. I'm also a big believer in federalism, really for the same reason. That I want to decentralize power to the lowest level I can, because that's where people are most likely to make the best decisions. It's also where competition is going to rule. One of the reasons that markets work is because competition. If one company tries to screw you,
for what?
You can just go to another company. If one town is trying to screw you, you can move to a different town. So I think that the competition is the essence of why Adam Smith thought markets worked. Because not that he thought that businesses were always noble, he just thought that because they were competing against one another, that provided the most important check and balance. And similarly, that's why I think I trust local governments when I trust federal governments, because it's much easier to move from one town to the next than it is to leave the country.
Right. And the rule of law, I think that's underestimated, don't you think, in allowing for sound economy and sound economic growth?
Oh, absolutely. We're in
the Argentina-type situation, in Venezuela and whatever.
That's right. The John Adams quote, we're a nation of laws, not of men, I think is tremendously important. And so when Donald Trump says, I don't like this air conditioning plant to move, he's basically saying, no, there wasn't any law being broken. There's no rule. He's just saying, I don't like it. And all of a sudden,
Kamala
we're no
Harris,
longer an economy of laws and rules, or an economy of one particular man who's making judgment calls over a situation that he's not necessarily an expert at.
And this is where I guess I do think there could be some tipping point problem, which is not literally in the sense that, we could capsize into some massive depression, but if Trump thinks he can do that, then every governor thinks he can do that. They already think they can do that a little bit. But they tend to do it more generally. I want to keep businesses in my state, and they'll reward businesses. Maybe they shouldn't, that say they're going to lead the state, but they tend still not to bludgeon individual people quite as much. But if Trump thinks he can do it, senators think they can do it, congressmen think they can do it, suddenly you're sort of in a system where
I don't even like PPG.
Sort of escalates the erosion of the kind of notion of an impersonal rule of law and impersonal market forces and so forth.
It does, and it centralizes power really too much in government officials. So we need government just because the government is the one thing that's the monopolies over force in the society. But because it has monopolies over force, that's a tremendous amount of power. And so we want to sort of circumscribe that a lot. People sort of worry about corporate power. I almost never worry about corporate power because almost every corporation is being competed with. If I don't like my Apple phone, I go to Samsung. Whereas there's very little.
True.
There's no alternatives.
I'm pretty sure. Mancu's a new Keynesian. He would obviously accept that there's some there, and there's not quite perfect competition in a lot of these markets.
Centralized power in government. So I think centralized governmental power to me is much more of a threat to freedoms and prosperity than is centralized corporate power.
We're speaking, I guess, 2 weeks into the Trump administration. I guess the odds are whatever, life will go on one way or the other, and less upside than maybe Trump supporters think, and less downside than Trump skeptics think. But what is there sort of a real worrisome scenario?
Wish you the best. Good. Oh, thank you, Drew Slayer.
1% kind of thing. But
appreciate it.
What would your sort of negative, really worry? What would your plausibly worrisome scenario be over the next?
Well, if I had to
Take
sort
care.
of describe
You
a
too,
dystopian
brother.
future, which I don't expect, by the way, but if I had to describe a dystopian future, it would go something like this. It would be Donald Trump gets all his bills of big infrastructure spending and big tax cuts. He replaces Janet Yellen at the Fed, which he said he's going to do, with somebody who's more beholden to Donald Trump. The big tax cuts and the spending increases demand, and inflation starts heating up. Trump leans on his Fed chair not to raise interest rates to fight this because people don't really like raising interest rates. Inflation starts heating up. Trump doesn't like inflation heating up.
I mean, he never got his infrastructure bill done. He didn't get much spending done. He did get his tax cuts, but not his spending. Oh man. And now during his second term, seems like Trump has definitely doubled down on that ending the monetary independence stuff. He did already. I think he tweeted that he was upset when the Fed raised rates. They're like, "Oh, it's stupid that they're doing this," but he didn't actually do that much about it. I think in that press conference he gave at Mar-a-Lago, he directly said, "I think the president should have its say in managing the interest rate," which is a little concerning. And then there was another, and then literally I don't think Trump himself was directly involved in this, but literally his allies reportedly have a plan to directly end the Fed's independence and include the president in interest rate decisions, which is not ideal, subpar, not great.
About that, he looks back to Richard Nixon. He says, wage and price controls. If I can tell the carrier plant not to move out, I can tell the carrier plant not to raise their prices, and then I can start telling this union not to raise their wages. And then all of a sudden we've slowly stumbled into central planning, which we know works terribly.
Which worked politically for Nixon in 72. I mean, he did these very, I think we now would say, irresponsible things in 71 and bludgeoned Arthur Burns to do them or whatever, and got himself reelected handily in 72.
Yes, that's right.
Extremely
It worked.
nasty recession.
It worked temporarily.
Right.
And then it stopped working when he stopped doing it. And he couldn't keep doing it because you can't have the government controlling all wages and prices in the economy. It was untenable. I think even the economic advisors to Richard Nixon at the time, people like Alan Greenspan, knew this was stupid policy.
Yeah.
I mean, they knew it was kind of nuts. But they did it anyway.
I mean, I guess one argument, this is a more sort of fancy argument for markets, is they do sort of internalize a long-term perspective as well as a short-term perspective, whereas precisely this Nixon example, his incentives were short-term. I mean, didn't help him in 73, 74 to have a big recession, but you always, if you're a politician, you can always put off thinking about that. And sometimes you can push that back to your successor's time in office, presumably, whereas markets do somehow, I think, at least in theory, right? I mean, you can look over the horizon and be worried about the longer-term effects of
I think it's right. And the 73, 74 was also associated with OPEC,
right.
and so there were sort of external forces. I don't want to blame it all on Richard Nixon, but the Richard Nixon example, I think, is an example where an authoritarian president who was looking after his own political self-interest imposes policies that we know are bad, that we know by his own advisors were bad, and that we know from history are bad, and that sort of moves you in the direction of these sort of authoritarian third world regimes that will never end well. I mean, authoritarian populists tend to move in this direction. And I'm hopeful that Trump was not going to do that. I suspect the people around him will be smart enough to tell him not to. But if you had to describe a dystopian
No, he doesn't really
future,
listen to people around
I think
him.
it would look something like that.
That's good. I feel like we shouldn't end on that note. So let's describe an optimistic future. I mean, what you basically,
Well, I think I think there are certain good forces going on right now. I think the move toward a lighter touch on regulation is a good thing. I think some of the tax reforms are a good thing. So I think to the extent that
like in some areas, more broadly speaking, technological breakthroughs could really be, that's been frustrating in some areas. Like I would say that medicine, biomedicine, that stuff has been slower than people might have said 30 or 40 years ago if people said how little progress we made in some of these places.
Right. And
you sort of feel like maybe it could be tipping in some of these places.
Yes,
right?
yes. I mean, there are, as we talked earlier about Bob Gordon's a technological pessimist, there are economists or technological optimists about the future. Eric Brynjolfsson at MIT thinks we're on the verge of a new technological revolution with all these things that are going to be just amazing. I mean, think of driverless cars. I mean, it's going to be tough. If we have driverless cars and driverless trucks, that's going to be hard for people who are displaced from being taxi drivers and truck drivers. But that's going to free up a lot of resources that people can go do other things. That's a huge technological breakthrough, given all the time people spend driving. Right. So you can imagine that there will be new technologies over the horizon.
An Uber-type economy just seems to me in a sort of obvious way to help with lots of things, right? Congestion, climate change, if you care about that.
Yes.
I mean, if you're very worried about that, I mean, you can make a case that some of these
If you're worried about that.
and that's obviously made possible by the computer and by, the ability to get these cars in 2 minutes, to show up and have and that is such that you'd think for young people love Uber, you think that if there's ever been an illustration of a non-centrally planned, I mean, obviously they're very smart people running Uber who figure this out, so there's a certain amount of central planning, you would say.
All corporations are in some sense centrally planned within the corporation.
Right, but the essence of it is there are millions of Americans driving cars around who have some time on their hands, and
Uber's the market maker.
And now we can, thanks to technology, know exactly where they are and put them in touch with a person who wants to ride somewhere.
Absolutely. No, I think
and price it appropriately, and that's sort of an amazing. It should be an amazing net plus to an economy where one had to have a personal car parked somewhere, et cetera, or a driver.
Oh my God, how
Absolutely.
big is this
new edition
stupid
of my
ass
textbook
lava
that came out
pool?
2 months ago. In the first chapter, I have a new case study on Uber.
No.
And it's called Adam Smith Would Have Loved Uber is the title of it.
Look at that.
Because I think it really is exactly that. It's the sort of the market working to match suppliers and demanders in a decentralized way, the way the prices adjust, supply and demand, which it couldn't
Well,
move
that's
taxis,
surge pricing.
which is just a tremendous resource.
And a real net positive for the economy, I assume.
Absolutely.
But I think also for people's lives. I mean, people say, Uber, it's just it's convenient. It's
I
great.
don't
we can work out here.
know. I don't know. The
But,
independent
for people who
contractors, the
are
gig
1 a.m. have to
economy
go somewhere
seems
or
to
in a
not
not so great
be the
neighborhood,
best thing for
people who
workers
have to drink,
sometimes.
college students and
I
don't
don't
want
know. I don't
to
know.
use the old days. They get
My
some car.
25-year-old daughter, single, lives by herself. The fact that she has Uber is just amazing. Because wherever she is, she knows she can get home safely.
Yeah.
In a
That's a
short
real
order.
benefit. It's not just a marginal economic
It's huge.
benefit. Okay, you cheered me up on that note. On that note, let me thank you, Greg Mackey, for joining me today on Conversations, and thank you for joining us on Conversations.
Adam Smith would have loved Uber. This is not what I want at all. I don't know, it's in the textbooks, so it's probably not. Adam Smith would have loved cars, lol. Dude, Adam Smith would have fucking loved hentai, bro. Watch a Dan Shelton interview. Interesting guy. Who's this guy? I don't know, nobody. Sports marketing. I don't know how interested I am in sports marketing. National Security Professor in Haifa. Okay. If you link me something, I can add it to the ever-growing list. Okay. Time to figure this shit out, guys. Is Kamala Harris secretly evil? Woman who put innocent people in prison for no reason, paid off people to I guess lie would be the accusation. I think false evidence or whatever. I might consolidate this better later, but for now we'll just do like toggle heading 3s. And then I might eventually put all the heading 3s under a heading 2 about crime. Okay. San Francisco is paying for Jamal Truelove's wrongful conviction, while Kamala Harris. Police and prosecutors framed a father of 4 in a 2007 murder case with local and national political implications. After jury convicted Jamal Truelove, then 25, of first-degree murder in February 2010, then San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris praised the brave witness who stepped forward from the crowd. I don't know if we read this whole thing yesterday. We didn't take notes in it, but because I remembered it, kept saying it tomorrow. This one is a banger.
Already we have a very good life.
The Palestine-Israel conflict. We'll get there eventually. I would say this is a little incorrect because the person who spends the money is actually creating jobs by buying things from companies. We're the investor in the company. Oh, also YouTube doesn't let me. I hate YouTube. Because on Instagram Reels I can upload the full 90-second short, but on YouTube I can only upload 60 seconds to YouTube Shorts, and it's fucking annoying. Every other platform, TikTok lets you upload like fucking 10-minute videos, dude. Instagram Reels lets you do 90 seconds. Facebook Reels lets you do 90 seconds. TikTok, I already mentioned, lets you do like 10-minute videos. It's YouTube. YouTube alone has their stupid ass 60-second limit. A little cringe as a YouTube channel though, but a great interviewer nonetheless. Okay. What does a little cringe mean in this context? Am I still getting views? Am I still popping off? Hell yeah, it is. Well, looks like it's starting to trend downward a bit, but I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. Do you think it got any views on TikTok? Dude, TikTok sucks. TikTok is the worst platform ever made. I guarantee you it got almost none. What the fuck is... Okay. No way, this one actually got views. What? 120. This context, nothing, but the channel leans anti-woke identity politics based. Awesome. Wrongfully convicted. First-degree murder. In 2010. Based on eyewitness testimony. Then San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris praised a brave witness who stepped forward. Step forward from the crowd. Harris then was then running for Attorney General of California, and in her campaign bragged about high conviction rates as a San Francisco DA. Harris echoed what her deputy prosecutor Linda Allen said repeatedly to the jury. Priscilla Ludamega, the only eyewitness to testify about the 2007 homicide, did so at great risk of retaliation. She'll never get her life back, Allen said, adding that Ludamega testified knowing that maybe she'll get killed over being a witness because she saw someone else kill someone. Deputy prosecutor Linda Allen repeatedly told the jury the only eyewitness, more of a realist rather than an idealist, if anything, but his takes are interesting when it comes to Iran. I think he's spot on. Oh, okay. Repeatedly. testifying. A large risk to her own safety. Omega's identification of True Love is the shooter who killed Kuka on a sidewalk in San Francisco. Sunnydale Housing Project was the critical evidence against him. For prosecutors to win, the jury had to believe that Ludomega's claim that just before 11 p.m. on July 23, 2007, she saw a shooting from a second floor window when the street was shrouded in the darkness. Or I had to believe. Omega witnessed the murder. From the second floor of from a second floor window. At nighttime. There was a tree there too, right? Butterfly vantage point. Failed to pick True Love from a photo wall she had viewed with the police for hours. Prosecution provided. $6,000. Living expenses to the eyewitness. I think it was like because she was like in witness protection. No evidence corroborating the prosecutor's suggestion that later was court appealed. There were assassins looking on behalf. No good evidence. Omega was at any risk because of her testimony. There's also no physical or forensic evidence that inculpated True Love, and no other witness said he was a shooter. No physical or forensic evidence. True Love. And furthermore, other eyewitness. Does this mean there were other eyewitnesses that said it wasn't him, or does it mean that there were no more eyewitnesses? No other eyewitness said he was the shooter. Case flies in a man in October 2010. True Love, then a young father, aspiring actor, hip-hop performer who had appeared on the VH1. Okay, blah, blah, blah. He was sentenced 50 years for life. 4 years later in 2014. True Love was sentenced to 50 years to life, and regardless, and it was released in 2014. California Court of Appeals overturned his conviction based on the prosecutor's repeated attempts to exaggerate Ludomega's credibility. The appeals court overturned her conviction. State's claim that Ludomega's risk retaliating, okay, blah, 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 did not present a scintilla of evidence of trial that the defendant's friends and family would try to kill Little Mega. She testified against him. The court said that and that misconduct combined with True Love's trial, counsel's failure to object gave him a right to a new trial. 2015, the same prosecutor at the San Francisco DA retired True Love, but he was acquitted and walked free for the first time since his 2008 arrest. Or, I guess he wasn't released in 2014. April 2018, a federal jury awarded True Love $10 million, finding that San Francisco police officers fabricated evidence against him and withheld exculpatory evidence. Hold on. A federal jury. True Love. Was this a civil trial? And it says police officers fabricated evidence against him and withheld exculpatory evidence. This had to be a civil trial, right? If he was just awarded money. This is a civil trial, right? It is just based on preponderance of evidence. But in March, the city's board of supervisors approved a $13.3 million payment to settle suit. Wrongful convictions are commonplace in criminal legal system. In June, prosecutors in Wilson County, North Carolina, okay, blah blah, don't care. True Love's unlawful prosecution stands out for its immediate political implications at both the local and national level. In November, there will be an election to replace George Gascon, who was San Francisco's DA, and True Love was tried for the second time. True Love recently joined DA candidate Chesa Boudin, a public defender, to call for a unit dedicated to investigating innocent claims. And now Kamala Harris' presidential campaign leans into a record as a prosecutor, despite criticism that she allowed police to prosecutorial misconduct to Flores when she later served as California Attorney General. What is this link to? More shit to read than fact check. Let's go. Presidential Kamala Harris. Really want dirty cops held accountable. Oh, yeah. Okay. Harris recently dismissed her critics as self-appointed political commentators. Media coverage of True Love's case, however, has been driven by a federal civil rights lawsuit against the police who framed him, with the role played by prosecutors pushed aside. So I'm guessing the story behind this is going to be Kamala Harris didn't have that much to do with it. It was just it was the police officers who framed him. And did not give evidence to the prosecution. So the prosecution basically was working a case off of just the evidence that the police gave them. That didn't include the evidence that would have freed him or whatever. Witness testimony, trials, exhibits, and judicial opinions, and allegation True Love's complaint showed a witness manipulation did not stop with the police. These documents show that both police and prosecutors, including those at the highest levels of the office, deployed odious tactics to transform Little Mega into a credible eyewitness. Low media coverage focuses on the role of the police who framed him. Court documents show that prosecutors employed, or they said odious tactics to transform them into a credible eyewitness. What is that? Oops, nope. That's a dictionary. Police heard that True Love was the prime suspect just hours after his murder, Kuka's murder on July 23rd. That night, Little Omega told police she didn't really get a good look at the shooter, but after she failed to identify True Love in an interview, one asked, "Are you sure it wasn't Jamal True Love?" Little Omega still wasn't sure. No, I didn't know. And then we just quote this. It's all quotes anyway. Following a year, the detective showed Little Omega a photo lineup and included the same picture of True Love from the previous night. According to Little Omega's testimony, the detective said that they had identified a shooter and would show her a photo. Contrary to the standard procedure, the 6 photos in her lineup included people that Little Omega knew and had not identified as Kuka's shooter, as well as True Love. Rather than bringing Little Omega into the station to videotape unconventional procedure, officers tape recorded part of it in the back of a car. In this statement, Little Omega's identification of True Love's shooter was, "He looks like the person who could have shot Kuka. I want to say it's him." At the time of Kuka's murder, according to the complaint, Little Omega was illegally living with her grandparents and 6 other people in a 2-bedroom apartment in Sunnydale housing project. On the first night she was interviewed by police, a lead detective told her he could move out of the neighborhood if she became witness. Oops. That's Little Omega? I still don't know the name. Was living with her grandmother and 6 other people in a 2-bedroom apartment in Sunnydale housing project. Officer told her you can move out if she became a witness. On the first night that she was in a police detective told her that in May 2009, shortly before key hearing True Love's case, where Little Omega would identify him as the shooter, the San Francisco DA claimed it was necessary to move her from public housing into witness protection. A January 12, 2010 memo filed as an exhibit in True Love's civil rights lawsuit shows that this arrangement was approved by Larry J. Wallace, a longtime Harris aide who followed her to the California Department of Justice when she became Attorney General in 2010, and later to her Sacramento field office when she became a United States Senator in 2017. In December 2018, Wallace resigned from Harris's staff after the Sacramento Bee reported on a $400,000 settlement between Wallace and a woman who accused him of sexual discrimination and retaliation at the state DOJ. What the fuck? What? Discord just paused my Spotify while I was speaking. In the 2010 memo, Wallace wrote that members of the San Francisco Police Department, and I believe that Priscilla Magaloni, I don't know, Little Omega was in imminent danger. She continued to reside in the city and county of San Francisco. Therefore, our office provided them with relocation assistance via the California Department of Justice. Little Omega repeated that line at the 2010 trial, testifying that she moved directly into the witness relocation program from the housing project in San Francisco. But according to a deposition she gave in 2017, that wasn't true. Instead, Little Omega had already been living in the neighborhood county for nearly a year before she entered witness protection, a fact that undermined the DA's asserted need for relocation. Nevertheless, between June 1st, 2009, and April 30th, 2011, Little Omega and her immediate family received a total of $62,909 in living expenses. Does not include nearly $10,000 worth of living expenses allegedly paid separate on behalf of her sister. Between these two dates. She received $60,909. Further 10K to her sister. Same time, Ludomatic regulation, true love was the shooter became more certain. By the same time of trial in early 2010, Ludomatic regulation, the defense had completely shifted from did it get a look at shooter and I don't know to I want to say it's him. Finally feeling 100% certain that true love pulled the trigger 3 years earlier. Fucking hell, oops. Collection of the event. Also caught better. That's the case advanced. Shifting from that to Ludomatic insisted that she was not motivated by the money, but the relocation of funds nevertheless created a financial incentive for her to provide more precise and certain testimony. At Triller's trial, however, prosecutors turned this incentive in its head. Deputy Prosecutor Linda Allen pointed out Ludomac's participation in Winner's relocation program as a reason to believe that she was truthful and testified at great risk and sacrifice. How would you ever put her? How sure would you have to be to put her life in peril? She asked the jury. Prosecutors also said that Ludomac's inconsistent statements could be explained by the fear that eventually drove her into the witness relocation program. It's so unreasonable to believe that somebody who is now afraid she's going to have to testify to expose herself to retaliation, might maybe get killed over being a witness because she saw something, so someone killed someone else. It's so unreasonable to think that she would hesitate, Allen asked. In a closing argument, Allen asked the jury to have the same courage that Ludomac did and convicted defendant of murder. Later, the Court of Appeal rebuked the decision for the statement. Rebuked the prosecution for the statement based on facts not in evidence. For Trullo, 2015 acquittal. He spent more than 6 years in prison, separated from his 4 children. Recently, he has demanded prosecutorial reform, urging San Francisco voters who cast a ballot for the candidate who truly stands for change and who isn't afraid to come down to prosecutors and police who don't play by the rules. And it's an important message. Prosecutors rarely face any consequence for conduct, even egregious wrongdoing that creates lasting harm and traumatize people and their families. Linda Allen is no exception, and today she still actively prosecutes cases in San Francisco. At last week's Democratic primary debate, Harris rightfully won plaudits for confronting Joe Biden on his recent history of opposing busing, but Harris cannot escape her past as an DA and California's Attorney General, which includes wrongful convictions like True Love's and inaction in other cases of law enforcement misconduct, including an informant scandal that consumed Orange County DA's office and a Sheriff's Department. If Harris is not recognized with her failures in a criminal justice system, she could find herself in Biden's position in the next debate defending the indefensible. All right, PolitiFact. The appellate court found that Kamala Harris and police took part in framing and prosecuting a man for murder he didn't commit, paying a key witness $6,000 relocation benefits for testifying against him. Half true. Kamala Harris was the district attorney's investigator when Jamal Trulove was arrested and tried her murder. She did not prosecute the case, but one of her deputies did. Prosecutors played as key witness for protection. According to court filings, he paid for a room and board. Trulove, who was found guilty, appealed this conviction, and the appellate court ruled that he deserved a new trial on the grounds of prosecutorial misconduct and an ineffective lawyer. Trulove was acquitted in a second trial, and he filed a civil suit against the city of San Francisco. They found her murder. Harris was not named in the suit. Trulove won. Okay. Prosecute directly. Yeah, really. Did I spell that wrong, or is it just Google does not like it? True Love sued. City and County San Francisco and City Police. Not name Harris in the lawsuit. Years before she became a senator and the Democratic Vice President nominee, Kamala Harris was district attorney in San Francisco. A recent Facebook post had drawn attention to the case of a man who was arrested and convicted around that time. An appellate court found that Kamala Harris and San Francisco police took part in framing prosecutor man James Jamal Drewman for murder in the commit. The post says, misspelling Harris's first name. Harris even paid the key witness over $6,000 in housing relocation benefits testifying against Jamal so he could get the conviction before the election. After years behind bars and even being stabbed while in prison, Jamal was exonerated, paid $13.1 million in settlement by the city of San Francisco. Kamala Harris ruined this man's life so she could vote. This post was flagged as part of Facebook's effort to combat false news and misinformation. Read more about the partnership on Facebook. Here's what to know. In 2008, Jamal Truelove was arrested in the fatal shooting of Sue Kuga near a public housing project in San Francisco, according to an account of Truelove's case of the National Registry of Exoneration's website. A witness named Priscilla Lumaga said that Truelove looked like the guy who could have shot the Kuga after police presented her photo lineup. This is a little misleading that she had identified. That her identification of Truelove was reinforced in Solomon, the first installment episode of a reality TV show. He was charged with first-degree murder committed with a firearm. The case went to trial in 2020 when Lumaga said that she was sure that Truelove was the killer. She said that she hadn't originally expressed confidence in the police. To the police because she was afraid Truelove's family would seek revenge if she testified. She said the prosecution had placed her in witness protection. Harris wasn't a prosecutor. That job fell to her deputies, Linda Allen, who said jury should believe Lumaga because she had risked her life to testify. They convicted Truelove, and he was sentenced 50 years in prison. The San Francisco Chronicle reported Truelove's conviction that the Harris is credited a brave eyewitness who stepped forward to the crowd. A lawyer for Truelove appealed the conviction, and the appeals court agreed with him that the prosecution had wrongly said providing evidence without providing evidence that Lumaga had faced threats made against her life. The court found that Truelove's original lawyer had provided ineffective counsel. The court case was remanded for a new trial. Experts who testified for the defense said a second trial was based on ballistic evidence. Kuga was shot by someone else, and Lumaga wouldn't have been able to see far enough down the street to witness the killing. The jury acquitted Truelove. In January 2016, he filed he won the case, whatever. Truelove alleged that police fabricated evidence, coerced a key witness, and exonerated evidence. About 2 years later, the court sided with Truelove, concluding that police framed him for murder. Federal jury decided that the two detectives had violated civil rights by deliberately fabricating evidence and failing to disclose exculpatory evidence, and was awarded $14.5 million to Truelove and his lawyers. The case was settled for $13.1 million in exchange for him dropping. In exchange for the city dropping his appeals in a burg. Pledge to the police. It's okay. The court ruled that police framed him. Two detectives have violated civil rights, deliberately fabricating evidence and failing to disclose exculpatory evidence. Truelove's complaint in the civil case said that Lumaga had been paid over $6,000 living expenses for her testimony. According to the court's opinion in Truelove's appeal, she was placed away as protection by the district attorney's office. Lumaga said she discussed her fears over the prosecution, Fleming, before the preliminary hearing. She discussed the hardship she endured in the program, including that she, her husband, and one child moved into the hotel and then another location. She was down. Yeah, okay, blah, blah, blah. Before he was acquitted, Truelove spent a year in maximum security prisons where he was stabbed, a lawyer for Truelove said. In October 2019, when Harris spoke as a presidential candidate, Vice published a story for the headline, Kamala Harris prosecutors sent this innocent man to prison for murder. Now he's talking. Truelove said that Harris was in the courtroom for his original guilty verdict and for his sentencing. Adding to the story, she even locked eyes with me and I wanted proceedings, offering what seemed like a smirk. added that it's what's in the courtroom or his verdict and sentencing. Vice quotes True Love is saying, Harris wanted to be present for a celebration of conviction. The publication also cites the 2019 New York Times op-ed by law professor Lara Bazelon, who criticizes Harris as a regular prosecutor. As Attorney General of California, Harris fought tooth and nail to uphold wrongful convictions that have been secured through official misconduct that included evidence tampering, false testimony, and suppressing of crucial information by prosecutors. Crazy. Okay. So it doesn't seem to be anything directly proving any intent on Harris's part, but definitely on the two detectives, and then potentially on her deputy, Linda Allen, as well. Guys, who unsubscribed? I was just checking my YouTube stats. Oh, I died. Oh, I leveled off. Damn. Oh, rigged. I gotta follow him on TikTok, though. Oh, Isaac Rhodes. I just unsubscribed Batista. Why? No. My sub. Make sure to smash that like and sub button. 38 views on Instagram. No one likes it yet, though. Nothing on Facebook. I didn't really expect anything to be on Facebook, but... You have blood on your hands? Okay, next fucking thing. Another Harris. Okay, is there a fact check for this one as well? Oh, there's the Mercury News. We have this article. All right. As California Attorney General, she spent years supporting the 2011 Supreme Court requiring the state to reduce the prison population. The overseeing judicial panel nearly found the state in contempt of court. Senator Kamala Harris, a leading candidate to be Joe Biden's running mate, repeatedly and openly defied a U.S. Supreme Court orders to reduce overcrowding in California prisons while serving as state attorney general, according to legal documents reviewed by Prospect. Kamala Harris defied. Supreme Court order 2. Reduce prison overcrowding. Well, just add U.S. Supreme Court, so I don't confuse it with California Supreme Court. And California's prisons. Working in tandem with Governor Jerry Brown, Harris and the legal team filed motions that were condemned by judges and legal experts as obstructionist, bad faith, nonsensical, and at one point even suggested that the Supreme Court lacked the jurisdiction to order a reduction in California's prison population. The intransigence of this legal work resulted in presiding judges in the case giving serious consideration to holding the state in contempt of court. Observers worried that the behavior of Harris's office had undermined the very ability of federal judges to enforce their legal orders at the state level, pushing the federal court system to the brink of a constitutional crisis. This extreme resistance to the Supreme Court ruling was done to prevent the release of fewer than 5,000 nonviolent offenders who multiple courts had cleared as presenting no risk of recidivism or threat to public safety. Okay, by filing motions that were condemned by judges and legal scholars as bad faith and obstructionist. This was done to prevent release of fewer than 5,000 5,000 nonviolent prisoners. The courts held posed no threat to public safety. Despite a straightforward directive from the Supreme Court to identify prisoners for release over a 2-year period, upholding a 2009 ruling that mandated same action over the same timeline, the state upheld the majority of that period's seesawing back and forth between dubious legal filings and flagrant disregard. By early 2013, it became clear that the state had no intention to comply, leading to a series of surprisingly combative exchanges. While Harris ultimately unsuccessful presidential campaign saw questions raised about her criminalization of truancy and her toughened crime reputation during her time as San Francisco District Attorney. Her role in California's prison reduction case largely flew under the radar, though it was decried at the time. As concerns about Donald Trump's subversion of the law, he, alongside his Attorney General, William Barr, is currently defying Supreme Court order by refusing to restart the Deferred Action, or DACA program. The potential Democratic vice presidential nominee, engaging in relatively similar obscenity, I can't pronounce that word, is jarring. Senator Harris' office has yet to respond to a set of questions from the prospect. How did Harris's office turn a simple court order to release low-risk prisoners to prevent cruel and unusual punishment into a constitutional fiasco? Federal courts seldom look to prisoner release as a remedy of last resort, but California was a unique case with its uniquely awful prison system. At its heights, it stuffed about 200% of the design capacity. California's prisons were uniquely overcrowded. Sometimes at nearly sometimes at 200%. Let's see. There was not enough beds and medical personnel but an extreme excess of bodies. In one prison, 54 prisoners shared a single toilet. Preventable deaths due to substandard and overstressed medical care occurred every 5 to 6 days. Suicidal inmates were locked in telephone-sized booths and cages for 24 hours at a time. Preventable deaths. My shortage. Substandard overstressed medical care occurred every 5 to 6 days. Suicidal inmates. Where? Locked in telephone. Boost size cages for 24 hours at a time. Just saw SCOTUS rule and some ID law in Arizona. What do you think about voter ID? I think voter ID is... the issue is... I think voter ID is probably a good idea, but I don't think there's enough... I don't think there's, like, any actual massive scale election fraud, obviously. Like, voter ID would obviously make our elections more secure, but I think our elections are secure enough to still be free and fair without it. I think voter ID is fine. I think it's good as long as you have, like what North Carolina did, where in North Carolina's case, it was initially struck down because the court ruled it like surgically targeted black people. You know, there are things to avoid when doing voter ID. Like, avoid what North Carolina did at first, okay? That was a little bit racist. But what North Carolina did later was they had this like program, like in North Carolina, you can get a free free voter ID card. Where it's relatively simple. It's like simple, fast, and free to get a voter ID card. So you don't need to have a driver's license, you don't need to have a state ID. It's like pretty simple and free to like get a just a ID card that you can use to vote. What did NC do at first? I'm guessing charge for a card. Well, there's that part of it, you know, like you know, you had to charge for the card, obviously. Like you had to go through the whole DMV process to get a fucking ID card if you didn't have a driver's license, which is a really fucking annoying and expensive thing. It's not like that expensive, but I mean, people don't have money, right? So, I forget all the specifics. NC voter ID. Surgically targeted black voters. The initial Republican proposal was kind of unhinged. North Carolina just struck down the state's latest photo voter identification law on Friday, agreeing with minority voters that Republicans rammed through rules tainted by racial bias in a way to remain in power. The three-judge panel declared in December 2018 law is unconstitutional, even though it's designed to implement a voter ID mandate to North Carolina. Isn't NC really that bad when it comes to gerrymandering? Yes. Gerrymandering, we're absolutely fucked on. Any discrimination? I mean, we're not any especially bad or good on discrimination, I don't think, but I've heard that before. I don't know. I mean, we did have the NC trans bathroom bill for a while. We did have this. I think it was overturned eventually. Or repealed or something. North Carolina is curtailing transgender rights. Prompt less backlash in the 2016 bathroom bill. I feel like it was overturned. How's that even enforced? You can't really. It's insane. Yeah. But I guess we have this. Discrimination, we're fine. But gerrymandering, we're fucked. North Carolina is like a 50-50 Democrat-Republican state. Like we have a Democratic governor because you can't gerrymander the governor seat. It's just a popular vote. So we have a Democratic governor. We went blue in 2008. Yet somehow we have a super majority Republican legislator. And then like when it comes to the House, when it comes to the federal congressional House, we're sending like 14 Republicans and like 2 Democrats. It's so messed up. NC Federal House, like I think we have like 3. Okay, this is not. Oh wait, current representatives. It's closer than I thought, but oh my god, we're not doing good. Racially biased advocates saying lawsuit. Here in Texas, we only have one super gerrymandered district near Austin, represented by Greg Kasser. Yeah, but North Carolina is really It's fucked. This is an old video by now. We've gone through so many different electoral maps because the new electoral maps consistently get struck down in North Carolina because they're all gerrymandered. But Vox NC gerrymandering. Vox has a video about this.
In 2018, Americans voted for who would represent them in Congress. But in North Carolina, the election results were really weird. These squares represent all the voters in North Carolina. They were voting for these 13 seats in Congress. About half voted for Republicans, and about 48% voted for Democrats.
Again, we're pretty close to half and half. We went blue in 2008, and we have a Democratic governor.
So you might think of the 13 congressional seats, maybe Democrats would have won 6 seats, and Republicans would have won 7. But no, Democrats only won 3 of 13 seats, way less than half. This imbalance was because North Carolina's congressional districts had been gerrymandered. It means that these voters had been grouped into districts very strategically, with the goal of benefiting one party. Gerrymandering has pretty much always happened in America. That's because every 10 years, the political districts are redrawn. And in most cases, those new lines get drawn by whoever holds power in state government at the time.
In North Carolina, it's every 2 years because
Republicans want control of lots of state government and
map
redo the
gets
political lines
struck down by a court.
And over the next few years, redistricting helped them hold on to almost all those states. This shifted the balance of power. And it turns out behind a lot of this was one guy.
Usually the voters get to pick the politicians. In redistricting, the politicians get to pick the voters.
This is Thomas Hofeller, the mapmaker who helped Republicans gerrymander districts over the last decade. When Hofeller died in 2018, his daughter found thousands of his emails and files, which she shared with activists. The files show that Tom Hofeller's fingerprints are all over the way America's political maps look today. But North Carolina was his masterpiece. And if you want to understand why gerrymandering is such a big problem in the US, that's a good place to start. The basics of gerrymandering are actually pretty simple. If you're a Republican trying to keep power,
hacking and cracking,
you want to do 2 things. First, pack as many Democratic voters as possible into a single district. If you have a district where almost everyone votes Democrat, that means almost half these votes are basically wasted. You can also crack big Democratic areas into separate districts where there are slightly more Republicans. So even though an area has a lot of Democratic votes, they would actually lose in this district and in this district. These are the 2 elements of classic gerrymandering, packing and cracking. And Hofeller employed these techniques masterfully in North Carolina. In 2011, he was hired to redraw the state's
on a board called Dave's District Draw. It lets you draw your own districts everywhere.
He came up with this map.
Every time I do North Carolina.
Now I just want to focus in on District 12, this weird skinny shape.
Oh, this was, yeah, insane.
In order to make sense of this shape, we have to look at another map. This map shows the percentage of black people in each neighborhood. The bluer areas are where more black people live. Hofeller basically gathered up black people in Winston-Salem, Greensboro, and Charlotte, and packed them into one district. So that's how District 12 happened.
This is why the maps in North Carolina consistently get struck down. It's not ideal. I'm pretty like we have a super majority. (30-20) in our Senate, 72-48. I mean, these really should be closer to 50-50. Okay. You think Kamala's a good shot at NC? Yeah, probably. Good shot relative to Biden. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like, I would say like it's 40%, 60% NC goes blue versus red, 40% blue, 60% red. But I think, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have a good chance. Yeah. I'm praying. Nearly 2 decades, the Republican and Democratic administration essentially ignored the problem despite constitutional protection for prisoners against cruel and unusual punishment enshrined in Bill of Rights. Fine-tuned and federal court found that under no other plausible solution exists for getting rid of the state, for getting the state to conform to a constitutionally reasonable standard, other than a forced prisoner release. An earlier pledge given before Harris's time quickly to quickly build new prisons was not seen as credible, especially amid the Great Recession and California's limited finances. The district court mandated that the state enact a series of de-incarceration measures to reduce the prison population to 137.5% of its assigned capacity within 2 years. The state appealed the district decision on May 23rd, 2011. The Supreme Court found that in Brown v. Plata, the California's prison system was in violation of the prisoner's Eighth Amendment rights. Despite its relatively conservative tilt, the court identified prisoner release as the most effective method for ending the state's constitutional violation in a timely manner. The verdict split 5-4 with conservative Justice Anthony Kennedy joining in the court's liberals. Upholding a lower court mandate, Kennedy wrote the majority opinion in the case, including an array of gruesome details from inside of these prisons and condemning the state for facilitating needless suffering and death, as he called it. At that point, Kamala Harris had the state's attorney general for just over 4 months, representing California's top legal officer. But the Supreme Court ruling would have to be enacted under her watch. Every 6 months, the state would have to show that it decreases prison population in compliance with a threshold overseen by a 3 Dutch district court panel, 167% of capacity by the end of 2011, 155% by June 2012, finally arriving at the target level, 135% by June 2013. It soon became clear that the state would hold out complying with the judicial order. 2011 passed with little progress made on the decarceration mandate, and by 2012, a report surfaced that proved the state actually intended to increase the prison population. In May of that year, Harris's office confirmed their intent not comply with the order, but instead seek modification from 135% capacity to 145%. Modification that was not permitted. The deadline for the compliance was eventually extended to the end of 2013. Hi, Hanson. What's up, Puerto Rican Ashley? Welcome to the stream. Harris has been criticized on multiple occasions for fighting to keep people, including innocent ones, in prison. What are you reading right now? We're going through a bunch of the shit people accuse Kamala Harris is doing as a prosecutor to find out what the fuck the real story is and shit, and see what happened. I hate her. You hate her? She sucks. What's so bad about her? Didn't she call her Puerto Rican statehood? I feel like I don't know if she did specifically, but she's so cocky and does nothing. Let's see. I guess. Okay, well, I can't find it. Puerto Rico was there. And they said it would be the next date. Okay, Supreme Court. Initially ordered California to reduce its prison population to 137.5, was it? 0.5%. Capacity by June 2013. June 2013. deadline extended to the end of 2013. When? Nurse's office did not comply the order. By April 2013, just 2 months after the initial deadline given by the Supreme Court decision, California still had 9,636 prisoners, more than the court imposed ceiling. The state submitted a proposal that involved relocating inmates to fire camps to fight wildfires and preventing out-of-state prisoners from being returned. But upon review, the three-judge panel found that still left California's prison with some 4,170 prisoners over the hard limit. Another series of back and forths, the three judges panel arrived at a solution: the expansion of good time credits for non-violent offenders, shortening stays often by just a handful of months. Even the state's own expert witness had testified that years prior that he did not oppose good time credit measures and that there were no correlation between length of stay and recidivism, meaning that the public was not at risk. Other states, Washington, Illinois, and even tough in crime, New York, had implemented these programs with success. The court found that good time credits alone would do more than enough to close the gap and solve the problem for good. Some 5,385 inmates were eligible for release under good time credits. Harris's office argued for a solution involving sending That's like so crazy. What do you think? Probably. Although it was an especially harsh wildfire season, they did genuinely need the firefighter labor. Are you voting for Trump? No, I'm gonna vote for Harris, most likely. How old are you? I am 18. When are you doing intro stuff? We'll see, man. I don't know. We'll get there. Oh, I don't know. We'll never get to it. Oh, I don't know. She's been VP for 3 years and did nothing. The VP doesn't even do shit, bro. I don't know. I think Biden did a lot of pretty substantial stuff. The VP's job is to be a tie-breaking vote in the Senate. You know what? She did do stuff. She was the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. She was the tie-breaking vote on, like, the Inflation Reduction Act, for example. What does your GF think of her? Good one, dude. Nice one, bro. Who cares about Kamala's record? She's based. I know. VP is backup. Nobody... Like, her job is just, VP doesn't do shit. They're the president of the Senate. Wait, I'm sorry. No, wait, I'm sorry. The VP is actually in charge of unilaterally certifying the election results. Involving sending inmates to fire camps to fight wildfires and preventing out-of-state prisoners from being returned. Court found still leave the population prison 4,000 prisoners over the hard limit. Court then came up with a solution to offer good time credits are good good time credits for non-violent offenders. Shortening their stay by a few months. Governor Brown of Harris, as a defense lawyer, did not agree. Harris's office launched into a campaign of all-out obstruction, refusing to answer why they did not simply release low-risk, non-violent inmates to confirm the Supreme Court request. Defendants offered no explanation, however, why they could not release low-risk prisoners early, and the June 2013 ruling stated. It just says, Governor Brown of Harris as a defense lawyer. I don't know how being a state DA works. Can your governor boss you around as a state DA? I don't know how much the governor can boss you around if you're a state DA, but I would assume they're supposed to be pretty separated, just like the executive level, the federal level is, but I don't know. Launch a campaign of all-out obstruction. Refusing. Launch a campaign of all-out obstruction. Was refusing to elaborate why they wouldn't just release non-violent offenders. Harris' office didn't stop there. Instead, it claimed on behalf of the state that the Supreme Court had no jurisdiction over such a release, refusing to answer questions as to how they would implement a Supreme Court ruling and courting a constitutional crisis. That resulted in suddenly sharp rebuke from the three-judge panel in a June 2013 court ruling. When asked by what date the state could identify their list of prisoners who are unlikely to be offended, defendants defiantly refused, as was wrote, and stated somewhat astonishingly that our suggestion that we might order defendants to develop a system to identify low-risk prisoners, a system that the Supreme Court has suggested we might consider ordering defendants to develop without delay, is a prisoner release order that vastly exceeds the scope of any of the court's prior orders. The Supreme Court, in fact, ruled that the three-judge district court panel had exactly that authority in the 2011 ruling. In tortured logic, district court continued. Defendants suggested that the Supreme Court statement did not authorize the early release of prisoners or even the consideration of that question. Harris's general office. Hold on, what did I get? Did I get added? Oh. Soda. Thank you, Bobby. Continually equivocated. Ruling added continually equivocated regarding the facts in the law, to the point that the panel strongly suggested considering holding the state in contempt. They rejected that action only because it would have delayed the release of non-violent inmates even further, and aided the state's obstructionist campaign. This court would therefore be within its right to issue an order to show cause and institute contempt proceedings immediately. The ruling reads, at first priority, however, is to eliminate the deprivation of constitutional liberties in a colonial system. To do this, we must ensure a timely reduction in the prison population. Or considered holding the entire state, or yeah, the state. only chose not to do so, fearing it would prolong litigation, leading to the release. Prolonging litigation, delaying the release of prisoners. Harris, of course, was acting on behalf of the state's governor, who preceded her as state AG and was notorious for his posture on the issue as well. But she might have chosen not to defy the Supreme Court. Her legal work, in particular, not only drew ear from the court, but also raised eyebrows amongst observers. Defiance of federal court orders requiring the reduction of the California prison population is reminiscent of the Southern governorships of the 1950s, declaring that their defense of the federal court desegregation orders. Aaron Cherminsky, however the fuck you pronounce that, dean of UC Berkeley Law School, told NPR at the time both were misguided efforts to undermine the enforcement of the Constitution. Ada Barry Kinsberg, longtime president of the National Council on Crimes and Delinquency, the legal arguments that the state is putting forward make no sense. Meanwhile, The Atlantic was even more unsparing of Harris's behavior in the case, writing that her court filings are largely void of dispositive facts and unworthy of a first-year associate, much less the chief lawyer of our nation's most populous state. According to writer Andrew Cohen, Harris's behavior may even have put her in the bench, put her in breach of California's legal and ethical standards, which forbids filing a motion for improper purposes, such as to harass or cause unnecessary delay. Indeed, that particular behavior was condemned multiple times in the court's June 2013 ruling. Defendants have repeatedly found new and unexpected ways to frustrate the court's orders. The three-judge panel decried and used this court's patience and good faith attempts to achieve a resolution as an excuse for protracting the legal proceedings to a time that could have hardly been imagined. Harris's work in a case alone would likely disqualify her from a shot at the federal bench or Supreme Court appointment, Cohen opined. Harris was, of course, acting on behalf of the state's governor. Had previously been an attorney who had previously been AG, Attorney General, and was notorious for his posture on the issue as well. What the hell are you doing? We're looking into Harris's record as a prosecutor. You would like this. This is anti-Harris stuff that we're reading right now. Harris's legal filings. Lacked any legal basis. Even I put her. Yeah, what's up, what's up, Ness? In breach of California's legal and ethical standards, which forbids filing a motion for improper purchases. Wasn't necessary delay. Localist Party timed out Kamala Harris for 6,000 seconds. What happened? What? Who is what? Oh, good one, bro. I just got back from a party with no drugs and no alcohol. I prosecute Kamala Harris now. I'm exhausted. Damn, should have been drugged and alcohol. Then he would have been exhausted. He could have taken some, I don't know, speed. Harris is using the anti-desegregation playbook to prevent the release of low-level offenders, ultimately failed. Finally, in 2014, the state acceded and the prison population was reduced. This era, Harris's 10 years Attorney General escaped the recent close re-examination of some of the higher profile cases in a prosecutorial past. During her brief presidential run, a memo from the tail end of the battle resurfaced. In 2014, lawyers from her office claimed that nonviolent offenders needed to stay incarcerated lest they lose bodies for fire camps in a wildfire-plagued state. As Jackie, I don't know how to pronounce that last name, of the Daily Beast reported. Bro, fuck everyone, get trashed. It's post Friday. That's what I'm saying. I offered to get buzz balls, but everyone said no drugs. I wanted to. You wanted buzz balls, bro? People still drink buzz balls? That's still a thing? Aren't they like... I was born in 1924, June 28th. Aren't they like insanely expensive? Cookie Nookie? What the fuck? Pineapple jalapeno. That sounds miserable. Yesterday I knew drugs in my system. Do you even drink? Have you ever... I don't even... Do you even drink? Oh, you can get them at a gas station. I know you can get them at a gas station, but I thought they were like unreasonably expensive. Because weren't they fucking a TikTok trend a while back? I feel like I need at least 3 to 4 buzz balls to feel any. I've had a sip of mimosa and I spit it out because it was nasty based. Mimosa. Here's a quick to disavow the memo, claiming she had no knowledge of it and telling BuzzFeed News that she was shocked by the argument, but it squares firmly with the sort of arguments her office was putting forward for multiple years preceding it. Harris, meanwhile, was known to run an extremely centralized Attorney General's office with few things coming in and out without her express sign-off. For ruling, twerk break. With a ruling handed down from the county's highest court, this is one of the highest profile cases she managed in her role as Attorney General, an extremely high-stakes case involving decarceration. A decarceration order she spent years resisting is unlikely to have escaped her awareness. Twerky break. During her presidential campaign, her first one back in 2020. During her 2020. Pro-usurpation? Yes, she's very pro-usurpation. Bro. Hey, you should like her localist party. She was basically trying to nullify a Supreme Court order. What is being usurped? A Supreme Court order to decrowd California's prisons. Oh. Allegedly. Sovereign authority to states and local governments. Reserve powers. No, she's trying to keep the reserve powers. Well, like you slurped it up. True. Bitches be slurping. That's a fire. That's a fire. It's a good one, guys. Slurp. Memo from the end of the debacle. How do you spell debacle? Good one, Kyle. That's diabolical. Oops. Debacle. You can watch some of that Dan Shelfen's interview after this, share. Yeah. I don't got stuff in it. Well, hold on. How long is this? Oh, it's pretty short. Okay. Well, we'll see. Well, we'll watch it after this, and then maybe this as well. We're almost done with this, though. We ended the debacle. Team resurfaced. Doesn't have to be the holiday review. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll watch what parts interest me. Here's this office arguing that couldn't release prisoners. Lest they lose firefighter labor. Busy wildfire season. Harris claims she had no memo or no knowledge of the memo. But arguments found in it were exactly on line. The others, she and her office, were making. Talking behind your back, then for based. Thank you. John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Did you know the F in John F. Kennedy stands for fortnight? Given the election, Trump's unique willingness to disregard legal constraints in office, evaluating Harris would send a dubious message. Sorry, elevating Harris. Of course, Harris has been criticized on multiple occasions for fighting to keep people, including innocent ones, in prison. In the case of Daniel Larson, an ex-felon sentenced to 27 years to life under California's three-strike law, Harris argued that even if Danny was innocent, his conviction should not be reversed because he waited too long to file his petition. According to the California Innocence Project, which took Larson's case, and while her trenchant opposition to the decarceration of the state prison does align with her stories, her role in attempting to subvert the authority of the country's highest legal body for the sole purpose of preventing the release of prisoners, of at least a number of low-risk prisoners, has largely gone unchallenged. Her role in the Supreme Court prison reduction order is deeply troubling in multiple counts. First, with the increased salience of criminal justice reform in the Black Lives Matter era, a forceful opponent of decarceration on a ticket hardly conveys that the Democratic Party is on the side of racial justice. Second, placing someone with a history defying Supreme Court orders on a Democratic ticket would significantly undermine Democratic nominees. Joe Biden pledged to return to the pre-Trump era governance where three branches of government are seen as co-equal and the courts are respected. Biden's plan to name his running mate next week. The importance of a vice presidential pick is often overblown. There's little reason to believe that it can influence the outcome of a presidential election one way or the other. Tell that to J.D. Vance. But given the stakes of this year's election and Trump's unique willingness to disregard the legal constraints of on his office, elevating Harris would send a dubious message. And given Biden's commitment to serve just one term, spoken committed to serve just one term, Harris would immediately slot in as the most powerful VP in modern history, primed for a presidential run as a quasi-incumbent if Biden does win in November. Do you even care about federalism? About federalism, yeah. But you don't even like federalism. You like fucking localism. I guess you could say you like federalism. It's just a more strict interpretation of it. It's likely to, given the age of the liberal Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer, both in their 80s, that a Biden administration and or a successor would be in a position to appoint multiple judges. I love federalism law. Perhaps even if Harris had mounted a longer presidential campaign, these issues would have been raised on their own. But given her early departure, her record, in some senses, escaped through vetting. In the time she's transitioned from presidential hopeful to vice presidential favorite, even some of her fiercest critics have changed their tune on her legacy. Last month, University of San Francisco law professor Laura Blazon, who penned a much talked about 2019 New York Times op-ed entitled "Kamala Harris Not a Progressive Prosecutor," was quoted on NPR saying instead that Harris did champion progressive causes, but her record has been consistent and has not been good. Harris's work in a Plata case alone shows that that's far from the truth. She's not only been a frequent enemy of the progressive cause, but she also opposed them in ways so dubious that it threatened to undermine the very institutions in which she served. If Harris is to be picked as the second highest ranking executive officer in the land, it's critical to have a full picture of her legacy as a lawyer and politician. Joe Biden and the Democratic Party should be clear-headed about what message her elevation will send to the electorate and the party's priorities. I think somewhere we have that list of the progressive policies that she did pass or did work with or whatever do as a prosecutor. This, maybe. This. Oh, nope. Not that. Her messaging is so trash, it's just hating Trump, national abortion, and shredding the Constitution. Unlike what Trump tried to do. Trump would never try to do something like that. I mean, abortion is a really big winning issue for Democrats, and it's something that Trump Trump's position on it has changed a lot, but it's something that Trump seems to not be a fan of, so it kind of makes sense to focus on that. Hating Trump is valid and based. A lot of people don't like Trump. It makes sense to run on not liking Trump. That's a big uniting thing amongst people because a lot of moderates don't like Trump. National abortion based. Bro, they worship Roe v. Wade. Well, she wants to codify Roe v. Wade, right? Aren't you more in favor of that than, or no, sorry, you don't want any federal legislation on it, right? So okay. Somewhere I swear I had a list. Here it is. Final federal legislation is again an amendment first, of course. I'm pro-choice, but state policy, not federal. It's not higher bail for gun-related defendants. Tighten loopholes used by defendants. Recruited civil rights activists. I don't know how to pronounce that. Simon integrated San Francisco Reentry Division. President County Institute to help young, non-violent first-time offenders get to required parenting classes. Community service college credit and employment helped that reduce recidivism rates by 80% among hundreds of defenders. Created San Francisco Environmental Crimes Unit. Created the Hate Crimes Unit. Successfully prosecuted 4 men involved in a murder of a transgender teen. Gwen, don't know how to pronounce that. Declined to defend Prop 8, California's ban of same-sex marriage, filed an amicus brief in support of same-sex marriage, and co-sponsored legislation to ban the gay and trans public panic defense. Okay, the first female first African American is first. Okay, that's just secure billions of dollars in settlements and emissions and oil spill related cases as part of a prioritization of environmental cases. So, I mean, there were clearly a number of progressive things that she did as Attorney General. It's not all bad. met with Emmanuel Macron to strengthen U.S.-French ties after the cancellation of a major submarine program and strengthen ties across civil, commercial, and national security sector. Okay. Oh, the Senate hearings were funny. The energy and sick stuff for Bill Barr. Okay, how long is this? What is this? OC Weekly. Orange County. Okay, who knows how reliable this is? Said Harrison anonymously was single under her watch. Police agency employees in California were free to commit perjury even in death penalty cases, as they did in Oregon, as they did in Orange County. Harris can claim the endings of what inspired our informant scandal. Beginning in 2014, she placed Deputy Attorney General Theodore Gropley inside Superior Court Judge Thomas M. Gothel's Santa Ana courtroom. For months as alarming details of the scandal unfolded. Okay, we'll read about this more later. We'll get to this.
Already we have a very good life. We're going to have an even better life. And from time to time, shit happens.
True.
People usually tell themselves stories about themselves that are sometimes funny. And it doesn't really matter if something is archaeologically true or not. To give you an example about the Jews, say the archaeologists will prove that the Jews have never been in Egypt or the Israelites have never been in Egypt. I don't care. It's the story I decided that is mine. And I'm a Jew, not in the religious sense of the term, but in the sense that I've decided that the Jewish past is my past and the Jewish present is my present and the Jewish future is my future. And it's my decision. And we are a people because we behave like a people, and it works like a people, and it walks like a people, so it's a people. And a people is neither something good or bad. So some people will say, oh, the Palestinians are people because they're bad people. It's strange. Now, when the Palestinians want to tell themselves stories about being the descendants of the Canaanites, okay, I don't really mind. You know, Saib Erekat was the chief negotiator for the Palestinians for 30 years, and he comes from Jericho. And I told him that he insists on being the son of the only person who remained alive in Jericho, and you remember what her profession was. That's fine with me. I don't care. It's funny. It's okay. But it's ridiculous because they have nothing in terms of linguistic or cultural ties. But by the way, neither have the modern Greeks to ancient Greeks, neither have the modern Egyptians, with the possible exception of the Copts, have something to do with ancient Egypt. But it's okay for people to tell themselves stories. The Palestinian people was created about 100 years ago when they couldn't be Syrians or Lebanese or Egyptians or Transjordanians. So the only thing left was to be what they called Palestinians at the time. By the way, the Jews called themselves Palestinian Jews and the Arabs called themselves Palestinian Arabs. And my father and mother had a Palestinian passport.
I hate all of this fucking talk about lineage and national identity and like ancestral homelands. I don't give a fuck about any of it. I don't care. I don't care at all. That it plays no, like basically zero into like how I view the conflict at all. It like it can be useful for like understanding, I guess, why people feel attached to the land, but I don't care at all. I wouldn't care if Palestinians had absolutely zero connection to the land there at all. I wouldn't care. I would still say they're deserving of a state. If the Israelis had absolutely zero connection to the land at all, I would say I don't care. They're still deserving of a state.
If you want, I'll show you. Okay, so this
Hit my boy
area
Dan with the Finkelstein
was
special
called by
2
the
times.
Romans Palestine in order
Yeah,
to
I know.
eradicate the
Well, actually, it's not. It's only 1.5. So
names Judea and Israel. So they took the Philistines and they called it Palestines, and this term was adopted. And again, even the early Zionists called themselves Palestinian Jews. And you had Palestinian Jews and Palestinian Arabs. So this people is about 100 years old. And the problem with these people is not that they don't have roots going back to thousands of years. Neither have the Americans, by the way. Okay, I mean, you're not newcomers. The Chinese and we are, and maybe a few others are the only ones who can claim something thousand millennia back. But again, it doesn't really matter very much, because the assumption is that if you are a people, then you deserve A, B, and C, and so on. It is limited for everybody, and the political implications are not clear. So you can look at it objectively and say, there is a Palestinian people for about 100 years.
true.
And at a certain point, a very early point, the Jews were willing to partition the land so that you have, once you have states here, once the British Mandate leaves, after the Ottomans that were here for 400 years already left, you could have a Jewish Palestinian state and an Arab Palestinian state, which is, from the Jewish point of view, Israel. And they could have had a Palestinian state. I mean, even in the 1930s, it could have had the embryo of a state, and then in 1947, an independent state. The Palestinian perspective is, and this did not change in the last 100 years, that the very collective existence of the Jews here in the Middle East is illegitimate, except as individuals of the Jewish religion. They deny the existence of a Jewish people. Even today, the so-called president of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, gave a speech. If you want, I'll send you the video of it. It's so ridiculous. It's
PhD in Holocaust
he tells stories
denial.
about,
Yep.
there's never been a Jewish people and so on, and the Khazars in the Caucasus, and it's ridiculous. I mean, so they even deny the existence of a Jewish people. And of course, they believe that Israel is a product of a colonial British act, and the very existence of Israel is illegitimate. And they make the option of national coexistence, of a historic compromise, impossible. And therefore, they don't have a state. Now, the way they behaved in terms of violence persuaded the Jews, and after October 7th more than any time in the past, that since whatever they have, they weaponize. And what they want in the final analysis, and they say it openly, is to obliterate the state of Israel. When you speak about the Hamas, they even speak about obliterating all the Jews. Okay, and they rely, their charter relies on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. So this is an attempt by the Palestinians to terminate the existence not only of the state of Israel, but also of the Jews as a national collective, as a sovereign entity in this region. And this is a problem that, at least in the foreseeable future, doesn't have a solution. You see, one of the problems Americans have, and you said you're a psychiatrist, so you should be aware of it, a psychologist, so you should be aware of it. Americans have a operational-oriented mind. They look at problems like engineers do. There's a problem, what's the solution? If you want to be a historian, if you want to understand human behavior,
Bro, for
you say to
real.
yourself,
Me and my American
thinking, my
operational
strategic thinking
mind.
is, what do you do when a problem doesn't have a solution? In other words, what is the response or the damage control that you can apply if a problem doesn't have a solution? And when I tell people that most serious problems don't have a solution, poverty doesn't have a solution, crime doesn't have a solution, but if you have a good law enforcement system, you can bring crime from an unacceptable level to an acceptable level. If you have a good welfare state, well-functioning welfare state, you can bring down poverty from an unacceptable level to an acceptable level. But people speak in terms of the two-state solution. By the way, in my recent visit to the US Congress, I suggested to a number of senators that the United States should adopt a two-state solution, for a state for the Republicans and a state for the Democrats, because the polarization in American society is alarming. Okay, but the whole idea of a solution, the only thing in life that has a solution is a crossword puzzle. And for people who insist that every problem has a solution, I remind them of their marriage. And then they finally understand that there are some problems that have no solution and doesn't even always have a damage control system. Not all marriages have that. So you need to think in terms of what can you do when a solution is not available. And any
Hold on, he's making an interesting point right now, but I just want to say, I feel like he's right about that. American foreign policy often revolves around solving problems that have no solution. Yeah, probably. I think our history shows that. I'm for the two-state solution in America. Democrats got 71% of GDP, baby. Now Republicans will mention, oh, where's all the food come from? Bitch, we can buy food with all our fucking blue city bucks, okay? Good luck. Good luck being your own self-sustaining fucking dumbass red state economies. 29% of GDP. Also, who builds all the farm equipment, okay? Who does all the R&D? Who does all the R&D for advanced farming shit? That's right. It's fucking in Silicon Valley, motherfucker. Damn straight.
serious thinking about the
Palestinians, we've got the coastline. Yep.
Should start from that assumption. But if somebody feels good about himself by playing with himself intellectually or politically, and he wants to think about solution. It's okay. I mean, Americans come to Israel now and say, tell us what your end game is. And I tell them, oh, we really need to learn from you. You had an end game bringing democracy to Iraq. Then you had an end game bringing women's rights to Afghanistan. And since this went so well, let's learn from you and tell us how after bringing democracy to Iraqis and women's rights to Afghanis, you'll bring peace to the Palestinians. That's okay with the great successes you've had so far. So here we are.
So what is the
Hey, listen, Iraq
acceptable
is
level of violence that
sort of a democracy now. Not really. It's kind of a little bit. A little bit.
and how does Israel manage to bring it
Acceptable
down?
level, whatever it takes. Limited by what we're willing to do based on our values. It's not, you can have violence for a week, but not for a month. Or you can kill 100 people or not 500 people. The question is, what do you have to do? And there is no other way of doing. For instance, if you want to deter Stalin from using nuclear weapons, you adopt a policy that basically says we will obliterate the human race. If you do this to us, we'll do that to you. Okay? The whole idea of nuclear deterrence. Think of it for a moment. Or when in the Second World War, people are threatened in Britain, they burn Hamburg and Berlin. Okay? When the Americans want to invade Japan, they burn Tokyo and they nuke Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Exactly, Bobby. Exactly.
Can you use less violence and still obtain your objective? For instance, if you have precision-guided munition, you can kill the terrorist without killing the people around him. So use it to minimize collateral damage.
Well,
if, as we have today in Gaza.
Yes. That's a little hard in Gaza, though. Now, that's a little hard because of the way Hamas operates, but it's a little more complicated in Gaza. Again, because Hamas doesn't use, because Hamas digs their tunnels, and Hamas operates out of the basement of buildings, and Hamas doesn't build military infrastructure. They operate exclusively out of civilian infrastructure.
We have the most fortified position ever in human history, because it's not only fortified by every house being booby-trapped and full of weapons under the beds of children in hospitals and in the schools and in mosques and what have you, but also it is fortified by the New York Times and Amnesty International and Joe Biden and everybody else. So you must be very careful in terms of...
I mean, I get his point there, but that's a little... I understand. I think that the overall point is correct, but that's such a funny way of phrasing it. It's fortified by Dark Brandon, Joe Biden himself.
Getting what you need, namely to root out the barbarians with as little civilian casualties as possible. But since the Palestinians want us to kill their children, not only by putting their weapons in their bedrooms and in their schools, but also because they want the pictures of their children killed so that they can use public opinion against Israel, we can try to minimize it, but you cannot avoid it altogether. And when people are dumb enough, and by the way, most people are dumb, not evil.
Oh no.
I don't know if you even know the
the UN
term, Chelm. It's a city in Eastern Europe, and all Jewish jokes in the 19th century, when they wanted to speak about dumb people, they spoke about the people of Chelm. And the world is basically 10% Sodom and 19% Chelm. I mean, most people are stupid, not evil. And when dumb people or evil people say, stop the war because civilians are being killed, they're basically saying, once the barbarians embed the weapons in their children, the barbarians will win because civilized people cannot respond and root them out. And if that will happen, then the barbarians won, not only vis-a-vis Israel. The Jews are always the canary, okay? They will win everywhere. Because if this works, barbarians looking for things that work. The number one weapon of the barbarian is our values and the dumb application of our values, okay? Now, our values we need to keep because we're civilized people. We're not like them. The one thing Israelis are
by the way, this reminded me, the way he's talking about like values and shit reminded me. Destiny did apparently do a podcast with Sam Harris. That's gonna be so hype when it comes out. Real quick. Is that okay? He does publish it. Hold on, I gotta get notified as soon as it comes out. It's gonna be so hype. That'll be, yeah, we're definitely going to watch that. I'm going to farm it for reaction views.
Than anything else, if we become like the Palestinians. Okay, that's the one thing we don't want to. In other words, behave like barbarians, as they do. And when the barbarians...
Okay, we gotta stop with the collective condemnation here. We gotta use Hamas. We can't use Palestinians. I understand his point. His point is correct, but we gotta chill out, buddy. Chill out a little bit. Back it up a little bit. It's leveled out. Damn.
Rape and decapitate and burn families alive, then between 75 and 90% of the Palestinian people support them. And every time you kill Jews, but the Palestinian people support the only role model that the Palestinians have are people who kill Jews. They don't have other role models. Okay, their schools are called after terrorists. So when you're faced with it, you have to find your way between getting what you must have, namely root out the barbarians, and keep your values, because if the Palestinians will force you to become like Palestinians, this will be the worst that they can do to us. Okay? The one thing we don't want to let them do is to make us be like them. Okay? And whoever understands it, fine. And whoever doesn't understand it, either because he's an anti-Semite from the extreme right, or an anti-Semite from the extreme left, or just stupid, or just too shallow, or was brought up on TikTok, or anything else, wherever it comes from, we are strong enough to ignore it.
Always on that TikTok.com.
We are strong enough to ignore the United Nations. Okay? Now, what is the United Nations? It's an organization based on the majority. And the majority of countries in the world are uncivilized. Okay? Authoritarian, totalitarian, barbaric. You have people, I don't know, from Cuba and North Korea and Libya sitting in judgment on human rights. Now in The Hague, you have a Somali judge. I mean, that's a great oxymoron. Okay? It's like, good morning, military intelligence, Arab democracy. What else do you have? Okay? Israeli patience, by the way. Yeah, Israeli patience. Yeah, that's an oxymoron.
Good one.
Can you say a little more about The Hague, about what's happening at The Hague right now?
It's an insult that such an organization even exists. I mean, we helped bring it about because we couldn't imagine the idea of a Somali judge, okay, or a Lebanese judge, or the South Africans.
That doesn't has nothing to do with The Hague existing, though. That's just who staffs it.
And then claiming to speak for morality. I mean, you see, it's okay when people want you to be more modest, but if it's a whore, then you should be, a bit more skeptical about the. So these guys speaking for morality are a joke. Now, even when you have judges from civilized countries, they can come up with judgments, and we've had it before, that are so ridiculous because they want to be supported by the United Nations. And what is the majority of the United Nations? These countries. Okay, so we can't afford to listen to them, because if we would have listened to the United Nations, we would have had to commit suicide. You see, the General Assembly adopted a resolution in 1975, if I'm not mistaken, that Zionism is racism, in the decade of the elimination of racism. So we should have eliminated ourselves. We simply can't take this seriously. There is only one question. Do we have the American veto in the Security Council?
I mean, it's General Assembly resolutions, so it's usually not binding. That one is not binding, yeah.
The rest is a joke, because even the Europeans are trying to be nice to people who come from uncivilized countries because they need a majority. So when you're fighting constantly for your existence, listening to people who have no moral justification or legitimacy to come up with the kind of accusations they do, then if we can ignore them, we're in good shape. If we can't ignore them, we're in trouble. But politically, not morally. Morally, it is not even being considered by Israelis. I mean, imagine sitting here asking, what do the Libyans think about democracy? Okay? What do the Afghans think about human rights in Israel? What do the Afghans think about women's rights in Israel? Are they...
Hey, we brought democracy to Libya too. What do you mean?
Satisfied with the level? You can't take it seriously. Okay? If you don't...
Who is a better democracy, Libya or Iraq? I wonder. I would guess Iraq. Libya's at 9. Iraq is at 30, yeah. If he's going really hard. What was Libya at before Gaddafi? Or daring to Gaddafi, I should say, not before. Probably about the same, if not better. You have Israel. I can't believe Israel's democracy. What? Despite their apartheid? You can never, any indexed, by the way, I found this out. Well, no. People's minds are just so broken that they won't accept any index. Like so many times I've gotten in arguments about who has a more free press, Russia or the United States, and people will say they're either Russia is freer or we're equally free, and they won't accept any index. They're all propaganda. But people's brains especially break if an index has Israel on it in a good color. Zionists hate the site, yeah.
I'm civilized. I'm not perfect. I'm making mistakes. I sometimes commit crimes. I'm not perfect. But you're sitting in judgment on me. Who are you? You don't qualify to even breathe the same air I do if you represent North Korea or something. Okay? So we're arrogant. You may have noticed. But even by Israeli standards, I'm arrogant. So I'm sure your listeners won't like it. And I must admit, I don't care.
So getting back to the idea of a problem and a solution, and when people say what's the end game, the question remains, what is the goal that is achievable that is being attempted right
Not
now.
only achievable, we've already achieved it. We only need to continue to achieve it. In the last 100 years, Palestinians tried to butcher us. Nothing has changed. You look at the 1929 event when they butchered the entire Jewish community of Hebron. By the way, a non-Zionist community of people who were just religiously ultra-Orthodox. They wanted to pray and be buried here, and they butchered the whole community. And the most representative body of Arab citizens in Israel now glorifies the people that butchered Jews in 1929. Okay?
I mean, that part of the broader context of the first Arab revolt in Palestine, right? So there's that. There was also like Jewish violence during this time. Like,
if you want, I'll show you how they keep the graves of the butcherers in Echo. Let me see. I think I have it here.
This is Israeli Arabs or Palestinians?
Palestinians, of course.
Yeah.
Here. See? These are the well-kept graves of the barbarians that the British hung in 1929 for butchering the Jewish community in Hebron, and they keep it.
Did he print out like a fucking tweet? This looks like a tweet.
In Akko, acre, very well kept, and they have a procession every year to commemorate them. And the person who is bringing them as martyrs, speaking about the martyrs of Gaza and then the martyrs of 1929, is Muhammad Barakeh, who used to be a member of the Israeli parliament and now is the head of the highest body that represents Israeli Arabs. Okay, so we've had that for more than 100 years, and in these 100 years, Israel flourished. Every decade, our economy is stronger, our democracy is more robust, our culture is more diverse, our science is more developed, and that's what we do. We're a constructive society. Palestinians don't have a constructive bone in their national body. They are corrupt, and they weaponize practically everything. Look, they weaponized kites. They took kites and hung incendiary bombs on it and sent it to Israel with the wind to burn. They weaponized condoms. They took condoms, filled it with helium, attached bombs to it, and the wind carried it to Israel so it will kill Jews. That's what they do. In the Gaza Strip, they were given billions of dollars by the dumb supporters of the UNRWA organization, and 100% of their money goes to missiles and tunnels and bombs and
How condoms became a weapon against Israel. 2 years of explosive condoms launched from Gaza towards powerful IDF perplexed. Towards Israel has left the powerful IDF complex. God damn, you're gonna have to start counting condoms as dual use materials now.
and what they did on October 7th with these weapons.
Education.
That's what they do. And their children are being told by their nannies and by their mothers and by their teachers and by their poets and by their political leaders and what have you, kill a Jew. Okay, in the Gaza Strip, this is what they say. And in the West Bank, this is how they educate their children. If you kill a Jew, you're a hero. Your family will get respect and you will get money, and on a very high level. So in spite of that, we used to be, when the State of Israel was established, 6% of the Jewish people. By the way, the Jewish people after the Holocaust, if you take the numbers before the Holocaust, I think 4% or so, but 6% of the Jewish people after the Holocaust. Today, we're 46% of the Jewish people. So we're bringing in the Jews from throughout the world. When the American Jewish community dwindles away, as it does, then the percentage of Jews in Israel, of the Jewish people, will be even higher. So we have more Jews, they're better off economically, they're better off in every possible
That was in the video,
right?
right?
Life in Israel. And from time to time, we have to community dwindles away, as it does, then the percentage of Jews in Israel, of the Jewish people, will be even higher. So we have more
I
Jews,
thought
they're
like
better
my
off
phone went
economically,
off
they're
or
better off in
something.
every
That's in the
possible
video.
sense. We have a good life in Israel, and from time to time we have to fight. So is that a solution? No. Is it Isaiah coming here and study war no more? No. But we have a good life, and is our life better every decade? Yes. Okay, you may have noticed I'm not 20 years old. Okay, so I remember when in Israel we didn't have enough food to eat, and today the problem is, are you eating too much or you want to go on a diet? Okay, we are the strongest power in the Middle East, and strong not only militarily but economically, technologically, what have you, politically stable. I mean, look at what's happening now. We're conducting a war, not perfect but quite well, without a government. What we don't have a functioning government. We have a joke of a government. Okay. Now, would I like to have a better government? Yes. Would I like to have a better prime minister? Yes. But is the Israeli society so strong and robust that it can conduct a war without a functioning government? It says a lot about the Israeli society. So basically, I don't have a solution for, a two-state solution, a 52-state solution, or something. I only have a good life. That's good enough. Now, you want to be perfect. My grandmother was a great strategist. She used to say, it's better to be young, healthy, and rich than old, sick, and poor. So could it be better? Yes. Could it be much better? Not really. Compared to other states. Israel is a phenomenal success. And the fact that people hate us, well, we're used to it. You have it for a few millennia, and then you get used to it.
Yeah. So, but do you think that this current conflict is existential?
No. Israel will exist even if we make major mistakes. There is only one mistake that if we make, it will be existential. If we will not break the Arabs in the Gaza Strip and North Lebanon to the point where Israeli citizens can come back to their villages and come back to their towns, if God forbid, they will be in a position to threaten them in the same level or similar level than they had before October 7th, then we're done. Okay? So whoever likes it or doesn't like it, we will do it. Okay? And if it doesn't look good, okay. We live in an age where the question is no longer, is something good or bad, but does it look good or does it look bad? I don't care if it looks good. Okay? I will give security to my children and to my people. And if my enemies don't like it, I'll kill them. Okay? If they will try, effectively, continuing to hate us, it's their privilege. Okay? But if they'll try something, I'll kill them before they can do it. And if somebody doesn't like the fact that I kill terrorists, okay, then I will not be loved. You see, Jews were loved throughout history so much. We're afraid of losing it.
What is the acceptable level of terrorism? I mean, for people to be able to come
Look,
back
you cannot eradicate terrorism altogether. It's impossible. So don't even aim for it. After the so-called Second Intifada, where the Palestinian people tried to kill every Jew, was every Palestinian a terrorist? No. But did the Palestinians as a collective support everybody who killed Jewish children in Tel Aviv, blowing up buses and pizzerias and what have you? Yes. Okay? So we brought down terrorism after the Second Intifada about, 95%. Did it eliminate terrorism? No. This is the essence of Palestinian culture. Palestinian culture is terrorism and then some.
We gotta be more diplomatic with these words here. Also, like, that partly true, but that's within the context of an occupation in the West Bank and a blockade in the Gaza Strip.
They're also good in whining. Okay, this is their favorite whine. Is we've been wronged, we are victims.
Now, if I might have asked, why is the video sped up? Because I can understand if it's sped up. It's it's to get through it faster. Because my brain can comprehend things twice as fast as all yours can. It's not even twice; it's 1.5 times speed. I don't know. I just like it sped up better because we get through it faster, and there's no reason not to.
I'm a victim. I can decapitate children because I'm a victim. Okay. If anybody wants to buy it,
I'm so used to it by now too. Like when I watch videos in like 1 time speed that are normally watching 2 times speed, like it feels so ungodly slow.
Study in Harvard.
Sorry. What do you make of...
Don't cut this part out of me. I simply want people to see my effect on a psychologist. This is why a psychologist can't help me. I'm beyond help.
What do you make of the campus anti-Semitism that has just risen to extraordinary levels?
A, I'm not surprised. B, I enjoy visiting La La Land, and I've been speaking in American campuses for a long time, for decades, and I've seen this La La Land. And you see, I also enjoy a hostile audience because, as you may have noticed, I'm a very aggressive person. So I need a good excuse, a legitimate reason to become aggressive. And when I feel the need for it, I go to an American campus, to say, to the People's Republic of Berkeley or any other place, and to hear people in La La Land. I mean, coming from a place that is completely cut off from reality. Now, I must give credit. I came for a year as a visiting professor to Georgetown University, and he asked me to stay for another year, and they could tolerate me, which is really to their credit. And they were very fair.
When was that?
Very fair, 10 years ago. Okay, maybe today it would not have been possible. I don't know. I don't want to go there again because I'm not willing to live 2 years out of Israel. It's so much fun here. Okay,
you're relatively agree. It's not very diplomatic. It's not like much international goals to the Palestinians. We're much more moderate before the blockade and annexation of West Bank. Yeah.
Actually, I'm delighted with what we've seen in recent weeks. Let me put it this way: there's 3 situations in life. Good things that look good are good. Bad things that look bad are okay because you see that they're bad and you can fix them. Bad things that look good.
Although I mean, even that, like before the blockade and occupation, well, the West Bank was occupied by Jordan, and Gaza was occupied by Egypt, right? So it's not even then they have a state. They didn't have a state or anything. Yeah. So.
Okay. And American universities were bad things that look good. And now with this unbelievable show in Congress,
I mean, they had more rights under Jordan's occupation than they do under Israel's occupation.
If this had been Saturday Night Live, I would have said, you're overstating it. It can't even approach this. And then the responses of some of the people who, are the foreign minister of La La Land and the prime minister of La La Land and so on, people who believe they can have a parallel universe in universities. And the understanding that the worst restrictions on human freedom come from the deep left, okay? It's not that the barbarians and the fascists on the deep right have given up. Only they have a mirror image in the deep left. And here is something very interesting. I don't know if you're interested in it, so if you want to cut it off the discussion, because it doesn't really have to do directly or primarily with Israel. The danger to nationalism came from excessive nationalism, called fascism, Nazism, chauvinism, what have you. So, the enemy of nationalism is really too much nationalism. The enemy of liberalism is too much liberalism. And people assume there can't be too much of a good thing, and it's wrong. There can be too much of a good thing.
True. See, for instance, I'm on my way. Jordan would have it back, at least for now, until a state is created. Yeah.
I've been asked very often, particularly in universities.
I don't know if Jordan want it back.
if you say there should be a limit to pluralism, you're not really a pluralist. I mean, why wouldn't you let somebody from Hamas, come and advocate killing Jews? I mean, after all, it's pluralistic. And my suggestion was, this was with the faculty in one of the American universities, why don't we all go for dinner? You'll have chicken, you'll have beef, you'll have vegetarian, you'll have halal, you'll have kosher, that's fine. What about the cannibal saying, I want to join you for dinner? I want to know if I'm on the guest list or on the menu. Okay, so pluralism is when the good guys say what the limits of pluralism is. Who are the good guys? We're the good guys. There is no such thing, multiculti. Every culture is no. Pluralism is superior to lack of pluralism. Treating women like cattle is inferior to treating them equally. So we're the best. Are we perfect? No. Are we better than others? Yes. And who sets the rules? We do. And who doesn't set the rules? Harvard. Okay? Because you live in La La Land. You don't ask yourself questions concerning real life. Okay? You have an idea and you don't realize that there can be too much of a good thing. I mean, look what's going on with transparency. Is transparency a good thing? Yes. What happens with rampant transparency? Decision makers no longer speak to the problem, they speak to the protocol. So they don't care if they're doing good, they care if they're looking good. And why don't we have one
government don't want it back for many reasons.
Why would people
but we'd
like
be able to
Churchill
trust them with it, and the Palestinians would most likely enjoy European rule over Israeli rule.
Because you need the kind of schmeckelach that look good and say things that sound good so that people in Harvard would love them. Okay? And that's a problem. And we need to ask ourselves not how to maximize every good things, but how to optimize the combination of good things so that the overall will be what we consider promoting our basic pluralistic values. This should be the question. But you came to speak to me about the Middle East, and I'm speaking to you about nationalism and fascism. So
it's really, for a lot of people, they feel like there was pre-October 7th, and then there's post-October 7th. Does it feel like that was as dramatic a change, a shift for you? Or
not for me, because you see, I've promoted a lot of what Israelis recognize today is exactly what I advocated for a very long period of time. Okay? And I have I won't say unique, but an exceptional position in Israel because I'm being accused very often of being radical left and being accused of radical right because I'm trying to think. You may have seen this here. This is A.A. Milne, the guy who wrote Winnie the Pooh. And what he says is, a third-rate mind is only happy when it is thinking with the majority. A second-rate mind is only happy when it is thinking with the minority. A first-rate mind is only happy when it is thinking. Okay? So I'm trying to think. So for instance,
make sure to hit that like and sub button to listen to first-rate minds like me, like non-fun based.
Jerusalem. Because there are about 350,000 Arabs in Jerusalem. And if they want to live in an Arab state, go ahead. Why should they be inside of Israel? So let's have less territory, but have people who want to be part of Israel. I've advocated, and I'm not sorry for it today, leaving the Gaza Strip completely in 2005. I'm advocating since 1967, getting out of the West Bank. In the beginning, I wanted to do it in agreement with Jordan. And after I realized that the Palestinians are not a partner, I wanted to do it unilaterally. I've written a book about unilateral Israeli disengagement from the West Bank as well as from the Gaza Strip 25 years ago or so. So on the one hand, I'm saying, let's not be there so that we don't, not because they deserve something, but because I don't want to be contaminated by controlling them. Okay, I don't want to be contaminated by controlling people who don't want me there. So will I give up holy places for the Jewish people? Yes, because as far as I'm concerned, there is no holy location or holy stone.
Being non-fun streaming for 5 hours, that's not even that a lot.
Okay, so in this respect, I've been advocating, let's get out. But on the other level, I was advocating, realize what we are facing.
You guys know, like a typical, like an average stream, not like my stream, just like an average like Twitch stream for like most people is like at least 8 hours, right? Like I've done like fucking 13-hour streams before. Like I haven't been doing like as long streams recently, but yeah, fuck, I keep doing that. It's not even that long ago. 5 hours, it's nothing. 6 hours, 1 hour, but this was because I was setting shit up. 8 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours, 3 hours, but this one is 6 hours, 5 hours. Yeah, I don't know. Some of these streams were 9 hours. 10 hours, 10 hours, 9 hours, 6 hours, 11 hours, 11. These are the same stream because one of them it's a short stream and one of them is the horizontal stream. I used to be better about streaming longer. I've been worse recently.
Look at the Palestinian
because I keep starting later.
Not the way we would have wanted to see our enemy.
Like starting later in the day. So it's like usually I want to be in bed by like 4 a.m. So I don't. I want to stop at 2 a.m. and then like edit for 2 hours and then go to bed. And
they're not even willing to pretend as if they don't want to destroy us. They say so openly, and it's only when we cheat ourselves by saying, yes, they say it, but they don't really mean it. Deep in their heart, we became cardiologists of the Palestinian people. Deep in their heart, they don't really mean what they say. And I said, yes, they do. And I said the moment they can, they will. And they just did. I didn't have to wait for them to see them do it. I knew that this is what they cherish. And now it's being proven. I mean, they say it happened and we are happy with what happened. Okay. So did it change my view? No, but it brought people back to Delhi. In other words, people realized that they must listen to things they didn't want to listen before. And it happens to me again and again. It happened to me when the Oslo process crushed, as I predicted. And I said to Rabin at the time, look, in terms of concessions, I go beyond you. My problem is not your concessions. My problem is your belief that you can do it with Arafat. Arafat is a barbarian, okay? And he represents a people who want barbarian things about Israel. So it won't work. The question is not how many concessions. Again, my concessions were beyond those of Rabin. And my argument with Rabin, I worked with him for a while. My argument with Rabin was not the magnitude of the concessions, but the partner or the non-existence thereof.
Wait, was this? Did he work for Rabin or something? Was he like a? Israeli academic chairman of national security. Also, I know, but like, did he? He taught at the IDF's national security. Was he advisor to Israel's National Security Council and former Prime Minister Rabin? So he was an advisor, okay, in Tehran as well. He was part of the negotiation team. Okay.
Then the Arab Spring proved what I've been saying for decades. In other words, that the problem in the Arab world is not the leadership, but the society. Because my colleagues in the university constantly said, once the Arabs rise up and get rid of their old leadership, the Mubaraks and the Khalafis, then the people will produce a flourishing democracy, or at least the beginning of a way leading in this direction. And I said, look, King Hussein is better than the Jordanian people. Mubarak is better than the sentiment of the enormous support in Egypt supporting the Muslim Brotherhood. So the problem is not the leadership. The problem is in the society. So when this came out, I was not surprised. I just repeated my favorite replica. I told you so. This is what I got up in the morning for, to tell people, I told you so. And on the 7th of October, that's exactly what I told people, including the people who make decisions in Israel on the military level, on the intelligence, in the intelligence community, on the political level. I told you so. I was not surprised. Was I surprised that it happened on the 7th of October and that they succeeded so well because we were unprepared? Yes. I was surprised how unbelievably unprepared we were in both the intelligence and the operational sense.
Why was Israel so unprepared?
We failed because we assumed that the Palestinians come from the same value universe we come from. I have heard the most important, I will not name names, but practically everybody.
Yeah, well, it's because they assumed
the
they weren't as interested in a full-scale attack.
Yes, you're right. Ideologically, they want to slaughter each and every one of us. But don't you realize people essentially want a good life? So we give them oil and water and medications, and even when they fire rockets at us, we supply them with food and medications, and we hospitalize their people in our hospitals so that they can get, treatment of cancer that they don't have developed enough in the gut.
I mean, it's probably some. Also, I don't think they go to Israeli hospitals. They go to hospitals in the West Bank, right? That's if you have like a illness in Gaza that can't be treated in Gaza hospitals. I don't think you go to Israeli proper hospitals. I think you go to hospitals in the West Bank. Regardless, probably some level of humanitarian aid that's necessary in order to avoid collective punishment. That would be
Gaza Strip and so on. And our people come to the border so that they can drive them to hospitals so that they feel comfortable. And 18,000 of their people work in Israel every day. And we give them money and allow Qatari money to come. So their life becomes better and better. So why should they attack us? And I said, because their life becomes better and better. Okay? You don't understand. They come from a different value universe than you. The Second Intifada, when they tried to butcher every Jew in Tel Aviv, not along the Gaza Strip, but in Tel Aviv, came when their economic situation was the best, their chances to get a state was the best, when the situation improved dramatically and there was a way charted for them to improve much better. Then it erupted, okay? In the year 2000. Then it erupted.
Why then?
Because they want to destroy us. Because they feel that they have the right to destroy us. Because this is the only thing they were brought up with. Okay, from early childhood, for more than 100 years, one generation after the other.
Go to Israeli proper hospitals or West because they're better equipped than Gaza hospitals, so they usually send them there. Yeah, I haven't. I've always heard that they go to West Bank hospitals, never Israeli proper hospitals, but when it's possible, yeah.
Change them. I just want to be strong enough to prevent them physically from killing.
Because I've heard the big criticism before. I don't know if it's true. I've never looked that far into it. It could be true. It could not be true. I don't know for sure. That in order to go to the West Bank to get medical treatment, sometimes they require that Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, provide intelligence on Hamas that they think they might have.
Killing me. And every time they will have something that can kill me, I will destroy it because they have it. Because when they have it, they will use it to destroy me. And people that weaponize their condoms will also weaponize their missiles. Okay? That's what they do. I mean, look at the Gaza Strip. People speak about the poverty in the Gaza Strip. The standard of living in the Gaza Strip before October 7th was about 2 to 3 times higher than in Cairo. They had more hours of electricity than in Beirut. Okay?
I don't know if it's 2 to 3 times as. I I think the big issue is we don't really have super great data on how good the standard of living is. Coleman Hughes wrote that like subject, wrote that blog post about it. Gaza conditions. What? Debunking Coleman Hughes in Gaza. Coleman Hughes contends that pre-war conditions for that of a mid-developing race. And this is Iranians. Gaza unemployment rate is 46%. That'd be literally the highest record in the world. Okay, anyway, the three metrics that he looks at, we don't have super great data for life expectancy, birth, under 5 mortality, and infant mortality. We don't have super great data for, I think some of the data is only only goes to like 2010 or something. But most of them suggest that they are in line with other middle income countries. What is this? Gaza's unemployment rate is 46.3%. That would put it be literally the highest in the recorded world if Gaza were a country. Pre-war, Gaza's nominal GDP per capita was estimated by 1,200 by the World Bank in 2022. That is much lower than any Arab country except those that are in active war zones, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. For purposes of comparison, that GDP per capita is about 1/4 of that of the West Bank and 1/3 of Egypt, Egypt being a relatively poor Arab country. This GDP per capita is not normal for the region, but actually would put pre-war Gaza among the poorest countries in the world, with only 3 of aforementioned war zones, North Korea, Uzbekistan, and a minority of sub-Saharan Africa countries being poorer. Finally, pre-war Gaza's national poverty rate, we're not going to be confused with the $6.85 2017 PVP poverty rate, where the rate is a bit lower. It's 53%. That is literally higher than Yemen, one of the highest rates in the world. Yemen is quite a bit lower if you use the $6.85 2017 PVP rate rather than national poverty rate. Hard to know what's happening, not due to a lack of knowledge, but because of the insane stat perversion people engage in. That does that as well, yeah. Could some somehow be related to the Second Intifada and 10,000 missiles from Gaza the past 2 decades? So it's really better to take care of an enemy entity although they literally launched terror attacks. For reference, here's a random article describing the economy of Gaza before the First and Second Intifada, before frequent terror attacks. Unemployment barely reached 5% available to work in Israel. Wildly from the data presented, the last part is just a lie. People can absolutely leave Gaza before October 7th. Was it a pain in the ass? Sure. What the fuck are you expect to do when you elect a terrorist organization, run your government, run your economy into the ground by funneling all available resources into firing rock in neighboring countries? Consider the history of the last couple of decades. Why would expect Israel or Egypt to allow Gaza into their country? Sometimes we'll make Gaza look like it's almost Singapore, and others will make it look like it's a little concentration camp. Both are wrong. Yeah. Don't you know they could have been to Singapore in the Middle East?
I don't know
they
if
do get a lot
Maps
of aid.
Still has the what they had before October 7th on, but try to just go in the streets with Google Maps before October 7th, okay? And to see the resorts in Gaza and to see there is also poverty in Gaza, among other things, because they have never built anything except something to kill Jews. It is a different cultural universe. Let me give an example, perhaps that will demonstrate it. Most people in Gaza were unemployed, sitting on the beach, smoking Marlboro, okay? Now, their children are playing in raw sewage for generations. The people sitting on the beach doing nothing, the majority of Gazans. Could they dig a sewage tunnel in Gaza? Have the Gazans heard about the art of digging tunnels? Could they have the best tunnels in the world?
Well, they definitely dig tunnels.
To view the sewage tunnels. It would take them a day, okay? For all these people sitting on the beach doing nothing, okay? Now, it will not stop them killing Jews. They can still, the same day, some people can kill Jews, others can dig a tunnel. Why haven't they done it? Why don't they care that their children play in the sewage? Do they have money? Yes, more than you can imagine. Billions of dollars who going from the United States, from Europe, from Muslims all over the world, from Qatar.
They do receive a lot of aid, but a lot of it is for like basic humanitarian things, not for
every penny of this money for weapons and tunnels and whatever can kill Jews. Okay, why don't they dig these sewage system? Because they come from a different universe in terms of their values than we do. They're not a version of us. We are being told that everybody is a version of us. Now, most people
everybody is a virgin.
Who Pol Pot was, okay? But is Pol Pot coming and his people, are they coming from the same moral and cultural universe that we're coming from? No. Do you have to recognize it? Yes. But if you want to cheat yourself, which is the favorite sport, the more educated you are, the more you engage in this sport in cheating yourself. People want to feel guilty. They're obsessed with the need to feel guilty. Okay? Knock yourself out. You're doing it at my expense. I will disregard it. But can I cure you? I don't know. You're a psychologist. I'm not. Okay? I'm not trying to cure people. And by the way, I don't use the term mentality because I don't have a mentalometer. I know how people behave. I can speak about patterns of behavior that when they repeat themselves over a very long period of time, it's part of a culture. Okay? And I'm not speaking about the individual. The individual can be the finest person. I'm speaking about what dictates the behavior of the collective. And by the way, I'm not saying that people are born with it or that it's their DNA. Cultures can change. I mean, look at Turkey. In 1 century, you had 2 major changes of culture. One with Mustafa Kemal Atatürk 100 years ago, and now with the present barbarian only 20 years ago or so. That's a cultural change. Zionism is a cultural change. I mean, we basically came and said 200 years ago, 150 years ago, the Jewish culture in exile has reached a dead end. We want to present a completely different way of life, which is a cultural change. Look at the achievements in Singapore, in South Korea, a democracy, okay, or developing democracy, or a democracy starting up. Cultures can change, okay? Our problem is, including particularly in universities, the assumption that if culture can change, it must change. It has already changed or is in the process of changing, and every change must be in a positive direction. This reminds me of this great saying. One day I was sitting in my room gloomy, and then a voice came out of the darkness and said, cheer up, things could be worse. So I cheered up, and sure enough, things did get worse. Okay? Change is not necessarily for the better. The change in Turkey in the last 20 years is negative. The most important change in the Arab world, Islamic radicalism, in the last 100 years is negative. So there are some negative changes in Israel in culture with the ultra-Orthodox. We have more parasites and primitive parasites, particularly in the ultra-Orthodox community.
Based, holy shit. Yes, they are parasites who get paid to read Torah all day. So, what the hell?
I've recently spoken to the finest Palestinian I know, Salam Fayyad. He used to be prime minister because the Americans imposed it on him, on the Palestinians. And he's a nation builder in the best possible sense the Palestinians had. Why couldn't he do anything? Because he never had more than 2% of support in the Palestinian people. So I'm not saying if you're born a Palestinian or you're raised a Palestinian, there's something wrong with you. What I'm saying, unfortunately, those who dictate the collective behavior of the Palestinians for the last 100 years are people like the Mufti of Jerusalem, the pro-Nazi Mufti of Jerusalem, the terrorist Arafat, or the disgusting Abu Mazen that, again, I will send you and use it on this program, what he says, which is primitive, I mean, ridiculous, repulsive.
Well, his dissertation was a Holocaust.
Yeah, but you see, you can't even take him seriously. And he's considered a moderate, okay? By the way, corrupt to the core on top of everything else, because the whole system is a kleptocracy. So what I'm saying is, you cannot change the...
Don't people also accuse him of being corrupt because he collaborates with Israel, though? Sure, like, that's the...
You know these jokes.
He's corrupt in other ways, too, but that's the
many this and that does it take to change a bulb? One of the versions is how many psychologists does it take to change a bulb? And the answer is only one, but the bulb really needs to want to change. Right. Okay? Cultures need to want to change. You cannot change it from the outside. You can't come to Afghanistan and say, hey, why don't you treat women equally?
Oh, well, that actually brings up a question, and then I want to get back to the other question I wanted to ask specifically about Israel, but that brings up the question of how Germany changed.
2 reasons. A, there was an infrastructure. Look at what Berlin was in the 1920s. There was an infrastructure. And second, they had a few seminars about cultural change.
He's generally right. The problem isn't some living standard or material threshold isn't being met. Its ideological value isn't being met, and it's valued over material things. Yeah.
American Air Force, when you burn their cities and kill their leaders.
But we've all moved to cultural relativism now. So.
And is that what people are suggesting to do in Gaza?
You can't do it. A, you see, the Japanese and the Germans didn't have the option of 20 other Japanese states to say, well, we will not, but 1.5 billion Japanese all over the world and so on. And second, again, there were enough in the Japanese people and the German people who wanted to change. The Japanese have done something very impressive. They said, we will change our behavior, but we will keep our ancient culture. We will not abandon. And I have a lot of respect for it. We will become democratic, we will treat women equally and so on. But we have our culture and we want to stick by our culture. I respect it very much. The Germans didn't need to change because they had the infrastructure and Hitler was the aberration. So you could go back to something. By the way, there are Arabs, and I'm very impressed by them, who are not only trying to change,
everything people are violent because they're not getting enough of something.
I have good friends in the leadership of the UAE, and I'm deeply impressed by their success to tell their people that tolerance is a basic value. Look, I don't know if I can come into a mosque in Israel, but in the UAE, the most beautiful mosque in the world, by the way, at least as beautiful as the Taj Mahal, and I'm not speaking about splendor, I'm speaking about delicate beauty, is in Abu Dhabi. And there is a deep inscription in marble on the wall in Hebrew saying, Bruchim habaim lemisgad Sheikh Zayed. Okay? You want, I'll show you a picture.
What does that translate to?
Saying, welcome, in Hebrew, welcome to the mosque of Sheikh Zayed. Okay? And when I go to a coffee house at 11 o'clock at night and I see women sitting alone without a chaperone or a brother or their husband, and I see women walking along the Corniche at night, I'm impressed. I'm deeply impressed. By the way, is it a democracy? No. Okay? Friedrich the Great was not a great Democrat. It doesn't start with a democracy. Okay? It starts with an enlightened authoritarian leader who says, but they want to educate for tolerance. You don't have it among the Palestinians.
So was the failure on October 7th that before October 7th, Israel had not eliminated the capability?
We had two failures. The first was that after leaving the Gaza Strip, with the first missile, we didn't bring devastation to Gaza, saying, we will not tolerate you having the capability of sending thousands of missiles, let alone doing it. And then, because we so much developed the Iron Dome and we had such perfect protection, we contained. You shouldn't contain. And by the way, from now on, I think Israelis are persuaded of what I advocated before. Don't contain anything. They do something, break their neck, humiliate them, kill them. For instance, have a perimeter around the border. Anybody who comes close to the fence, shoot to kill.
That's basically, I mean, they have the Gaza border wall. It's basically what they do at the Gaza border wall. I guess he said he advocates for disengagement from the West Bank. I would assume that would lead to the type of situation that he's now saying he doesn't want.
Israelis are persuaded of what
where,
I advocated before. Don't contain.
Do you quote unquote contain them or whatever? Yeah.
They do something, break their neck, humiliate. We should initiate violent activity the moment they have the capability of doing it.
He probably means the northern border.
And we will do it in Lebanon as well. Because this idea,
Lebanon as well.
We will buy tranquility as long as things are quiet. No, not with barbarians. You need to destroy what they have that they built to kill you. Otherwise, this will kill you. Okay? Is it a solution? No. Can we live for a very long time without a solution? Better and better and better. Our lives. We spoke about it before. Yes.
So it's a strategy. It's not a solution.
Again, when you're a doctor and somebody comes with you and he's ill, will you then say, unless I have the solution that you will live forever, I will not cure your illness? No. If you can make him suffer less, will you not do it? I mean, you're a psychologist. People suffer. You believe you can make them suffer less. It would work with me, but it would work with normal people. Okay? Will you not try to alleviate his suffering? Okay. And can he still have a good life? A good life, not a perfect life. Not life forever. By the way, who wants to live forever? Okay? Usually people who don't know what to do this afternoon, they want to live forever. What for? I'm not sure. Okay? But this whole obsession with solution, keep it for your crossword puzzles.
Okay. Let me ask you just one more question. A lot of people, if I were to ask them, what is your hope for the future of Israel, for your children, for your grandchildren, for your great-grandchildren in Israel, they would say peace. What's your hope?
If I were in a beauty pageant and they would ask me, what do you really want? I would say world peace. But if I live in the real world, I want my children to have what I mentioned before, to live in a society with more cultural diversity, more educational capabilities, a better science, a better health system, to grow up children. Look, Israel is the only country in the world where a well-educated, economically well-off, secular woman wants 3 children. Okay? Israel is a Jewish and pedocratic state. The children are in power. I couldn't live anywhere else in the world. Even if I were not a Jew or a Zionist, I would want to live here because this is the place where people want children. And I don't mean people who can't afford to keep their children. In terms of people who are, again, well-educated, secular or traditional, and with a good job and with a good life and with a career, and more than anything else, they enjoy their children.
I mean, part of the reason the birth rate is so high is because the ultra-Orthodox people have a lot of children. But
this is the kind of Israel I want my children to grow up in. This is the kind of Israel I want my grandchildren to grow up in. And my grandchildren will probably fight in Gaza. Okay? Because, look, we live in a region. Forget about Israel for a moment. What do Arabs do to each other? Forget about the Jews. Okay? Look at what is happening in Syria, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Algeria, in Sudan. What is happening in this whole region? It is a different value universe than we are used to in Israel, in the States, or in Europe. In this part of the world, if somebody is not afraid of you, you should be afraid of him. Okay? The whole idea of live and let live is alien to this region. I don't expect the Arabs one day to get up in the morning and to say, isn't life with the Jews, live and let live, a good idea? No. The situation of Israel in the Middle East is better than ever before. Here is the interesting paradox. Arab states...
True, we don't want secular Jews, the birth rate is higher than I know. I'm aware of that, yeah.
Okay, because they understand
it's higher than most OECD countries.
Are threatening Egypt and Jordan,
I think all OECD countries, yeah.
And Saudi Arabia. So, letting the barbarians win is bad for the whole region. We used to hope that the Arabs are willing to acquiesce with our existence. Now they need us. You see, America is infinitely more powerful than Israel, but Israel is infinitely more trustworthy than the United States because you may have somebody like Obama, okay? And Obama, I spoke to his closest circle and I quoted to him what Moshe Dayan used to say. He used to call certain people, this is a good guy in the bad sense of the term, okay? Obama was a guy in the bad sense of the term, supporting all the enemies of the United States and undermining the allies of the United States. So the Saudis and the Emiratis, and by the way, also the Japanese and the Indians, say, America is great, only you can't trust these guys because you may have somebody like Obama coming. And by the way, on a personal level, Obama is the kind of guy I would have wanted to have as a neighbor, as a friend, as a member of my PTA up to the 6th grade approximately, otherwise it's too complicated. And, he's a nice guy, not corrupt or anything. But President of the United States, I want a Richard Nixon, okay? Not a nice guy. Nice guys finish last, okay? I need somebody who can have my enemy by the short and curly hair and make them do things that they don't want to do. My favorite quotation is from Lyndon Johnson. When Kennedy said you have to win the hearts and minds of people, Johnson is reported to have said, once you've got them by the balls, their hearts and minds will follow. Okay? The President of the United States is in charge of human liberty. He can't afford to be a nice guy and to say, oh, Erdogan is the kind of mother. Look at Obama. Huh? He loved the Erdogans of this world. He appeased the Iranians at the expense of Egypt, of Saudi Arabia, and of Israel. If I would write a book about what not to do
Was it at the expense of Egypt and Saudi Arabia? Was it though? God, we'll do a deep dive into the Iran nuclear deal at some point, man. This fucking, this keeps coming up.
Sue me for plagiarism. Okay? I mean, this is really unbelievable. So Israel is perceived as being trustworthy, and the Arabs need Israel because they're both their enemies. Iran and the Muslim Brothers are also the enemies of Israel. Only a few months ago, an aircraft of the Royal Saudi Air Force shot down a cruise missile directed from Yemen to Israel. Okay? Think about that. We can have a Middle East Air Defense Command based on the capabilities of Arab states and Israel together against our common enemies. So, are the Palestinians our enemies? Yes. Is Assad our enemy? Is Hezbollah our enemy? Yes. But are most of the Arab states our allies? Who, by the way, curse us every time they get up in the morning, and that's okay. I'm willing to give them the text to curse us as long as they do the opposite. Okay? They should tell their people whatever their public opinion wants to hear. Oh, Israel is undermining human rights and so on. Okay, let them spew this bullshit. But they cooperate with us in a very intimate way because they know we have a common interest. So I want my children and children's children to live in a country that has all the good things of an open society that we discussed before, but also to be part of the most important regional power in the region. Israel, which has excellent relations on the security level with the Arab states. Now, would I want every Arab to love me?
Kind of was Saudi, Jordan, and Egypt are all very tight with Israel nowadays. Anything good for Iran is bad for the coalition. I guess.
If I'm loved by people who have such different values.
But like the argument is, it's not just good for Iran. It's arguably good for the point is it's good for us too. It's mutually beneficial. It's because it ensures Iran doesn't have their sanctions on them as much. And it ensures that we don't have to worry about an Iranian nuclear threat as much, at least.
I wanted to cooperate with me. Certainly, yes. And we are. So our situation is difficult, but actually very, very good. You said you don't speak German. In Vienna, in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they used to say, Die Lage ist hoffnungslos, aber nicht ernst. The situation is hopeless, but not serious. When it comes to Israel, I would say the opposite. Not only the situation is serious, but not hopeless, but the situation is serious, but very, very, very hopeful. Already we have a very good life. We're going to have an even better life. And from time to time, shit happens. Okay? And it's painful. It is painful. But the question is not, are things good or bad? But the question is, what can you do about things when they're bad? And how can you use it to your benefit when they're good? You see, let us perhaps end this interview by introducing the difference between a smart optimist and a dumb optimist. A dumb optimist says things will be better. A smart optimist says things will be worse, but I will get stronger faster than things get worse. So that the gap between the good guys and their enemies, in my favor, is growing. Which is basically...
I think it's good for us because we assume that Iran is not
then we will all
cynically signing onto a deal or have their pie in it too. But my understanding is that there were enforcement mechanisms. Like they literally they had they had like UN agencies like going into the going into Iran and inspecting their facilities, right? About 97% of Iran's stockpile was eliminated under the JCPOA, leaving less than 300 kilograms of low enriched uranium. This cannot produce a nuclear weapon. International news about Iran's nuclear... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Deals for urban intent. Keep heroes into the deal. Water was converted to a research facility. No heavy water reactors are allowed in Iran for 15 years. Iran agreed to permanently cease production of weapons-grade plutonium. Prohibits research and diagnostic activities that could contribute to the design and development of a nuclear device in perpetuity. Very debated as to whether or not the deal was effective or not. I tend to swing on the side that it was not very effective. We'll do a day. We'll do a day researching it someday. I mean, for and against the deal is working Iran and compliant. Iran's progress towards a nuclear weapon has been halted for the term of the agreement since January 2016. The IAEA has verified 6 times that Iran is dividing by the terms of the deal. And if Iran becomes a nuclear power, the West loses what ability it may have. The West loses what ability it may have currently have to shape Iran's behavior and mitigate against its other activities. Without a nuclear deal, Tehran can resume progress towards a nuclear weapon. Without the deal, restrictions that block Tehran's path. Meanwhile, once you unfreeze modular sanctions, you are never taking that progress back from them. I'll share. Would be gone. International monitoring of Iran's nuclear activities would be lost. There is no other realistic alternative to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran. The U.S. is only the U.S. is looking to revisit the deal. Iran has a little incentive to renegotiate the deal. No Iranian leader would be able to support a deal where they get less in return, and the U.S. is unlikely to support a deal that gives Iran further concessions. Experts also point to erosion of the already limited trust, which would make negotiations difficult. Deal does not go far enough to address the threat from Iran. Destabilizing Iranian activities in the region continue unabated. For example, Iran's ballistic missile development, its involvement in Syria and Yemen, its support for U.S. designated terrorist groups such as Hezbollah. Is Iran a bad word on YouTube? No. Do you think abortion policy is best handled by the European government or the nation states in the EU? Man, if the EU was a single country, then maybe that would apply. I don't know. The EU exists as a fucking trade deal. It exists to establish 4 fundamental freedoms: the freedom of movement, freedom of goods, freedom of people, or that's freedom of movement, freedom of goods, freedom of 2 other things. It doesn't exist to serve the role as the governing authority for all these countries. I tried to comment twice in the time comment through. I can't control the YouTube. U.S. isn't a single country; it's a federal public union. The U.S. is a single country. The EU is not. EU for fundamental freedoms. Pretty much the same. It's a union. Is it though? Is it though? Pretty sure if we look at any map, it has the U.S. as one country, and it has Europe as a bunch of different countries. What the EU for fundamental freedoms? Not amazing. It wasn't amazing. Wasn't amazing. Trump took it away. First freedom related goods. Hold on, wait, just list them. Person, services, and capital. Okay. By him withdrawing the JPC, destabilize whatever trust we finally had with the Iranian people. Well, the argument is going to be it wasn't. If it wasn't effective, then it probably wasn't worth doing it at all. Even if it established whatever trust with them. You're assuming Iran is doing it in good faith when we don't. When you could argue they weren't, but I don't know. I would lean towards it was probably a good thing from everything I've read. It seems to suggest that it was pretty effective, and the international agencies were verifying that Iran was listening to it. But freedom of persons, freedom of services, freedom of capital, freedom of goods. Oh, okay. The U.S. isn't a country. That is an interesting take. There are plenty of fail-safes to put in place, and plus we had nothing to lose. Just because your map is wrong doesn't make it a country. The UN is wrong. Every map is wrong, and the UN is wrong, and every other country that recognizes that, right? You know, states aren't allowed to. Well, actually, wait, I don't know the exact rules. States aren't allowed to. Are states allowed to sign formal treaties with other countries? I don't think they are, right? Yeah, forbidden states to make agreements. Launch facility provide an alternative to Article 2. Article 1610 does distinguish between treaties, which states are making agreements which states can make with the consent of Congress. Okay. Wait, nothing to lose on freezing funds and lifting sanctions on the world's largest terrorist sponsor. Well, we didn't have anything to lose. Clearly, Israel did. You guys deal with that shit. We're safe. We're safe, protected by our two oceans. No, you are right. Yeah. All right, one last Kamala thing. Fuck, true. U.S. Senator Kamala Harris appeared on Rachel Maddow's primetime January 23rd MSNBC show to celebrate 2020 presidential campaign. In the process, left those of us who watched the performance in one of Southern California's biggest law enforcement scandals astonished by her audacity. Noting that she might sound corny, Harris celebrated courage and urged people to step up and bemoaned attacks not only on the American dream but also on American values in the wake of the last presidential election. And it wasn't even just an agreement between the U.S. and Iran. It was an agreement. Oh, yeah. Russia, China, Germany, UK, France. Yeah. Israel, more like Israel. 10th Amendment. No, I don't care about your random 10th Amendment Senate shit right now, bro. I like, by any reasonable definition of a country, the United Nation especially, nation is even more broad than country. We're definitely a nation. Large body of people serving a particular territory is sufficiently conscious of unity. I feel like we fit pretty squarely within this nation, within this definition of nation. Like you could argue even like Tibet is a nation, right? Kurdistan is a nation. U.S. isn't a country or a nation. Both are fake. Okay, well, if you just think everything is fake, then state to territory, or one of the territories of a government. I mean, like, we are under a single government. Even fucking Guam and Puerto Rico are under the federal government at the end of the day. How is this so fucked? What is happening here? Like, are all federal countries actually secretly just not countries? Is Brazil not a country? Brazil isn't a country either. Brazil is federal, right? Federal. I'm pretty sure Brazil's federal. Yeah, it's federation. What do you think of who is that? I don't know who the fuck this is, bro. Old Dan? What is this? What? Old Dan Tucker? America again so consolidated the national identity, Trump state identity, based. It used to be Virginia. I'm aware. Yep. Now it's Trump American. It's because of consolidation. You understand? You're proving my point. Yes, correct. We're all American now and not North Carolinians and Virginians. Correct. We are a nation. We're all American. That this is precisely my point. We like very squarely fit in that definition of nation. You can argue maybe we weren't, maybe people didn't want us to be a nation, but we definitely fit within that definition of nation now. Regardless of whatever the fuck the founders wanted, we definitely fit within that definition now. And by any reasonable definition of country, we fit within that. We fit within that definition. Yeah, if you didn't count us as a country, then you also probably wouldn't count most federal states as a country, and that just seems weird. Yeah, states can't like negotiate with foreign countries the way other countries can. As far as I know, every UN member state recognizes the United States, not individual states as countries. Unless there might be some UN states that don't recognize the US at all. I don't know. Well, Bhutan might not recognize the US. If the European Union government started acting like a country, then people might mistake it as one like they do to the USA. True, dude. Fun fact, national identity really became primary after the Civil War. Only really became primary. So. Of course, the USA is going to look at a country when it has a single healthcare system, education system, tax system, etc. Look like what? I don't understand. What definition of country can you possibly have that doesn't include the United States? That's just a usurpation problem. Okay. Anyway, noting we read that. This is a moment that should require everyone to look in the mirror and ask, "What am I doing right now? What can I do?" This is a moment that has to be about what is he supposed to prepare to do. On the off chance Harris's makeover is semi-authentic, her time travel trip to the aforementioned mirror in 2014, 2015, and 2016 result in fearful self-loathing. Usurpation. During those years, Orange County was in the midst of a national criminal justice system scandal. Sheriff's deputies have spent years running unconstitutional jailhouse scams against pre-trial inmates to secretly secure prosecutorial victories in trial. In return, prosecutors under the then District Attorney Tony Rakushak looked the other way when deputies hid, doctored or destroyed exculpatory evidence from their defendants, repeatedly committed perjury, and disobeyed lawfully issued court orders. What was Kamala Harris at this time? She would have been, was she San Francisco DA? So whose policies if the police have top-ranking? So who polices the police if top-ranking law enforcement officials, including then Sheriff Sandra Hutchins and Rakushak, were working in league to protect their government agencies' accountability when they're caught cheating? You might assume federal agents, but that didn't happen. They were tainted themselves, having many of the same corrupt Orange County deputies on their joint agency task force. With Rakuraks, what is this? Okay. That says a federal constitutional republic. What if you can provide a definition of country that includes the other 192 member states of the UN, but doesn't include the US, then I will accept your argument. But I don't think that definition exists. Israel strikes Hezbollah in Lebanon, casting attacks as preemptive. They've been like striking Hezbollah back and forth for since October 7th. Israeli military said on Sunday they were striking targets inside southern Lebanon and warned that Hezbollah was planning to launch an extensive attack on Israeli territory. The fighting threatened to plunge the region into a wider conflict. From right next to the house, from the homes of Lebanese civilians in the south of Lebanon, we can see that Hezbollah is preparing to launch an extensive attack in Israel while endangering the Lebanese civilians. We warn the civilians located in areas Hezbollah is operating to move out of harm's way and immediately for their own safety. Spoke with U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin in a short time, briefing him on the Israeli military's early morning activities in Lebanon meant to thwart an immediate threat against Israel. President Biden is closely monitoring events in Israel and Lebanon. Fucking hell. Hold on, what, fucking hell. Uh, 3535 S. Well, let's make it. No, not just. Uh-oh, it's real. We did Hasbro to debunk his. I have so many once-a reviews. Well, oh, there's a constitutional republic, not a democracy. He's not even arguing that it's a constitutional republic, not a democracy. He's saying it isn't a country. I know it's wild, but he's saying it's not a country, which is a wild, incomprehensible take. Did you know it doesn't say democracy a single time in a constitution? He was actually a big stinky boy. True. Ew, stinky. Doesn't say country one time in a constitution. I don't even. That isn't like the first like line of the constitution saying that, or does it say like we're forming a compact of states, which shall be called the United States? Preamble. We of the United States, in order for a more perfect union established, justice, ensure domestic tranquility, blah blah blah. Do ordain and establish a constitution for the United States of America. Yeah, it's a compact. Yeah, I figured you were going to say that. A more perfect union. I used to have the proto-lib. I used to have the preamble memorized. I probably still. If you gave me enough time, I could write down all 27 amendments. Not like their exact wording or anything, just what like broadly what they are. Okay. So only one person must step up, demonstrate courage, and defend American values. Honesty and fair play to courthouse. Then stated California Attorney General Harris, a San Francisco Democrat who gained national attention when Barack Obama praised their physical attributes. Such a perfect union. God, have we ever seen such a perfect union? So hot. Have you guys seen the dude? More perfect union infuriates me so much. Because they post base stuff sometimes, and then sometimes they just post like the most economically illiterate, dumbass, stupid shit ever. And it infuriates me. Like they'll mention like fast food inflation, and they don't mention the like super high wage growth that fast food employees have seen. It's like, oh, I wonder if that is something. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Or, you know, I wonder if we've seen, if you know, if that could be the case. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, what is this hyperlink to? Okay, I don't feel like repeating this, so we're going to take what they say for granted. Okay. 2014. 2016. Orange County. Look at that spelling. It admits a massive criminal justice system scandal. What's the current article you're reading about? Basically, this stream we've been like looking into the claims about Kamala Harris's record as like a prosecutor. So we like you know, all that shit. I'm an anti-federalist these days, but the Constitution was a mistake. Okay. As to federal law enforcement did not do anything to prevent this. Articles of Confederation for win. Congress didn't even have the power to raise taxes under the Articles of Confederation, right? Then the Attorney General. Harris was the only one left to stand out. Instead, Harris had an unmistakable. I skipped this. Harris possessed not only the prosecutor power to fight law enforcement corruption, but also the moral obligation to protect our country, but which, by the way, is larger than 20 U.S. states. Other counties are. From Badger Cooks, many of whom take home taxpayer-funded annual paychecks around $300,000 and more, according to transparent California records. Instead, Harris sent an unmistakable signal under her watch. Police agency employees in California were free to commit perjury, even in death penalty cases, as they did in Orange County. I see that case. Harris can't claim ignorance of what transpired in our informant scandal. Beginning in early 2014, she placed Deputy Attorney General Theodore Cropley inside Supreme Court Judge Thomas M. Giltle's Santa Ana courtroom for months as alarming details of the scandal unfolded. But Cropley telegraphed his stance from the outset. Day after day, he chuckled, smiled, and huddled with Dan Wagner, a choir boy-faced Orange County prosecutor with a sinister streak, who directed efforts to whitewash damning evidence against himself, the dirty deputies in his office. 2014, Giltles declared that multiple sheriff's deputies had committed perjury under oath on the witness stand. Harris did nothing. 7 months later, after more bombshell evidence emerged that expanded the scope and intensity of the deputies' cheating, Giltles, a former homicide prosecutor, wrote another ruling expressing exasperation over the corruption. Instead, Harris said nothing. More scandals came out of prosecutors. Perjury mounted. I'd argue with the Constitution, it was likely we would have become more like Africa without the Constitution. True. I mean, there's a reason the Articles of Confederation failed. I don't know what Locust Party's going to say for that, but... Okay. Harris can't claim ignorance. She placed Deputy Attorney General Theodore Gorpley inside Superior Court Judge Thomas's Santa Ana courtroom for months as alarming details of the scandal unfolded. Although Confederation never failed, it's actually a great success with only minor flaws. And why did we have to replace it with the Constitution? In August 2014, Garza declared multiple sheriff's deputies committed perjury under the oath and would stand. We didn't have to. Congress didn't even have taxing power under the Articles of Confederation, right? Orville declared that multiple sheriff's deputies committed perjury under oath and a witness stand. Harris did nothing. You're not the more bombshell evidence. I'm out. Revealing larger scope. Do I cook? Not really. I can make mac and cheese, and I can fry an egg. Fry an egg. That's about it. I don't really mention many specifics here. Cheating. Harris refused to act. True nutrition, then maybe. I mean, I could because I'm vegetarian, right? So like, I gotta get my protein from other places. So because of that, I do I make an effort to get as much protein as I can. Sorry, I don't make an effort. My mommy makes sure that I do it. Shout out Mom Nonfon for that one. Bro, does he eat normal food like a normal human? I mean, I eat normal food like a normal human. I just don't eat meat. Oh wait, she didn't refuse to. Harris, acted. She announced the opening of an investigation in Orange County Sheriff's Department. No, you eat a vegetable diet. Is that not? What do you mean? I mean, I don't just eat vegetables. As months and years passed, it became increasingly clear that the probe was nothing more than a sham. Though efforts were made to conceal the fact from the public, illuminating details emerged. For example, Harrison's investigators incredibly obeyed CSD commands not to audio record certain statements from accused deputies. He also eats grains and fruits and supplements too, maybe? Yeah, basically. Plants feel around 10 times more pain than animals and are more conscious. That is not true in the slightest. They don't have brains. Harris's investigators incredibly obey the OCD commands. More telling over is the fact that allege they're not enough brains because they evolved so far to brains are beta male bullshit. More telling, however, is the fact that the alleged investigation took so long ago landed in a bureaucratic oblivion. Dogo Falls, California Court of Appeals officially announced that it discussed with the OECD perjury years ago. The AG's office, first under Harrison, now under Xavier Becerra, hasn't held anyone accountable for a probe that has lasted more than 1,400 days. Investigation has held no one accountable. After more than 1,400 days. Former Attorney General's efforts in Orange County were far from the profile of courage. Scott Sanders, the assistant public defender who exposed the informant scandal, told OEC Weekly today her willingness to stand up to dishonest law enforcement will be a lasting legacy here, and the criminal justice system will continue to pay the price for years. Ethical failures weren't limited to OC. In 2015, a federal appellate court... wait, this is going to be... Oh, wait, hold on. White House identified criminal charges against Riverside County prosecutors who provided false testimony under oath to win a murder trial in People v. Johnny Becca. Vienna bumbled, clearly indicating that the idea that she had never entered her head. As a result, the panel slammed Harris for total silence on the issue of corruption. During a recent MSNBC interview, Maddow didn't ask about either scandal, even after the presidential candidate firmly declared out law enforcement officers who cheat must face consequences and accountability. She added, "Our strength is to speak truth." Maddow ended the segment by stating that Harris, because of Harris's record, she has a very good chance to win the Democratic Party nomination for president next year. Okay. Kamala Harris, Orange County Sheriff's Department investigation. Kamala Harris is no better than Michelle Obama, only getting her position because of race and cocksucking. Thank you, look at this party. True. Michelle Obama, that's an unbelievable point about Michelle. Michelle Obama has never held public office. She's only ever, I guess, do you consider the First Lady public office? I guess, is the First Lady considered public office? It's a title held by the host of the White House, usually President of the White House, concurrent with the President's term of office. It's never been officially codified or officially defined. I don't think she's... Do we consider this a public office? I don't think Michelle Obama's never held public office other than the First Lady. Right here is First Lady. Public office. Never declared official government duty, the role of First Lady has evolved into its own active prominent position. For 2 terms, by the way, so eat it. She's held a cultural symbolic leadership role. It's just such a dumb... I don't think I ever consider this public office. I would say thought leader, but she's not a thinker. Yeah, all she's ever been is First Lady to the President of the United States. You know, I mean, you know, Trump has had like, how many wives? Has Trump had 3 wives and he has children with all of them? I'm sure if Kamala Harris had 3 husbands and children with all of them, people wouldn't talk about it at all. How many wives? I think it's 3, right? Trump has 5 children from 3 different wives and 10. Yeah. If Kamala Harris had 5 children or 3 different husbands, you would never shut the fuck up about it. I don't want to hear anything about Kamala Harris, dude. If Kamala Harris had sex with a porn star and then paid her off, you would never shut the fuck up about it. That's cool. You have to have 3 baby mamas, but if you have 3 baby daddies, you're just a slut. Yeah, okay. So we're just doing the double standard thing there. Okay, that's great, dude. Yep. Male and female sexualities are not comparable. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is currently at the military's headquarters in Tel Aviv, along with its defense minister, Yoav Gallant, and military officials. According to a statement and images distributed by the Prime Minister's office, Netanyahu is planning to convene to a security council at 7 a.m. within the next few minutes. It's bulletin in the wake of Israel's attack that had begun an initial response to the Israeli assassination in late July of Shakur, Hezbollah's unit commander, the Lebanese militant group said it had to fight a large number of drones, rockets, and targets in Israel. These military operations will take some time to complete, and after a detailed statement will be issued, the group said in a statement. Praying for Israel, threatening. Oh no. Where's the actual? I want to see the fucking videos.
Oh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
This is breaking news. The Israelis are launching preemptive strikes against Hezbollah positions in Lebanon. I want to read you the statement that I've just received from an IDF official. It says, quote, the IDF identified the Hezbollah terrorist organization preparing to fire missiles and rockets toward Israeli territory. In response to these threats, the IDF is striking terror targets in Lebanon. The statement goes on to say Israeli Air Force fighter jets are currently striking targets belonging to the Hezbollah terrorist organization that posed an imminent threat to the citizens of the state of Israel. This is an important part of the statement. It goes on to say, following the strikes and in accordance with the IDF Homefront Command's situational assessment.
All right, wild. Well, we'll see what happens with that. Good argument. The federal government swallowed the states and created it. Dude, your point is that the United States isn't a country. That's an insane again, you have not provided any evidence to the contrary, other than saying, well, I think it's bad that the federal government subsumed the power of the states. Israel declares 48 state of emergency. Federation, not a. It's a federal. Countries can be federations, or they can be unitary, or they can be They can even be confederations. Confederations are still countries. This from beginner, like Hungarian airport expected to resume operations.
Whoa, whoa.
Well. Bush said in a statement Sunday morning that the first phase of its attack in Israel complete, saying it was responsible for killing the top commander in Beirut nearly a month ago. The Iran-backed group that successfully targeted 11 Israeli military sites with drones and over 300 Katyusha rockets. Added that it would further release details about its attack against Israel soon. Alright, I'll read more about that in the morning. Charles, the foreign program was to cover Republican defendant Scott Sanders during the. Okay, this is going to quote the same exact stuff. No. Okay, what else we have today? If I do that, I'm probably going to want to read books, not random things. This is long. Read something interesting. What do you want to read? We'll read like one more thing and then I'll probably stream because I'm fucking tired. I woke up early. Well, I'm not getting into it, but I didn't sleep that much last night. Anything MMT lol. We'll read epic debunks if MMT. What is United Colonies a country? Checkmate liberal. It was a colony. What do you mean? It was a colony, part of the British Empire. You could argue maybe it was a nation. Okay, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna end stream and go on a walk. Tomorrow we'll probably read more. We'll probably get to the Israel stuff. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. There's some... I want to start working more in shorts again. I made that short again today. So we're probably gonna like find something to read every day that I can easily like convert into a short like the next day or whatever. Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone so much for watching. I love streaming. I love you guys watch me stream. I had fun streaming today. Read all our righteous victims like an 800-page book. Well, maybe we'll read some of it. I have the book down. I have them like in books. I have the righteous victims ready to go. We can read federal stuff. This whole contemporary politics stuff is so bad. Listen, maybe we will. All right. What? I don't know. Maybe we'll. This mic stand. It's not ideal. Thank you all so much for watching, watching the ads, helping me afford a new mic stand. Political theory over memorizing January 6 factoids. I don't know. I think January factoids is I think they're pretty interesting. Did you read an article I sent yesterday? The Kamala Harris one, Golden Snakey? Yeah, I did. Yep. We read a lot about Kamala Harris today. How'd that turn out? It was interesting. Wait, I think the one you sent was the one that didn't have a fact check with it. So I don't know. Yeah. I had more details than the other things we read, which is interesting. Anyway. I guess I'll send you over to Pisco. Thank you all so much for watching. Again. Love streaming, love you guys watch me. I will stream again tomorrow at about the same time. Hopefully for longer as well. We'll see. I don't know. I have to fucking take care of the dog right now too, which is annoying. Anyway. Head over to Pisco, who's debating Connor right now. That'll be interesting. See you guys. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.